Welcome back to Meta Fanfic, the place where your favorite words get rewritten. This video included a self-recorded human introduction in the first 30 seconds, followed by AI-generated narration for creative storytelling purposes. If you love powerful what-if stories, you are in the right place. Before we begin, hit that subscribe button so you never miss a new twist in the Wizarding world. Today's story, one our most exciting yet. What if Harry Potter awakened his ancient power a year early? Let's dive in.
Here is short summary. When Harry enters Hogwarts a year early, he awakens ancient magic, claims his noble titles, and rises as a Slytherin prodigy destined to reshape the wizarding world. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. Harry determined that he would just open it later when he was alone in bed as he dropped the rest of the mail in front of his uncle. The man, easily the size of 3 men, nodded at him as he began opening the statements that were surely bills and the usual solicitations that left him in a foul mood. "Well, Marge appears to be ill," Vernon announced to the room. The first letter clearly being from the man's equally sized sister. Vernon then looked at his watch and noticed the time. "Blimey, I best be off, pet, much to do at work today." The man got out of his chair as it protested the action and moved to K's his wife Petunia on the cheek. On his way out of the room he ruffled his son Dudley's K's hair. "Have a good day, lad." And without a word to Harry the man left the house. Harry's Aunt Petunia was his mother's sister, and she was the reason why he lived here. Ever since his parents died in a car crash when he was a 1-year-old, he had lived with his aunt, uncle, and cousin. Petunia was K's with blue eyes, scrawny, and had the neck of a giraffe that she used to spy on her neighbors. His cousin Dudley was K's as well, but took after his father in the remainder of his physical appearance. He was morbidly obese, and Harry wore the boy's hand-me-down clothing that was several sizes too large for himself. Before long, Harry got to eat the scraps of breakfast that his uncle hadn't eaten. Dudley was off to play at his friend's house, and Aunt Petunia was off to tea with Mrs. Jensen at number 6. Harry had chores to do for the day, but luckily it was only a Tuesday and all he had was dusting. He knocked it out quickly and retreated to his cupboard. Immediately he took his letter into his hands and ripped it open. He read the contents. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore. Order of Merlin, First Class, Grand Sork. CHF Warlock, Supreme Mugwump, International Confed, of Wizards. Dear Mr. Potter, we are pleased to inform you that you have a place at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Please find enclosed a list of necessary books and equipment. Term begins on the 1st of September. We await your owl by no later than the 31st of July. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. Of course, Harry was in complete shock at what he read. Somehow, at the same time, the contents seemed to make some semblance of sense. He had been blamed for some rather strange things growing up. There was the time he had regrown his hair after a dastardly haircut overnight, shrunk a jumper that his aunt had tried to force on him, turned a teacher's wig blue, and had somehow teleported to the top of the school roof when being chased by his cousin Dudley and his gang. Let alone the fact that weeks ago on Dudley's birthday he had somehow talked to a boa constrictor and seemed to vanish the glass at a zoo house and set the SKE's upon his cousin. Harry read the second page of the letter. It was the gear list. First-year students will require 1. 3 sets of plain work robes black. 2. 1 plain pointed hat black for day wear. 3. 1 pair of protective gloves dragon hide or similar. 4. 1 winter coat black, with silver fastenings. Please note that all pupils' clothes should carry name tags. Course books. All students should have a copy of each of the following. The Standard Book of Spells Grade 1. By Miranda Goshawk. A. History of Magic. By Bathilda Bagshot. Magical Theory. By Adalbert Waffling. A Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration. By Emmerich Switch. 1000 Magical Herbs and Fungi. By Arsenius Jigger. Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. By Newt Scamander. The Dark Forces, A Guide to Self-Protection. By Quentin Trimble. Other equipment. 1 wand. 1 cauldron pewter, standard size 2. 1 set glass or crystal phials. 1 telescope. 1 set brass scales, 1 silver potions knife. Students may also bring, if they so desire, an owl, or a cat, or a toad. Parents are reminded that first years are not allowed their own broomstick. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall. Harry knew immediately that this wasn't a prank from his cousin Dudley at the very least. He knew the brat didn't have the brains for something like this, neither did any of the boy's friends. His aunt and uncle also lacked the initiative to do something so untoward themselves. That, combined with everything he knew that with everything that happened around him, left one option. So, I'm a wizard? He asked himself. Harry had sent a reply by stepping outside and noticing an owl on the roof of a house across the street. He had prepared a missive, and when he locked eyes with the owl, in broad daylight, he knew. The owl had flown to him, taken his acceptance, and flew off. He had requested instructions on how to get his supplies, but specifically requested no presence from any staff members of the school. He refused to allow any of them to see his living arrangements. As someone who just found out that he had magical powers, he was embarrassed that someone without had such control over him. It was a couple days later that he caught the response before the Dursleys could. Once again, he hid it in his cupboard before any noticed that he had it and waited to read. Dear Mr. Potter, we are glad that you have accepted your spot at Hogwarts School for Witchcraft and Wizardry. As far as getting all your required items, I have been informed that you will have to do the following. Not far from Charing Cross is a tavern called the Leaky Cauldron. Enter said tavern and ask the bartender to grant you access to an area called Diagon Alley. Once there, get directions to 1 Gringotts's Bank and request access to your vault, where you can draw the necessary funds for your school supplies. From Gringotts's Bank, it should be simple as browsing the shopping district within Diagon Alley to locate all of your school requirements. Sincerely, Minerva McGonagall. Harry thought about what he read and decided on a course of action. He was allowed to leave the house of his own free will if his chores were completed to satisfaction. Today he only had vacuuming and completed that in record time. After that, he went to his usual babysitter's house. She was rather kind to him usually. He arrived at Mrs. Fig's house easily enough. Soon he was knocking on the door. The old woman answered less than half a minute later. Harry dear, what are you doing here? I wasn't aware of a need to babysit you today. The graying lady asked questioningly. Harry took a breath before responding. Well, Mrs. Fig, the truth is I have apparently been accepted to a boarding school, and I need to head to London to gather my supplies and uniforms. I was wondering if you could loan me some money to get to London and I could pay you back later. I also ask that you don't inform my relatives of my acceptance to attend the school. I'm sure they would not be very supportive. Mrs. Fig stared at him in shock for a few moments, as if thinking of something. Harry dear, the school you were accepted to, would it happen to be Hogwarts? She asked, completely shocking the raven-haired boy. Harry just stared at her in numbing shock. How do you know that? He hissed at her. Mrs. Fig took a deep breath before gathering herself. Well Harry, I have some things to tell you, and then I will help you get to London if that is what you wish. Harry could only nod in response, still mostly at a loss for words. Harry couldn't believe it. He was a wizard, and his neighbor and babysitter knew that he was. She was apparently in the neighborhood to keep an eye on him for the headmaster of his new school. The headmaster, Dumbledore, apparently had a ventured interest in him. Mrs. Fig told him the story of how his parents had died, killed by some dark wizard who everyone referred to as you-know-who. He certainly didn't know, who. She had refused to say the bastard's name. Mrs. Fig had then confirmed for him what he needed to do and had a quick solution for how he could go about doing it. You see Harry, there is a way to get to Diagon Alley the magical way, which is much faster, and you can leave right here from my living room. She explained. Harry was of course skeptical. How could he leave from right here? But then of course he remembers. Magic. What do I have to do? He asked her, and the next thing he knew he was explained the details of traveling by a fireplace of all things. Mrs. Fig told him how he had to throw some powder into the fire and let it turn green. Then to step in and call out the address that he wished to go to. In this case his destination was to be the Leaky Cauldron, and in near the alley that he could be let in by. She told him to keep his knees slightly bent and to be prepared to take a step forward as he lands at his destination to avoid falling. She also told him to ask for Tom, the owner, to help him get to the alley since he didn't have a wand yet, and ask for directions to Gringotts Bank, which was run by goblins. Yes, goblins. She said that they would be able to provide him with the key to his account after using his blood to verify his identity. She also told him to be very respectful to them, or he would regret it when he got older. His father, James Potter, apparently came from an old wizarding family and had a decently sized vault at the bank, which was now his. She told him to ask the goblins about his accounts, and to explain that he was raised as a muggle, what magicals called normal people. Next thing he knew, he was stepping into the fireplace and calling out his destination. It was something he would never forget. He felt as if he was spinning around inside of a tube and could sometimes make out the inside of people's houses through their fireplaces. Soon enough, he was thrown out of the tube, and he remembered to step forward like Mrs. Fig told him. He stumbled but managed not to fall over as he took in his surroundings. It seemed as if he was in some old-timey inn, as if he had transported back to the 1800s. There were a few people around, scattered amongst some tables here and there, but they didn't pay him any mind as if someone coming out of a fire was commonplace. He was sure it was after his conversation with Mrs. Fig. He looked over towards the bar and saw a somewhat hunchbacked older gentleman with a bald head. From her description of him, Harry knew that must be Tom and walked over to him. Tom noticed the small boy come up to him and smiled. "Hello lad, what can I do you for?" Harry smiled shyly up at him. "I was told how to get here by my neighbor, she said she was a squib. I was raised by muggles, and she said to ask you how to get into Diagon Alley and the directions to Gringotts. I need to access my family's vaults for Hogwarts supplies." Tom quirked his head. "A squib neighbor you say? Well, that is mighty lucky of you to have as a young muggle-born chap. I'd be happy to let you into the alley son, but first, what is your name?" "I'm Tom and I own the cauldron," he said, reaching a hand over the counter to Harry. Harry shook the man's hand quickly and answered, "My name is Harry Potter, sir, nice to meet you," he said, and Tom froze, shocking Harry. "Harry Potter, you say?" Tom whispered, looking around the inn, making sure no one heard him. "Can you show me your forehead, lad?" Harry was confused by the man's reaction but released his hand and obliged. He lifted his black bangs up, and Tom stared at what Harry could only assume was his scar. It was a little creepy. Very quietly, Tom leaned forward and spoke to him. "It's a pleasure to finally meet you, Mr. Potter, and welcome back to the wizarding world." Harry was confused by this and a little shocked. Mrs. Fig hadn't told him that anyone would know of him. "I'm sorry, sir, you have me at a disadvantage. Did you know my parents or something?" he asked eagerly. Now Tom seemed just as confused. "Everyone knew your parents, Mr. Potter. It was because of them and yourself that the blood war ended on that fateful Halloween night. Come, I'll explain out back as I walk you to the alley, you seem to not be aware." The man walked from behind the bar and gestured for Harry to follow. They walked outside into a back alley that had a brick wall. Tom took out his wand and tapped certain bricks, explaining which ones Harry would have to tap when he had his own wand. Next thing Harry knew, he was looking at the most amazing of sights as he saw the bricks begin to fold into themselves. Yes, most Muggle-raised children are usually in awe at the sight. Tom said knowingly, a grin on his face. "Now, how much do you already know about the wizarding world and your parents' deaths, lad?" And then Harry was told what Mrs. Fig had glossed over. He knew from her that his parents had been killed by the Dark Wizard, and he now had a name. Lord Voldemort. The man had tried to kill him as well, but the killing curse had backfired when tried on him and had killed the evil wizard himself. Tom explained that because of this, Harry was known to all as the boy who lived, and was famous as all can be. Him surviving had effectively ended the war, and he was the nation's hero. Tom warned him that many other magicals will be in awe of meeting him, just as he was, and to be careful. Tom explained how to get to Gringotts, and Harry quickly thanked the man and made his way in its direction. A few minutes later, after passing all sorts of strange shops that sold all manner of strange things, he saw the tall, white marble structure he had been told of. He went up the steps and noticed 2 armored goblin guards, as well as a message plaque that he read. Enter stranger, but take heed of what awaits the sin of greed. For those who take, but do not earn, must pay most dearly in their turn. So if you seek beneath our floors a treasure that was never yours, thief, you have been warned, beware of finding more than treasure there. Harry was led in by the 2 guards, and inside he had to catch his breath again. A grand chamber, with high ceilings, chandeliers, and bright burning torches made up the area. Tall desks surrounded much of the area, but there were parts that opened up into hallways to allow entrance to further offices. The place looked massive compared to the outside. Harry made his way to the closest available teller. "Excuse me, sir, I was told to ask about my family's vault," he said up to the goblin. Said goblin looked down at him, and with a toothy sneer, or smile, he wasn't sure, answered. "And who are you, and what vault are you trying to get into?" He, or at least Harry thought it was a he, asked. Harry gulped and looked around. This was rather unsettling. "I am Harry Potter, requesting to verify my identity so I can get a key for the Potter vault." The goblin blinked in surprise. Then, he reached under his desk and put a closed placard on it. "Come with me, Mr. Potter, we will verify you are yourself, and then I will grab your account manager." The goblin hopped down and began walking towards one of the hallways, and Harry quickly followed. He was about the same height as the goblin. "Thank you, sir, what is your name?" Harry asked, trying to make some small talk as they walked. The goblin stopped short for a moment and looked at him queerly. After a moment, he began walking again and answered, "My name is Griphook, Mr. Potter. If you are who you claim, I will fetch Rockjaw, your account manager. This way, please." They continued down the hall, then took a left, entered a door, and found themselves in a smaller room with a desk, a chair on either side. On the desk was a silver bowl with a silver dagger sitting in it. "Take a seat, Mr. Potter. What will happen is I will use the dagger to prick your finger and squeeze a couple drops of your blood into the bowl. Then I will add a potion, mix it, and then pour a drop onto an enchanted piece of parchment. This will tell me who you are, and what vaults within the bank you have a right to. Do you agree to the procedure? If you are not Harry Potter, you will be delivered to the Ministry of Magic for fraud." Harry blinked, nodded, and thrust his hands toward Griphook. "Very well, Mr. Potter." Griphook then took his and as well as the dagger and hovered them over the bowl. A quick prick later, and a couple drops of blood, and they were done. Griphook waved his hand over Harry's and his finger immediately stopped bleeding, shocking the boy. Griphook added a potion he grabbed from a desk drawer into the mix, and then let a drop hit a parchment he had pulled out. "Well, let's see now. You are Harold James Potter, born on the 31st of July 1979. You were born to James Charles Potter and Lily Rose Potter née Evans at St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies. Your parents were declared deceased on the 31st of October 1980. You will turn 11 on Tuesday next week on the 31st of July 1990. It says here that you are currently allowed access to a trust vault which I assume was set aside by your parents to take care of your schooling and schoolboy needs. You are set to gain access to the Potter family vault when you turn 17, which is when you will come into your magical majority as opposed to the Muggle 18. Your mother had turned her personal vault into your trust vault, it seems, so there is no separate one. And it says here that should one Sirius Orion Black die, you are to inherit all vaults that are in his name as well. Odd, let me see. Griphook rambled to him. Yes, this is odd. I will go get Rockjaw and we can see if he knows more about what is going on. One moment please, Griphook said again before getting up and making his way out of the room. Harry sat there wondering who Sirius Black was, as he had never heard that name before. The only thing he knew about his past was the lies he had heard from his relatives, the answers he got from Mrs. Fig and Tom, and what he just learned now at the bank. Soon enough, Griphook returned with another goblin following him in. "Mr. Potter, this here is Rockjaw, the account manager for the Potter accounts. He should be able to help clear some matters up," Griphook said before leaving the room again. Hello Rockjaw, nice to meet you, Harry said, standing up and offering the goblin his hand. Rockjaw seemed shocked for a moment, but quickly responded, taking it, and shaking it. A pleasure, Mr. Potter. It will be good to begin working with you regarding your accounts finally. Let's see what we have going on, shall we? Rockjaw said, moving to the other side of the desk and picking up the parchment, reading it. Harry sat back down as well. Rockjaw seemed to frown. As far as your 2 vaults from your parents, that is in order. I have the ledgers here, so we will cover those 2 first. Your family vault currently houses 753,259 gold galleons, 20,476 silver sickles, and 12,312 bronze nuts. Your trust vault has 4,000 galleons, 1,200 sickles, and 800 nuts and has had that since you were born. A note says here that on the 31st of July, every year it will be refilled from the Potter family vault to bring it back up to those exact number. Harry just stared in shock, and also confusion. He didn't know what all of that meant in regard to British pounds. Rockjaw, what is a galleon, sickle, and canute? How do they relate to Muggle money? Rockjaw stared at him. Well, Mr. Potter, a galleon is a gold coin minted here at Gringotts and is the highest form of magical currency. It can be converted to £10 sterling in Muggle Britain. 17 sickles go into a galleon, and 29 nuts go into a sickle. Does that clear that up? Harry was shocked again. He was rather good at math and started doing the numbers in his head. His larger vault housed a bit over £7.5 million. He was rich and he didn't even know it. He thought of his trust as well. That had nearly 41 grand in it on its own. I cannot access the family vault until I am 17, you said. Harry asked for clarification. Rockjaw nodded. Yes, Mr. Potter, that is correct. Currently the vault has an interest rating of 0.03% annually. That vault used to house several million galleons before the Blood War, but your parents used it to help finance the Ministry and other factions who fought against the Dark Lord. It was sitting at around 500,000 galleons when your parents died back in 1980. Your trust vault does not gain any interest on it, unfortunately. Harry thought on that. If his parents were rich, they must have had property. Do I own any houses from them? Rockjaw looked back down at his parchment. Yes, there are 2 properties listed. There were more, but your father sold them to help bolster the war efforts. Currently, there is the Potter Cottage, located at Godric's Hollow, a mixed wizarding village, and was where you and your parents were attacked that Halloween. It was severely damaged in the attack and was left alone after the Ministry declared it a national monument, and yearly they deposit 1,000 galleons into the family account as a lease to uphold it as such. Then there is Potter Manor, which is in an unplottable location somewhere in Scotland. A note here says that there is a portkey kept here at the bank if you wish to travel to it. I am told it sustained minor damage when your grandparents were assassinated by the Dark Lord and all its house elves were killed in their master's defense. What is a portkey and a house elf? He asked. A portkey is an object that has been enchanted to transport someone from one place to another. Usually they are phrase activated, or they can be set to go off at just a touch. A house elf is a magical being who bonds themselves to a wizard or witch and serves them for life. Imagine a butler or a maid in the Muggle world, but house elves do not accept payment, just a place to live and serve. It is in their nature. Rockjaw answered patiently. And Potter Manor was damaged. Would I be able to live there and to try and fix it up? Harry asked, thinking of getting away from relatives, the Dursleys. Well, I am sure it is livable, but it would be a lot to manage on your own without a house elf or 2. I would recommend purchasing 2 to help you if you decide to go there. As I understand it now, the going rate for an unbonded house elf is 1,200 galleons. If you purchase 1 today, I recommend waiting until next year to purchase a second. I have recommendations to use your trust vault to experiment with business ventures while you are young. It will help you learn how to manage your larger estate once you are of age. Was Rockjaw's reply. Harry thought about it for a moment and thought of another question. Typically, how much does a first year at Hogwarts school supplies cost? You can be properly outfitted for a bargain at around 70 galleons. I would recommend buying extra books and higher quality items when you shop, so I expect you would spend at least 300 on school supplies. Harry thought some more. If he got an elf, and spent all that money for school, he would have around 2,500 left in his trust. Okay, could you arrange for a house elf to be purchased for me today? I would very much like to move away from my relatives and live on my own. Rockjaw thought about it for a moment. For a fee of 100 galleons, Gringotts will get you the elf and charge it directly to your trust vault. Do you agree? Harry didn't even need to think about it. Of course, make it happen please. Rockjaw grabbed another parchment from a drawer as well as a red feather. This is a blood quill. It magically uses the user's blood to write on legal documents. It helps bind a contract. You need to use it to authorize this transaction. Rockjaw then let Harry read the parchment and warned him of the stinging he will feel as he writes his name. Harry didn't see anything crazy on the parchment outside of the fee and immediately signed. He watched as his name was carved into the back of his right hand in his own handwriting and was quickly healed. His red name sat on the document that he handed back. Excellent, Rockjaw said before grabbing a stamp and pounding the parchment with it. It disappeared in a sparkle of gold dust. It has been filed. When an elf has been procured, it will pop to you for instructions. This could happen very quickly or take a couple of hours. Now that we have covered that, would you like to go down to your trust vault and grab some coin for your shopping? We will come back up here after, and I can explain some of my ideas for your trust account. I don't have answers on the Sirius Black piece, but after you leave here today, I can investigate it for you. If you are set to inherit more, it only benefits me if you have more gold. Harry immediately responded, yes, I would like to visit it please. Rockjaw got up from his seat and was about to gesture for Harry to do the same, but he paused as if remembering something. I apologize, Mr. Potter. I failed to mention something about your family. On your 11th birthday next week you will be authorized heir status amongst the wizarding nobility. Your family has a seat on the legislative body known as the Wizengamot. Your house is referred to as the most ancient and most noble house of Potter. When you become 11, I will present you with the heir ring for your family. Family rings show status and offer a level of protection depending on the family. Harry was, of course, surprised once again. When would it all stop shocking him? Very well, so should I plan to be here again next Tuesday to pick it up? He responded, yes, it will be easy enough. I will have to show you how to access the wards at Potter Manor so you can reactivate the flow network so you can return here directly. Rockjaw then moved to the door and held it open. This way, Mr. Potter. Then they both made their way back towards the main hall. Rockjaw walked him to the back where there was a rail system and waited for a mine cart. This is your first time, so hang on tightly. It can be rather jarring. Rockjaw explained. Harry soon knew why. When they got into the cart it seemed to take off at lightspeed and he had an absolute blast. The wind rushing in his hair. The stalagmites and stalactites blurring by. He shouted in joy. He figured this must be what an amusement park roller coaster was like. Soon enough, they were at his vault. Vault number 687. Rockjaw passed him a golden key on a necklace chain. This is your new copy of your vault key, Mr. Potter. All other copies have been disabled as this one is the only one that can be attuned to you. Place it into the keyhole and turn for access. Rockjaw directed. Harry did, and his vault opened. It was shocking to see that much coin in person. There were 3 separate mounds of the gold, silver, and bronze coins. On the side of the wall, he noticed money pouches and grabbed a larger one and 2 smaller ones. How much of each do you recommend I grab? He asked as he got 10 sickles and handed them to the goblin. Grab about 4 handfuls of the galleons and place them in the large bag, and then 2 handfuls each of the sickles and nuts. That should be more than sufficient. Rockjaw said with a toothy grin, pocketing his new money. Soon, his money bags were filled and tight to his belt. They made their way back up. Harry asked about his other vault. That one is deeper underground and takes longer to get to. It has more protections on it. It is number 77. Your family has been clients of Gringotts for nearly a millennia. Harry nodded his understanding. A bit longer, and they went to Rockjaw's actual office as opposed to the identity one. Now that you have your money, Mr. Potter, let us see the remainder of your trust holdings and I will give you my recommendations on them. Rockjaw began before a pop sounded in the room. Both occupants turned towards the noise in surprise. There before them stood a creature, thinner and shorter than a goblin, but with ears just as pointy, but bigger eyes. It had gray skin and green eyes and wore what appeared to be a tea towel. Sorry to be bothering yous. The house elf spoke in a squeaky, feminine voice. I am Sally. I was purchased for Master Harry Potter. Ah, welcome Sally, this here is Mr. Potter. You will be bonding to him today to help look over his manor home. Rockjaw explained. Sally looked over at Harry then with her big eyes. Yous be my new master? She asked him. Why yes Sally. He began uncomfortably. He was a little unnerved by the little thing. How exactly do we go about bonding her to me? He asked Rockjaw. Simple, just raise your right hand and repeat after me. I Harold James Potter. Accept Sally the house elf. To bond to the Potter family. So mote it be. There was a flash of yellow light surrounding both Harry and Sally and he could only assume that what he felt was the magical bond taking shape. It felt like warm, electrical energy to him. Now you are bonded, began Rockjaw. I guess we should take the portkey to the manor now so you can get her to begin fixing the master bedroom up for you to sleep in at least. Rockjaw rummaged through his desk before pulling a small bronze hoop that he enlarged to be as big as a hula hoop. Both of you grab here and I will take us to the manor. Harry and Sally followed his directions. The phrase Mr. Potter is Gryffindor, and then the next thing Harry knew he felt a pull on his navel and felt to be spinning around again. He heard Rockjaw yell out to bend his knees and complied just in time to hit solid ground once more. When Harry looked up, he gasped. In front of him stood a 3-story building that went wide to either side. He counted 15 windows, in both directions, on either floor. This place was huge. On his left side, part of the house seemed burned, and some windows were knocked out. The rest of the building seemed fine though. Rockjaw caught the direction of his eyes. Yes, that part of the manor was damaged when your grandparents were killed. James, your father, put the place under a stasis charm and went into hiding with you and your mother soon after. You are attuned to the wards so we have access to enter, but at the front door you will need to assume control of them. I will tell you how. Rockjaw explained. The trio then walked their way to the double front door. Place a hand on the door and repeat after me Mr. Potter. I, Harold James Potter. Claim ownership of Potter Manor. I claim control over all wards. And all protections from this day onwards. So mote it be. Another flash of yellow light flared around Harry, and this time the whole building as well. Harry felt a soothing warmth come over him. Somehow, he felt as if he was coming home, and he supposed he was. He opened the door and entered, the goblin and elf following behind him. He saw all the furniture covered in white sheets but was surprised that there didn't appear to be much dust. He also noticed that paintings, probably, hung along the walls were also covered. Mr. Potter, now that Sally is here, you will have to order her to begin cleaning the place up. I recommend telling her to begin with the master bedroom, the kitchen, and the dining room for now. You can figure the rest out later. Harry did just that and Sally popped away with an eager nod. I don't think I want to explore this place until it's cleaned up anyways. Harry mentioned. Should we return to the bank? He asked Rockjaw, who nodded. Yes, I still have a bit to explain to you and it is well past noon. I will have sandwiches delivered to my office. Grab my arm, I will apparate us out of here. Harry grabbed him, not knowing what apparating was but trusted him. Once again, he felt like he was pulled through a tube and quickly found himself back in Rockjaw's office. At Harry's questioning glance Rockjaw explained what just happened. Goblins, house elves, wizards and witches are capable of magical travel on their own once they know how to mold their magic. For wizards and witches, a license is required from your ministry as it is more difficult for your race and therefore dangerous. Harry nodded his understanding. Now, let me check your account ledger. Rockjaw said and pulled the same parchment from before to him. Your trust vault now sits at 2,498 galleons, 1,137 sickles, and 743 nuts. Since it will be refilled next Tuesday, I recommend that you try to open a separate vault for a fee of another 100 galleons, and deposit 2,000 directly into that. In that vault, you will have an interest rate of 0.015% annually for that purchase cost. We could then use that vault for business transactions that I will investigate over the next week. When you come and claim your heir ring, we can go over investments that I find, and you can choose which ventures you would like to go for. Harry nodded. That sounds good to me. So, we don't really have much to go over today besides getting that new vault. Rockjaw smiled. No, if you authorize the purchase of the new vault and the galleon transaction will be done, and I will tell you where you need to go for your Hogwarts supplies and some other things. The plan for the new vault is so that you can get more money into your trust so it can be used for more investments next week. Do you want the new vault? Harry nodded back and Rockjaw pulled out 2 new parchments and the blood quill again. This first document is for the purchase of the vault and to authorize the expense of 100 galleons. The second is to move 2,000 into the new one. Your new vault number will be 893. Harry read through the documents before signing both in blood, and Rockjaw then stamped them, making them disappear into gold dust once again. Well, that is that taken care of. Here is your second key, please add this to your necklace. Rockjaw said, handing over another golden token. Now that that is out of the way, the first place you will need to go to is to head to Tollard's Wizarding Supply Emporium. There you can purchase a trunk to store all of your other purchases. After that, you will need new clothes as you stick out like a sore thumb. You will need to go to Madame Malkin's Everyday Wear and purchase a new wardrobe, and I recommend getting more than what is on your school list and wearing it for the rest of the day. You should have more than enough funds. Then, I recommend getting your school books and any other reading materials from Flourish and Blots. I recommend getting a book on investing, and some more on the noble houses so you understand the governmental families whose children you may meet at Hogwarts. From there, you should grab your potion supplies and anything you need for your other classes. The apothecary, operated by Mr. Mulpepper, is in between the bookstore and your next stop. Then after that, head to Ollivander's wand shop to purchase a wand, and I highly recommend going to Aelop's Owl Emporium to purchase yourself a post owl so that you can send correspondence back and forth with me, so you don't have to come to the bank every day. Rockjaw explained for him. That sounds pretty straightforward. I look forward to seeing you on my birthday, Rockjaw, Harry said as he stood up to shake the goblin's hand. Rockjaw reciprocated easily, giving him another toothy grin. I look forward to that day as well, Mr. Potter. I will investigate the Sirius Black issue over the next week as well. I am sure I will have to ask the Black account manager for that, but that's a later worry. Have a pleasant shopping trip, he said. After that, Harry left the office and made his way back to the alley. He had a lot to do today, but he couldn't help but smile. He felt free for the first time in his life. He wouldn't have to return to his terrible relatives, and he was a wizard. It was good to be magical. Harry had gone back into the bank immediately, remembering he had forgotten to grab the portkey to his home from Rockjaw. The goblin had shrunken it down so it could fit comfortably with his vault keys around his neck. He replaced it back over his head after feeding it through and made his way back out of the bank. Harry stepped out into the alley and appreciated the feeling of the warm sun on his skin. He took a deep breath to gain his bearings again before making his way down the alley. He had paid attention to all the signs he had passed and remembered that Tollard's was back closer to the leaky cauldron when he had entered the alley. He casually made his way in that direction, first ensuring he had all 3 money bags attached to his belt. The alley wasn't very crowded, but anyone he did pass he realized that he received some strange looks from. He picked up the pace with the more glances he received, hoping he wouldn't be recognized. He hoped it was just because he was wearing his whale of a cousin's hand-me-downs. Soon enough, he was in front of the trunk shop. With a ring of a bell, he opened the door and stepped inside. Everywhere he could look, was surrounded with trunks stacked on top of each other. The only spot not encumbered by trunks was in the center of the shop where there was a man standing at a clerk's desk. The man looked up to him and smiled. "Hello there, lad. Buying a trunk for school?" the man asked, seemingly ignoring how Harry was dressed. "Yes sir, my account manager at Gringotts recommended your store. What are your options and what do you recommend for a student?" Harry answered, trying to sound sure of himself. The man tilted his head in response before answering. Account manager, you say? Oh, sorry. My name is Alfred Tollard, and this is my shop. Just who might you be? Harry gulped. He figured whoever he interacted with may wish to know. My name is Harold Potter, sir. He answered, deciding he rather liked his full first name when talking to someone he didn't know very much. The man gasped and took in Harry's appearance. He had the messy black hair of the Potters, the circular glasses, and the green eyes that were used to describe Harry Potter after that fateful night. Are you really, Mr. Tollard asked in nearly a whisper. When Harry slowly nodded, the man shook himself out of his shock. Well, Mr. Potter, glad to welcome you back to our world. I'm sure we can find you the trunk that fits you best. Come over here and we can look in a catalog to help narrow down your purchase. He gestured for Harry to join him at the counter. Soon enough, Harry was walking back out of the shop carrying his new black school trunk. It was made out of Hebridean black leather. Dragon leather. It was inscribed with his initials written in silver thread on the front. It was charmed with a featherlight charm so he could easily carry it. It also had a magical signature recognizing charm attuned to him, and was fitted with anti-theft charms as well. He had splurged a bit and got a 5-compartment trunk instead of the recommended 3 for school children since he planned on buying more than just school supplies. Each compartment had a different function. One for clothes, one for books, one for potions equipment, one for ingredients, and then another miscellaneous compartment to round it out. It had cost him a whopping 47 galleons, 7 sickles, and 13 nuts, but he figured it was worth it. He had never had nice stuff before, and if he was rich, then who cared? He made his way towards where he saw Madame Malkin's earlier, a bit deeper into the alley away from the cauldron. It took about 5 minutes to get there, but once again, he entered this store with a tinkering bell. A portly woman was at a desk and immediately began moving towards him. Hello dear, here for your Hogwarts fit then? She asked him. Harry nodded. Yes ma'am, but as you can probably tell by what I'm wearing, I would like to buy more than just school clothes. I need a whole new wardrobe. We can settle the Hogwarts gear first though please. Of course, dear, we keep standard sets moved aside. All we have to do is fit everything to you. The lady responded, who he could only assume was Madame Malkin herself since it didn't appear to be a busy day. Now, what is your name so I can ensure your uniforms are labeled? She asked him. Harold James Potter ma'am, he answered, already prepared for the reaction. Of course, Madame Malkin gasped and looked towards his head, but could not see his fateful scar on his forehead thanks to his messy bangs. Well, Mr. Potter, she began after getting a hold of herself, pleasure to meet you. We can get this bit sorted right quick. The next thing he knew, he was on a short wooden stool and the witch was using tape measures with a life of their own to get him measured. After she modified them, he tried everything on, and everything was a perfect fit. Well, that's your Hogwarts thing settled dear. What do you think you will need other than that? You said a full wardrobe. Malkin asked him. Yes ma'am, I don't know how much of everything I will need. But I could use some everyday robes not for school, I guess 4 of them, some pairs of slacks, undergarments, undershirts, and some button-up shirts as well. A couple of ties wouldn't hurt, and a traveling cloak would be good. I need I think 2 pairs of pajamas as well. A couple of belts, some socks. Oh, and a couple sets of exercise clothing. Do you have all that? Harry asked her in a ramble. She smiled at him. I think we can manage. About a half-hour later, Harry left the shop in a pair of black slacks with a new black belt holding them up. A white button-down shirt tucked into his pants with his sleeves rolled up to his elbow and the top button undone, showing a white undershirt underneath. He had a new black pair of socks on and some black boxer briefs that fit him on underneath as well. He felt amazing with clothes that fit. He had asked Madame Malkin to burn his old clothes after he had paid her nearly 40 galleons as well, glad to dispose of another piece of his old life. All in all, he had bought what he was wearing, another black set of slacks, 2 khakis, another white shirt, 1 green, and 1 black tie and 1 gray, a brown belt, 5 more white undershirts, 13 more black boxer briefs, and 13 more sets of black socks. He had wanted to keep everything simple. Oh, he got 1 set of blue plaid pajamas as well as 1 in gray, 2 sets of black exercise clothing, an evergreen traveling cloak, and 1 scarlet, emerald, and a royal blue everyday cloak. All of that was neatly packed into his trunk that he dragged behind him. Madame Malkin had noticed his worn-down trainers and recommended he get a nice pair of boots from the store on the side of hers, and he quickly walked into there as well and got a pair of black dragonhide boots made from the same as his trunk, 1 pair of black trainers, and 1 pair of black dress shoes. He once again asked this store owner to burn his old shoes. He was glad he didn't tell this man what his name was. The clerk didn't think to ask, and Harry was grateful. He made his way towards Flourish and Blots now that he had his boots. It took him a bit as it was farther into the alley. While he was there, he got all the recommended course books. An extra beginner's guide for his charms, transfiguration, and potions. A book on notable families in Britain, wizarding customs and etiquette, 1 on finances, investing, 1 on the Blood War, the Grindelwald War, and a book on offensive and defensive magic that caught his eye. He wanted to be prepared for the wizarding world, and since he was determined for his school experience to not be like his Muggle one, wanted to know how to protect himself. He also bought a book that had household spells in it, and 1 on charms that come in handy for adventuring wizards. When he was finished, Harry stowed his books away. He made a stop at the apothecary down the street and got all of his potion supplies, and an extra standard set so he could practice the earlier potions at his house. He then looked for a store to buy his dragonhide gloves and telescope and found them easily enough. He decided he would get an owl after he got his wand, as he didn't want to carry the animal around with him for too long, and those were the last 2 stops. He made his way to Ollivander's and went in, again, with the sound of a tinkling bell. He saw rows upon rows of shelves, all lined with thin boxes of all sorts of sizes. "Well, hello there, Mr. Potter." A voice sounded from his right, shocking Harry as he whipped around to face the sound. He saw an old man with gray hair and light gray-blue eyes. "I wondered when I'd be seeing you in here. It seems only yesterday your mother and father were here buying their first wands," the man said as he began looking around the shelves, probably looking for a wand for Harry. "Your mother was chosen by a willow wand, 10¼ inches with a unicorn tail hair as the core. Swishy. Excellent wand for charms. Your father favored a mahogany wand, 11 inches, pliable, and with a dragon heartstring as the core. It was good for transfiguration. Now I say he favored it, but it is the wand that chooses the witch or wizard, Mr. Potter." The man talked as he pulled out a wand for Harry to try and handed it to him. It was barely in his hands for a moment before Ollivander took it away. No, that won't do, fret not, we will find the wand for you." It felt like an hour later and 100 wands, and Harry was beginning to think that there was no wand made for him. That was until Mr. Ollivander seemed to pause in his trying of wands and thought for a moment. Could it be possible? He seemed to ask himself before disappearing into a back room. The man came back with a wand box and opened it up, and hesitantly handed Harry the wand. Immediately Harry felt a warmth go through him from the wand. Ollivander gestured for him to give it a wave, and he did. A long train of gold and green sparks shot out, and Harry felt elated. Mr. Ollivander seemed to just be staring at him. "Holly and phoenix feather, 11 inches, nice and supple. Curious, the man said to himself. "Sorry," said Harry, "but what's curious?" Mr. Ollivander fixed Harry with his pale stare. "I remember every wand I've ever sold, Mr. Potter. Every single wand. It so happens that the phoenix whose tail feather is in your wand, gave another feather, just one other. It is very curious indeed that you should be destined for this wand, when its brother gave you that scar," the man said, chilling Harry. "I believe we can expect great things from you, Mr. Potter. After all, he who must not be named did great things, terrible, yes, but great." Ollivander continued, not making Harry feel any better about his wand. Harry shook it off though. Coincidences were a thing, and this wand calmed him. It felt like it called to him. "Well, thank you, Mr. Ollivander. Besides the wand, is there anything you would recommend purchasing while I am here?" Harry asked. That shook Ollivander out of his musings. "Why yes, it is always good to purchase a wrist holster for your wand. Far better than storing it in your pocket. I have one here that if you practice with it you can manage to draw it one-handed easily enough. I would also recommend some wand polish to keep it in good condition. I'll take a black holster and a jar of polish then please. How much for everything, sir? Harry asked, eager to get out of there. Wands are 7 galleons even, with the other 2 purchases, your total will be 9 galleons and 4 sickles please. Harry quickly paid the man and got out of there. He made a stop at Ilops to purchase an owl, where he got a snowy owl. After that he pulled his portkey and teleported back to the manor. Harry arrived outside of the manor and made his way in. He was shocked when he entered. Everything that he could see looked spotless. All the furniture and paintings had the sheets removed and he could now see them. Everything in the entry hall appeared to be made from mostly scarlet and gold trimming, and it did appear that that was the theme throughout the entire household. Though everything was old-fashioned, it all appeared as if brand new. He noticed that the paintings moved. Some of them waved at him even. I love magic, he said to himself just before he was shocked by a popping noise. He looked around and saw his new elf Sally standing there looking at him excitedly. Sorry to startle you again, Master Potter, but Sally hopes you are pleased with the work she has done so far. I is sorry that I hasn't cleaned the entire manor yet, but I's finishing the master bedroom, kitchen, dining room, the entry hall, and the library, sir. The little creature spoke quickly. Harry was amazed. If he had tried to clean the same amount in one day at the Dursleys he would be dead on his feet. No worries, Sally, you've done a marvelous job. I could never clean as well as you did. The place looks great, he said earnestly, earning him a shocked and happy look from his elf. Sally squealed and bounced up and down in excitement. Thank you, Master Potter. What will Master Potter be liking for dinner, sir? I can cook most things within the hour. It is already nearing 5 o'clock and you must eat soon. Harry thought about it, then was confused on something. Sally, where would you get the food to cook? This place has been abandoned for about 10 years. He asked. As your elf I can enter yours vault to make sure I can buy the groceries, sir. I restocked the pantry from the Muggle world for only 10 galleons, sir. Sally explained. Harry thought about how useful that was, that he didn't need to worry about the shopping or keeping the place stocked with food while he was here. Well, that is great, Sally, excellent. I would like shepherd's pie for dinner if you please. I am going to go find the master bedroom and put my things away. Please call me when dinner is ready, please. Before Harry could start moving, Sally snapped her fingers and his trunk disappeared, startling him. The elf then reached for his owl cage and took her. I moves your trunk to your rooms already, sir. I can let your owl out into the olaries for use as well. Convenient. Thank you again, Sally. Let me know when dinner is done. He said again. He was rewarded with a bow from the creature before he made his way towards the foyer and found the staircase. As he explored, he noted that the doors had placards on them, identifying them. He saw bathrooms, unused bedrooms, studies, a dueling room, a potions lab. Some areas towards one wing of the house appeared blocked off, likely due to the damage sustained during the attack on his grandparents. He noted that it would be best to set Sally on repairs while he was away at school for that, and to just focus on the rest of the house's cleaning for now. He eventually found the master bedroom, which was his now as the master of the house. He entered it and was amazed by the massive 4-poster bed, covered in too many pillows in scarlet, and made of dark mahogany. The room was hardwood, with a large rug in the center of gold. The dressers were of the same material as the bed, and he noticed a dark door that probably led to an ensuite bathroom. He also noticed that his trunk was at the foot of his bed waiting for him. He opened it up and pulled out the book on wizarding etiquette before joyously jumping onto the bed. It was the most comfortable thing he had ever felt. He got situated and began to read the book on how to act like a proper wizard as he waited for dinner. He had just finished up on how to greet people when Sally popped in to tell him to come for dinner. I think I am going to like being a wizard quite a lot. He mused to himself as he set his book on the bedside cabinet and made his way downstairs. The next day, Harry had woken up in his new house not immediately recognizing his surroundings. He had panicked at first before he remembered the events of the previous day. It was all real. He was a wizard, he had broken away from his terrible relatives, and he now lived alone in his ancestral house. Things were looking up for Harry. He did his morning routine and got dressed. He wore khakis and a green shirt today. He made his way downstairs and towards the dining room with his book on offensive and defensive magic. He planned on testing a few spells out in the dueling room later. Once he sat down, Sally popped to him and asked what he wanted for breakfast. 2 eggs sunny side up, 2 slices of toast, and some rashers please. He informed the elf as he began his book. The first spell he could find was one to knock an opponent away from you. It was called the Knockback Jinx, and its incantation was Flipendo. It had a wand movement that sort of looked like a squiggly Nike symbol. He decided that would be the first one he tried today. Soon enough, his breakfast was in front of him, and he set his book aside and dug in. Once he was finished, he thanked Sally and grabbed his book and stopped in his room to grab his wand and holster. Putting them both on his body, he looked to find the dueling room again. He eventually got there, and first began trying to draw his wand the way Ollivander had mentioned. The idea was to flick your wrist and the wand was to shoot into it. It took him several tries, but he eventually managed to do so without throwing his wand across the room. The room had some wooden dummies standing around, so he made it his business to try practicing on those. The book said that intent was the main focal point of spellcasting, and that verbalization of the incantation was there to help one focus on the end state. He began with practicing the wand movement on its own with his wand out, and then the incantation is laid out in the book. He then visualized the target getting thrown backwards from his spell. Harry was more than shocked when he shouted, "Flipendo!" And a shot of purple light flew from his wand and impacted the dummy, throwing it several feet away from him. He was excited that he got the spell to work and spent much of the rest of his morning practicing it until he was exhausted. He stopped sometime near noon, and realized he was as sweaty as can be. He decided a shower was in order and went to his room to change. 20 minutes later saw him in clean clothes and heading downstairs for lunch. When he got down to the dining room, turkey and ham sandwiches on wheat were already spread on a plate with chips on the table. He quickly dug in and read the etiquette book he brought with him. Now that he had time to read, he was enjoying it a lot. He had always liked school, as it was an escape from the Dursleys. He just never sought to do well since his relatives would have walloped him if he outscored their idiot of a son. Since he wouldn't have the cloud of his cousin's grades or the threats of his aunt and uncle looming over his head, he planned to do well at wizarding school. He also planned on growing his finances with Rockjaw and figured he would study the book on finances before his birthday. It was Friday and he had a few more days. With lunch over, he decided to look for the library. It was upstairs a few rooms over from his bedroom apparently, and he found it with little difficulty. Inside he was surprised by how large it was. Bookshelves lined all 4 walls, and there was a large mahogany desk off to one side, and a large scarlet love seat and a chair for sitting around a coffee table as well. Seeing this he called for Sally. She popped into the room quickly. "What's can I be doing for you, Master Potter?" she asked. "Could you bring up some Earl Grey tea and some peanut butter biscuits?" "I plan to read this afternoon," he told her. She nodded and popped away again. It was then that a voice spoke. "Master Potter, did that elf say, and who might you be, young man?" Harry whipped around towards the manly voice but couldn't find anyone. "Over here, lad." It sounded again and he realized it was coming from one of the portraits on the wall. In shock he walked towards it. "You can speak," he whispered. "Why, of course we can speak, dear," a woman in the portrait on the side of the man said. "You aren't our Jammy, so would that make you our grandson, Harry?" the woman portrait asked. Harry could only nod as he read the placards beneath the portraits. The man's read Charles Fleemont Potter, and the woman was Doria Hesper Potter née Black. These were his grandparent. "Yes, I'm Harry, and James and Lily were my parents," he answered, swallowing the lump in his throat. "Well, where are your parents, son?" Charles asked him. "We feel like you all haven't been to the manor in ages." "I mean, I haven't seen you since you had just been born after all. Mom and Dad were killed by Voldemort when I was only a year old," he told them sadly, and they gasped. "I lived with Mum's sister and her husband while I was growing up," he told the portraits, shocking them. "Jammy and Lily are dead." "Oh, dear, you poor thing," Doria simpered. "You were raised by your aunt." What about your godfather? Sirius Black? Charles asked outraged. Harry was confused now. He had a godfather, and it was the man whose vaults he was set to inherit if he died. Well, that made sense of that at least. I wasn't raised by my godfather, sir. I have never met the man, so I don't know what has become of him. I just know I was raised as a muggle before I got my Hogwarts letter. The Potter account manager, Rockjaw, helped me get set up here so that I could get away from them. They were dreadful. He explained. Raised by muggles. Doria raged. I remember Lily speaking of how her sister hated magic and her. How did you even end up with them? You could have gone to your godmother Alice Longbottom, or your cousin Andromeda Tonks, my niece. I don't know either of those ladies either, grandmother. Harry explained, getting her expression to soften and Charles to smile sadly. I just know that I am living here alone now. Do you think I should send the three of them letters? He asked. His grandfather thought about it for a bit before answering. It couldn't hurt, son. Do you have an owl? Harry nodded. Then yes, before dinner you should send a letter to all three and open a means of correspondence with them. Harry nodded again. Now Doria spoke up. Well, what day is it, Harry? If you are going to Hogwarts, you must be 11 already or should be soon. I am 10 right now, grandmother. Today is the 27th of July 1990. I'll be 11 this coming Tuesday. Harry explained. Excellent. I assume you will be going back to Rockjaw to acquire your heir ring that day then. Charles asked him excitedly. Yes, grandfather, I will be. I will also probably purchase some more books that day and go over investing options with Rockjaw as well. Oh good, following tradition then. Rockjaw was my manager as well. Long live those goblins. He was a fine account manager, his advice will do you well. Charles chirped happily. Yes, that is good, dear. It will prepare you for when you are 17 and start managing the entire estate. What do you know of the wizarding world so far since you were raised muggle? His grandmother asked him. Not much, ma'am. I know how my parents died. I know I was left on the doorsteps of my relatives as a baby. I know I have this scar from the killing curse that I survived. He said as he pulled away his bangs to show his grandparents. They hissed angrily at it. Do you mean to tell me that that monster tried to kill you as well? They both shouted at him. He recoiled. It appears they don't know of any of the events after their death. Yes, Voldemort was defeated when he fired the killing curse at me after he killed Mum and Dad. No one knows how I survived, only that I got this scar, and Voldemort died in my stead. He explained. Interesting, I've never heard of a case where one could survive that. Charles mused. Let me see it again. He requested. Harry obliged, lifting his bangs again. His grandfather studied it for a bit. Doria, doesn't it resemble the rune Sowilo? He asked his wife. Curiously. His grandmother peered at it too. Yes dear, I would have to agree. That is also the wand movement for the killing curse, so it makes some sense that that would be the shape the scar took. It looks fresh still. Have you never seen a healer about that, Harry? She asked him. He could only shake his head. No, I don't think I've ever seen a healer or a doctor since the event. He spoke. Does it ever bother you? Charles asked, and he shook his head in the negative. Well, maybe you should have it checked out by Madame Pomfrey when you get to Hogwarts. She is the resident Medowitch there. I'll be sure to ask her to look at it, sir, said Harry. I came up here to read up on wizarding etiquette, but I assume now that I've met you two, you could coach me better than a book could. He asked. Now that we can, young Harry, take a seat and turn the chair this way, we can start teaching you right now. Doria exclaimed. He followed her instructions, and the next thing he knew, he was given a crash course on how to behave like the heir to a most ancient and most noble house. Okay everyone, here is chapter 3 of Harry Potter, a year early. In this chapter Harry will continue preparing for his role in society, Hogwarts, and the like. Harry will meet some known characters here and will advance his knowledge of magic and his new world. Reading this, some of you may think that I am making Harry advanced. Just remember, the kid was known to be one of the most powerful in his year, and he only did poorly in school because a certain redhead's laziness was contagious. He has the help of his grandparents' portraits in this story and means of practicing his magic before school. Not that he knows that what he is doing is technically illegal. I'm sure you'll run into some grammar or spelling mistakes, so I apologize, I've been typing fast. As always, Harry Potter is owned by J.K. Rowling, and I am just playing in her sandbox. Break. It was Sunday now, the 29th of July 1990. It was early morning and Harry had already had his breakfast, the same as his first day at the manor. It was only 8 o'clock, and Harry had determined that mornings were for practicing his magic. Since he began his routine, he felt extremely comfortable with the knockback jinx. He had practiced it yesterday as well. That is why today he would be practicing another spell, this time a curse, to ensure he had options once he got to school. The one he had read at breakfast this morning was referred to as the Curse of the Bogies. Its incantation was mucus ad nauseam, and its wand movement was described as a lopsided horseshoe. The spell light should be green when leaving the wand. Harry realized that he wouldn't be able to see the effects on a wooden dummy very well, but figured practicing to make sure the curse felt right leaving his wand would be enough. He didn't have the heart to practice on Sally. The spell was supposed to make the victim feel as if they had a rather nasty cold, and to give them an extremely runny nose, hindering their ability to cast spells effectively if they were inexperienced. He figured it was a simple enough curse to start with and should come in handy. He practiced everything until he thought he was ready to cast, and then pointed his wand over at the dummy. Mucus ad nauseam. He incanted while imagining the desired effect. He was rewarded with a green shot leaving his wand and was pleasantly surprised when the dummy actually had what appeared to be snot around its nose area. Guess the dummies are enchanted to show spell results, he thought to himself. He spent the remainder of that morning practicing the spell, as well as the knockback jinx and practicing drawing his wand. It was close to a half hour before noon when he stopped to shower and change. Spellcasting seemed to have the good effect of giving him a nice workout, and he enjoyed the sweat. He showered and got into fresh clothes and made his way downstairs for lunch. When he got there, sandwiches and cucumbers were on a plate waiting for him. Grabbing a chicken sandwich, he sat down with his book on investing, preparing for his birthday in 2 days. He knew he had to have at least some idea of what investing was when he got back to Gringotts to make moves with his gold. He had been talking to his grandparents about it as well. They were an absolute godsend in his opinion. They had been teaching him in etiquette, finances, investing, and Potter family history since he discovered them on Friday. Not only were they his family, but it was also nice to talk to adults who didn't outright hate him, portraits or not. He quickly finished his lunch and a couple of chapters of his book before heading for the library where his grandparents awaited him. It was time for some more lessons. Tuesday morning Harry awoke and couldn't help but grin once he wiped the sleep from his eyes. Today he was 11. He could claim his heir ring, and he would be heading to the bank to grab it and make investments with his trust fund money. His elf, Sally, had also planned a fancy dinner for him in the library at the behest of his grandparents. They gave the elf the idea, stating that they wanted to see how Harry behaved at a dinner table, and so they could correct him. Their portraits would be moved to the dining room later this evening. For now, though, Harry got dressed in exercise clothing, having quickly learned not to wear any of his nicer clothes in the morning, since he always got them sweaty after breakfast. He made his way downstairs and ate his usual breakfast of 2 eggs, 2 slices of toast, and some rashers, but he noticed that there was also a small cup of fruit laid out on the side as well. Sally saw his questioning look. Mistress Doria says that yous be needing more variety, Master Potter. She says to make sure you eats more fruits and vegetables throughout the day. She says yous be beings to smalls for yous age. Sally told him. He looked down at himself, and he guessed that he could agree with that. He knew that he was on the thinner side as far as his old classmates went. Luckily, he knew he wasn't the shortest boy from his old class. He would like to fill out and be a bit taller though. Well, Sally, do you know if the apothecary in Diagon sells anything like a nutrient potion? He asked his elf while digging into his food. I wouldn't mind putting on some more weight before getting to Hogwarts. He admitted. I's sure they do, Master Potter. Sally cans be getting you a month's supply today if you's wanting. His elf asked. He thought about it for a second. Yes please, Sally. You'd best go now and find out how much it is and pull the funds. My account should have refilled this morning, so there should be plenty to spare. His elf nodded at his instructions and left with a snap of her fingers. Harry finished up his breakfast and sat letting it digest for a bit while he picked out a spell to practice this morning. He wasn't expected to the bank until sometime this afternoon anyways. He found a spell that could make a smokescreen. That would be a good way of camouflaging himself in the middle of a fight, especially against an opponent outside of his league. He decided he would practice this one today. He went upstairs and practiced it and the other two spells he knew repetitively. He was successful with it, and it was easy compared to the other two as it was just a charm, not a jinx, hex, or curse. Soon enough, he was off to shower and change into a set of robes. He chose his emerald ones for today. His grandmother had recommended robes in the alley, regardless of how much she approved of his slacks and button-downs. It's an important magical day, may as well dress magical, she had said to him yesterday. He went downstairs for lunch and saw that Sally was back, as ham sandwiches, some fruit, and some chips were at the table waiting for him. He also noticed there was a potion vial filled with a tannish liquid. Sally popped in to greet him. "Hello Master Potter, that vial is the nutrients potions Yous asked for. It should be drunk before every meal to help boost your appetite as wells. Yous owl also returned while Yous was bathings. Would you likes yours letter?" she asked him. He nodded to her and thanked her for his post. He was sure his owl, who he had ended up naming Hedwig after the patron saint of orphans, was resting after her flight. He began eating as he opened the letter. "Dear Harry, it is so very good to hear from you. I have not seen you since you were just a baby. Many in the magical community had been wondering where you disappeared to. Over the last 10 years. We were led to believe that you were being raised safely, away from prying eyes so that you could grow up with a semblance of privacy. I am sorry to hear how despicable your Muggle relatives were, as you stated that you would be heading into Diagon on the afternoon of your birthday. To talk to your account manager, I have decided that my husband Ted, my daughter Nymphadora, and I will also head to the bank. We will aim for around 3 o'clock, and we hope you are finished with your business by then and could allow us to treat you to some birthday ice cream. Whether we see you or not, have a very happy birthday. Love, your cousin, Andromeda Tonks." Harry read the letter and smiled. It seems his cousin Andromeda would be the only one he had owled to respond to him. It had now been a couple of days since he sent his letters out. Oh well, at least she responded. He consoled himself. It wasn't like he truly needed an adult in his life at this point. He had won his freedom, and he was more than happy to live alone. Still, being able to visit with family or have them visit him appealed to him. He wasn't a hermit, damn it. He drank his potion, that tasted surprisingly like figs, and began to dig into his lunch. It certainly did make him feel hungrier, and he was surprised to ask his elf for an extra sandwich after cleaning his plate. Now contently full, he looked at the clock. It was 12:30. He might as well travel to Gringotts now and get everything over with. He wasn't sure how long he would be talking to Rockjaw. He got up and made his way over to the fireplace in the entry hall. He grabbed some flow powder from a vase and threw it into the fire. He stepped in and called out for Gringotts Bank, and he was soon led into a familiar tube. Next thing he knew, he was stepping into the grand chamber of Gringotts Bank and began dusting himself off. I should really start learning some spells outside of the dueling realm, he thought to himself. He then made his way towards where he remembered Rockjaw's office to be. He found it easily and knocked. "Enter," came a muffled reply. He promptly opened the door and walked inside to find Rockjaw filing some paperwork at his desk. Rockjaw looked up at him. "Ah, Mr. Potter, pleasure to see you again. Happy birthday as well. Come, we have much business to discuss." Rockjaw gestured towards the chair in front of his desk. "Now, first order of business, as you will have to read and sign this document here. It is the filing for you being recognized as the heir apparent to the most ancient and most noble house of Potter. Once you have signed, I will be authorized to provide you with your heir." Ring. Harry nodded his understanding and began reading the document fully. His grandfather had said always read anything and everything you planned on signing in blood. Everything seemed to be in order as far as he could see. He grabbed the offered blood quill and signed the parchment and handed it back to Rockjaw. Said goblin quickly stamped it, and it disappeared as always. Excellent, now I am happy to present to you, Rockjaw began as he pulled a tiny box out of his desk drawer. The air ring for House Potter. Rockjaw slid the box over to him and he opened it slowly. It was a silver ring, and on it was a ruby, inscribed with what appeared to be two stags facing off against each other. He recognized it now after living in Potter Manor as the family coat of arms. Harry took it out of the box and slipped it onto the ring finger of his right hand, as was custom according to his grandfather. He felt a small shock of magic go through him, before he felt a warmth spread through him, feeling the ring accept him as the heir. Good, you weren't burned to ash, Rockjaw exclaimed, getting a laugh out of Harry. Now, let us attend to business, what do you say? Please, I've done a lot of thinking since my last visit. Harry responded, letting the goblin know he would like to get moving through things as well. Now let's see, you had a purchase this morning via your elf for some nutrient potions at the apothecary, so currently your trust vault is sitting at 3,674 galleons, 987 sickles, and 432 nuts. That leaves us with more than enough room to move some coin over into your investment vault. I recommend moving a further 2,500 galleons into your other vault, leaving you with 4,500 for investing, and a bit over 1,000 to spend throughout the remainder of the year. That should be enough to cover any other expenses you may have until your next birthday. Rockjaw presented. Harry thought about it, and it made plenty of sense to him. Very well, I'll authorize that transaction. He spoke. He signed another parchment and rubbed out the soreness in his hand. What businesses do you believe should be invested in? He asked. Rockjaw gave him his toothy grin. Well, Mr. Potter, as a rather famous individual, I believe having a shareholding of the press would be in your best interest. If you hold any shares at all, it will be easier for you to avoid any slanderous stories. They don't like printing negatively about their owners after all. Harry thought about that, and it once again made sense. Okay, I am willing to invest in the Daily Prophet. What other ideas did you have? He asked. Outside of that, with the small amount of funds available to you, I believe only two other investments would be feasible. I suggest buying some shares in Nimbus Broom Manufacturing, as rumor is that business will skyrocket once its new broom, the Nimbus 2000, comes out the summer of next year. Besides that, I believe investing in Zonko's joke shop in Hogsmeade would be a good venture. They hold a monopoly on magical joke products in Britain, and their stocks have a steady percentile increase yearly. They continued talking about the possible investments for what felt like hours before Harry agreed to split his investment vault 3 ways and to invest into the 3 companies evenly. He would buy 1,500 galleons worth of each company and see how much of each he owned afterwards. Rockjaw told him it would take a couple of weeks to get the transaction settled, but that he should expect an owl once everything was finished. Once they finished, Harry was mentally drained, but thanked his account manager and made his way out of the bank. On his way out, a woman seemed to notice him and made her way over to him. She stopped in front of him, and he took her in. She was a pretty woman with chestnut brown hair, brown eyes, and an angular face. She smiled down at him. Harold Potter, I presume? She asked him softly. He nodded. Are you Andromeda Tonks? He asked and received a nod in return. It's a pleasure to meet you, cousin, he said with a smile and took her hand and placed a K.S. on her knuckles, just as his grandfather told him he should when greeting a lady. Andromeda smiled brightly at him for that. She had not been treated like a pureblood lady since she was disowned. It brought back some of the good memories she associated with her dark family. A pleasure to meet you as well, Harold. Why don't you come with me? My husband and daughter are already at the ice cream parlor to save us seats. She said to him. Very well, lead the way. He gestured to her. They then made their way out of the bank and then up the alley. Soon, they were at Florine Fortescue's ice cream parlor. They had outdoor seating, and it seemed a sandy-haired man and a teenage girl with purple hair were waiting for them. When they saw Andromeda, the girl stood up and began waving them over. Mum, over here, the girl shouted, clearly excited about the outing. Andromeda and Harry joined them and took their seats. Andromeda began introductions after that. Harold Potter, this gentleman is my husband, Theodore Tonks. Said man reached out a hand to him which he shook. Please call me Ted, Harold, your family after all. Harry was touched by this. It's good to meet you Ted, Harry, if you please. He gave the man permission to use his shortened name as well. It was only fair. Next Andromeda motioned to the girl with the purple hair. Or, it was purple, now it was a deep red, and she had a glare aimed at her mother. And this young lady is our daughter, Nymphadora Tonks. Harry just stared at the girl for a moment. Your hair changed color, he said bluntly. This got a round of laughs from the table, and the girl's hair changed to a sunny K.S. Yes, does that depending on what I want it to be or if I'm feeling strong emotions. I'm a metamorph magus. I can change my body parts without the need of a wand or spell. It's hereditary, I'm the first in the black bloodline for generations to have it. The girl, Nymphadora explained before continuing. Now, let's set some ground rules, no using my full first name, ever. If you want to refer to me, it's either Dora, or Tonks, got it? Harry stared at her bewildered. He liked her name, but hey, if she wanted it shortened, so be it. Very well Dora, a pleasure to meet you. He grabbed her hand and said her knuckles just as he had her mother's. Oh, a charmer this one, hey mum. Dora teased. Harry didn't let it affect him as Andromeda chided the girl. Nymphadora, really, the boy is acting as any heir should. Just be glad he doesn't act snobbish like your cousin Draco. Andromeda chided her daughter softly. Never change how you greet a lady, Harold, you did everything absolutely right. You're expected to be the head of your house, I'd be a poor older cousin if I discouraged you. She then said to Harry. Thank you, cousin Andromeda. I found the portraits of my grandparents in the library at the manor on my second day there. They have been giving me lessons on wizarding society and etiquette every afternoon since. And please, Dora, you can also call me Harry, I only plan on people I don't know using my full name. Harry said with a smile. He gathered so far that he would enjoy his time around the Tonks, much better than the Dursleys. Of course, dear, Andromeda smiled at him. Harry it shall be, and then so you can call me Andy, Andromeda is a mouthful as well after all. Okay Andy, so what flavor of ice cream do you recommend here? I've never had wizarding ice cream you. See, I don't know if it differs from the muggles, but then again I've never had ice cream at all now that I think about it. Harry said. All three of the Tonks frowned at this but it was Dora who replied to him in indignation. You've never tried ice cream. She nearly shouted. She got a disapproving look from her mother and an amused one from her father when they noticed some heads turn in their direction. Try not to make a scene Nymphadora. Andy chided her. If his aunt and uncle didn't allow sweets in the house that is their prerogative. Actually Andy, sweets were definitely allowed in the household. Harry began. In fact, my uncle and cousin Dudley were both whales of the human specimen. I was the only one not allowed any sweets or treats. They didn't like me very much at all since I was magical. I only found out the reason for the dislike when I got my Hogwarts letter though. The Tonks' frowns deepened at that. What do you mean that they disliked you, Harry? Ted asked him. From the knowledge of his grandparents, he knew Ted was a Muggleborn's wizard, and that Andy had been disowned from the black side of the family for it. Well, I will embarrassingly admit that they didn't treat me well. I wasn't given a bedroom, and I was in charge of all the chores. If I did anything magical, or freakish, as they called it, I would be punished and would have to go without food and be locked up. Sometimes I wouldn't even be allowed to attend school if they had roughed me up enough to bruise. Harry explained, looking down at his hands folded in his lap. At this, all three of the others hissed in indignation. Are you trying to tell me that they abused you, Harry? Andy asked him in a near whisper, trying to ensure that no one could hear her outside of their gathering. Harry looked back up at the three, and then homed in on Andy. He hadn't even admitted this to his grandparents' portraits yet. He met her eye, and just gave one barely perceptible nod of his head. I'd rather not talk about it though. He spoke. I got myself away from them, and I am safely living with my house elf at Potter Manor now. He sighed before continuing. I never plan on interacting with them ever again. The only case that I probably would is if I learn that my cousin ends up having magical children, to be sure I can take them away from him and they won't have to go through what I did growing up. All three nodded in understanding, but Andy had more to say. If you change your mind on that, Harry, I'll let you know that Ted and I are barristers. We specialize in magical law, but Ted also has his license for the Muggle world if you wish to pursue actions against them. I'd rather just forget about them, honestly. I don't want to think about what kind of publicity a lawsuit would get due to my status. Harry admitted. Could we please change the topic of conversation? He asked uncomfortably. I would very much like to try ice cream now that I have the option to. He received understanding nods, and soon after the shop owner, Mr. Fortescue, came by to take their orders. Harry ended up in love. He had requested a peanut butter and strawberry bowl, and it was one of the best things he had tasted in his life. He enjoyed the remainder of the afternoon chatting with his distant family members, learning about them. They explained that at Hogwarts there are 4 houses that students get sorted into during the welcoming feast on the 1st of September. He learned that while Andy had been in Slytherin House, the house for the cunning and ambitious, Ted had belonged to Hufflepuff, the house for the hardworking, loyal, and fair. Dora was also now currently a Hufflepuff heading into her 6th year. Dora had just received her owls, which were described to him as tests he would take at the end of his 5th year. They were the ordinary wizarding levels and based what newt classes you could take during your 6th and 7th year at the castle. Newts were apparently called the nastily exhausting wizarding tests. Wizards sure did choose funny names for their standardized testing. Dora was leaning towards being an Auror when she graduated. This was apparently the magical equivalent of a Muggle detective and served under the Department of Magical Law Enforcement at the Ministry of Magic. So are you good at offensive and defensive magic then? Harry asked her after she explained all of this. Dora nodded happily, still digging into her own chocolate and banana ice cream. I'd like to think I am. I scored outstandings in defense against the dark arts, charms, and potions. And I got exceeds expectations in transfiguration, herbology, care of magical creatures, astronomy, history of magic, and runes. I qualify for all the newt classes that are mandatory for becoming an Auror. I'll drop history, astronomy, and care for my newts though. I won't be needing them and they don't interest me. She explained. Yes, we were fairly proud of Dora's results. Ted spoke up. What do all of those classes really entail, now that you mention them? Harry asked. I have only been studying etiquette, business, and offensive and defensive magic so far. I opened my history text, but only to find a name for my owl. He then got a crash course on all the subjects offered at Hogwarts as a first year, and then what electives he would be eligible for going into his 3rd. Runes and arithmancy sounded fascinating to him, as they were great for ward construction and breaking, and arithmancy was used to help dissect spellcasting and spellcrafting. He liked the idea of being able to create his own spells. Soon enough, it was time for them to leave the ice cream parlor. Harry said his goodbyes, and then visited Flourish and Blots again to pick up the text that Professor McGonagall had recommended. He also grabbed an introductory book on runes and arithmancy now that he knew to look for them. While he couldn't go to the classes at school, he figured he could study them on his own time. Soon enough he was port-keying back to the manor, and all in all, so far, his birthday had been the best of his life. Back at the manor, he had been deemed passable by his grandparents at dining etiquette, though he had plenty to work on. After that day, he began studying all his coursework for 1st year. He tried the spells and the potions of the first few chapters of each, trying to get a grounding in magic. He felt since he was only just now acting like a wizard, that other magical children would be leaps and bounds ahead of him. If he could accomplish everything he had in only a few weeks, he shuddered to think of what kids with years of magical knowledge could do. He wanted that same power for himself. Magic amazed him, and he thought he would never lose his interest in it. It was the 13th of August that he got a letter from Rockjaw about his investments, and something else. Dear Herr Potter, I have some pleasant, and then some troubling news. The pleasant is that I succeeded in securing all 3 of your investments. The breakdown goes as such. The Daily Prophet, 4% shares. Zonko's Joke Shop, 9% shares. Nimbus Broom Manufacturing, 2% shares. All 4,500 galleons was used to secure said shares. Your value in each currently sits as 1,500 galleons apiece. I will send you quarterly statements telling you the value of your investments. You can expect the first sometime after the 1st of October whilst you are attending your schooling. On to the troubling matter. I have spoken to the Black account manager, and he did some digging. Sirius Orion Black is somehow currently the lord of the most ancient and most noble House of Black. Normally this would be fine, but the man is your godfather and should have raised you. I did not bring it up in our meetings because I wished not to upset you, but Lord Black currently resides within a high-security cell at Azkaban Wizarding Prison. He is there, according to the Daily Prophet articles from November of 1980, because he sold your parents' hiding spot out to the Dark Lord. After that, witnesses say that he murdered 13 Muggles and another of your parents' friends, one Peter Pettigrew. This troubles me because the Lord Black was not the Lord before he went to prison. He received the title while he was jailed. This goes against wizarding law, as a convicted felon cannot hold a lordship. Either there was a mistake in the line of inheritance, or Lord Black was never convicted for his crimes against you and your parents. I will look deeper into the matter and try to find what is going on. Your parents' will cannot be read until you are either 17 or you are an emancipated minor, so I cannot find out more from that document. We only know that you were authorized your trust vault and heir ring immediately upon their deaths, and as long as age stipulations were met. I will contact you once I have solid information. May your gold always flow. Rockjaw, Potter account manager. Gringotts Bank. Harry was troubled by this news and was a little angry. No one had mentioned why he had not been raised by Sirius Black, and he now knew why. It seemed fishy to say the least. How could a criminal be a lord? Had he never received a trial? Harry just didn't know. He decided to pen a letter to Andy. She was a barrister, she could investigate this further. He was packed and everything was ready to go. Today was the 1st of September, and the day he would be attending Hogwarts for the first time. He felt he was properly prepared for anything the school could throw at him. He had continued his studies, and felt he had a very good grounding in spellcasting in his subjects. From the 3 spells he knew during his first week at the manor, that list had grown. He was proud to say he had opened his copy of The Dark Forces, and had completed all of the spells in the first-year curriculum. He had brought his grandparents' portraits into the dueling room whilst he practiced, and they coached him on what he worked on. He could now do the knockback jinx, the curse of the bogies, the smokescreen spell, the vermilius spell and its modifiers for 2 or 3 green sparks, the vermilius the same so he could make red sparks. He had also worked on familiarizing himself with the creatures listed in the book such as vampires and hags. In Transfiguration, he had gotten a grounding in the formula for Transfiguration from his grandfather who was very good at the subject, as well as the Transfiguration alphabet. So far, he had managed the spell to turn a matchstick into a needle, the switching spell, and the flitophores, which turned his target into a matchstick box. He used that to store all his practice matchsticks once he finished that spell. In charms he was happy that it crossed over with defense against the dark arts a lot. He had the knockback jinx down, but also managed the levitation charm, wand lighting and extinguishing spells, and the locking and unlocking charm. He figured those would just be useful, and his grandmother was a great help with those. He had familiarized himself with the first half of his herbology book, hoping it would help him with potions, and learned the fire-making spell which doubled for charms, the same for the severing charm. Apparently, the manor also had a greenhouse, but he and Sally hadn't gotten around to cleaning that up yet. The elf had focused on taking care of him and cleaning up as much of the place as she could. Which, to say, was almost all of it, and she would begin working on repairs to the parts that were damaged while he attended school. For astronomy, he had used his telescope a bit and read a couple chapters in just so he wouldn't be clueless in the class, and he had devoured the whole history text. It seemed to focus in on goblin rebellions, so he supplemented his history knowledge through talking to his grandparents and reading more texts in the library. As far as potions went, he had made a cheat sheet chart with all the first-year ingredients and how they react to each other. His grandmother had also coached him through practicing the cure for boils and forgetfulness potion. It had taken several tries, but he bridged potions to cooking and felt he had a good understanding of it now thanks to his grandmother's help. His extracurricular offensive and defensive spells had also grown. He had learned the disarming charm, as well as the tickling charm, full body bind curse, and the softening charm. He figured everything he knew would be enough to defend himself while at school if anyone was itching for a fight. He had also made sure he knew the basic counter curse, as well as the basic spell cancelling spell. He had learned the simple cleaning charm, refreshing charm, and the repairing charm as well to help keep his things in good shape. As far as gaining weight and his nutrient potion regiment, he was glad to say that he felt healthier than ever, and he had grown a bit over the past month. He now stood at 83 pounds, and 57.5 inches tall, a bit more than average. He had certainly filled out, and he liked to think some of it was muscle from his spellcasting in the dueling room. Today, he was to flow directly to the flow point at Charing Cross to board the Hogwarts Express. He was set to meet the Tonks at 11 o'clock, which was only 5 minutes away. His grandparents had already given him their best wishes and wished him luck at school. He was especially happy that they had told him that they were proud of him, and that his parents would be as well. He planned on being the best wizard that he could be. He loved magic, and he knew that his parents had been head boy and girl during their final year at Hogwarts. He had the same ambition. Harry had no idea what he wanted to be when he graduated. All he knew was that he wanted to be on par with the Albus Dumbledores of his generation. Soon enough he was saying goodbye to his elf Sally, and stepping through the flow. Charing Cross. He arrived with his trunk and owl cage at the station easily enough. He had sent Hedwig ahead to Hogwarts feeling she wouldn't enjoy being cooped up in her cage the whole train ride. He looked around and was amazed to see an old-fashioned steam engine decked out in scarlet and gold coloring in front of him. Harry. He heard his name shouted. He looked around until he saw Dora, wearing green hair today apparently, to his amusement. Andy and Ted were walking behind her as he walked to greet them. They eventually met and he received hugs from the women and got a handshake from Ted. Excited to finally go to Hogwarts, lad? Ted asked him with a knowing grin. Of course, Harry chirped. I've only been anxious since the day I got my letter. Well, we are sure that you will do great, in whatever house you get placed into, dear. Andy encouraged him. Be sure to write Harry, we are still looking into the serious matter. It seems I can't find records of his trial anywhere. The only mention of him was him being captured and sent to Azkaban. Harry and the others frowned at that. Something fishy was definitely going on there. I'll be sure to, he responded. I think you should spend Yule time with us, Harry. Dora squealed. I've always wanted a little brother to spoil. I'd like that very much, if you'll have me, Harry said, directing the question to her parents. Of course you're welcome at our home for Christmas, Harry, said Andy, and Ted agreed with a nod. We can figure all that out while you are at school. Then, the 45-minute warning from the express sounded. Oh, Dora explained. Come on, Harry, you can sit with me on the train. We best go now while there are still empty compartments. With that they said their goodbyes. He got another hug from Andy and a handshake from Ted. The next thing he knew, he and Dora were on the train, and it was soon taking off. His magical education was just beginning. The train ride had gone by in a flash as far as Harry was concerned. He had met a couple of Dora's friends. He was glad that she had warned them that her cousin was Harry Potter and would be joining her on the express this year. They had still been eager to meet him, but they didn't gawp at him at least. He hadn't run into anyone from his year unfortunately. He had stayed in the compartment and learned how to play exploding snaps with the upper years, and when they left the compartment to go greet their other friends, they had left him to his books, which he fervently reviewed while it was quiet. Though he was confident all would go well, the Tonks refused to tell him how he would be sorted into his future house, claiming it was a traditional secret. Soon enough, he had been led off the train and told to leave his belongings behind, as one of the school's house elves would grab it for him once they knew which house he was to go to. Though his trunk was featherlight, he was glad not to carry it with him. Dora dropped him off with the rest of the first years with a mountain of a man. He was the largest person he had ever seen, and that included his Uncle Vernon. Though this man wasn't fat, he just towered over everyone else. The man was easily 10 feet tall. Dora had warned him, and told him that his name was Rubeus Hagrid, the groundskeeper, but he was still surprised, thinking she had exaggerated. He and the other first years had followed Hagrid to load 4 students per boat by the shores of the famed Black Lake. He was sat with a boy who had brown eyes, and had slightly tanned skin, indicating he spent a lot of time outdoors. There was another boy with jet black hair and eyes like Harry, yet it was combed neatly to one side. There was also a girl with brown hair and gray eyes that was shorter than the 3 boys. Hagrid called for the boats to go forward, and with magic they propelled themselves across the lake, the night sky above them. They soon went around a bend, and Harry nearly gasped at the sight of the castle. It was massive and lit up like a fireworks show. The thing was truly spectacular looking. Before he knew it, he and the other first years were out of the boats, and Hagrid dropped them off with a tall, stern-looking woman wearing tartan robes. "Thank you, Hagrid, you can go join the staff table, I will take them from here," the woman said in a dignified Scottish accent, addressing the giant. "Of course, Professor McGonagall," the man said with a nod of his head and entered through the grand double doors behind the woman, closing them behind him. Professor McGonagall looked over them, taking in their number. Another small class, she thought to herself sadly, remembering that this was the last war-affected year they would be getting here at the school. "Welcome," she began addressing the students, summoning all eyes to her. "To Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Before we continue, I would like to address some things. Here at Hogwarts, you will be divided amongst 4 noble houses created by the founders of our school. The founders were Godric Gryffindor, of Gryffindor House, Helga Hufflepuff, of Hufflepuff House, Rowena Ravenclaw, of Ravenclaw House, and Salazar Slytherin, of Slytherin House. During the sorting feast, you will be placed with one of the 4. While you attend school here, you will live, dine, and attend classes with your housemates. Your houses are to act as your family whilst you are here. Any academic achievements will earn your house points towards the Interhouse Cup competition, and any rule breaking will see you losing points. Do I have any questions?" She received no reply from the students, all of them seemingly understanding. "Then please wait a moment here, while I see if they are ready for us." She then went through the double doors as well and left the students to quietly straighten themselves up. Moments later she returned and told them to follow her. Harry and the other first years dutifully followed behind her, coming through the double doors as well. Harry was again amazed as he took in the great hall. 4 long tables followed the long way of the room, and he could see students with red and yellow trimmed robes separated at the 2 tables to his left, and students in blue and green to his right. Above him, the ceiling reflected the events of the night sky, no doubt enchanted. Lit candles also floated in midair above all the students. At the end of the hall sat a risen horizontal table. This was clearly the staff table, as many adults were spread out amongst it, staring down at the first years as they made their way to the front of it. In front, there was a wooden stool, and atop it sat a weathered leather hat. Once they stopped in front of it, Harry was surprised to see the thing tear at its seams and begin singing. "Oh, you may not think I'm pretty, but don't judge on what you see, I'll eat myself if you can find a smarter hat than me. You can keep your bowlers black, your top hats sleek and tall, for I'm the Hogwarts sorting hat and I can cap them all. There's nothing hidden in your head the sorting hat can't see, so try me on and I will tell you where you ought to be. You might belong in Gryffindor, where dwell the brave at heart, their daring, nerve and chivalry set Gryffindors apart. You might belong in Hufflepuff, where they are just and loyal, those patient Hufflepuffs are true and unafraid of toil. Or yet in wise old Ravenclaw, if you've a ready mind, where those of wit and learning will always find their kind. Or perhaps in Slytherin you'll make your real friends, those cunning folk use any means to achieve their ends. So put me on, don't be afraid, and don't get in a flap. You're in safe hands though I have none, for I'm a thinking cap." Taken from Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone, I'll do a different one for 2nd year and 3rd year. After that, Professor McGonagall began reading from a list. "Avery, Alexander," she called, and the boy with jet black hair from his boat stepped forward. She placed the hat on his head, and no sooner than she had, it screamed out, "Slytherin." A smattering of applause came from the table with green trimmed robes to the far right, and Avery stepped down and made his way that way, a small smile on his face. The sorting continued along those lines. The K.'s boy from his boat ended up being named Terrence Higgs, who also went to Slytherin. Soon enough, it was Harry's turn. "Potter, Harold," Professor McGonagall called out. Harry immediately stepped forward as the entire hall silenced, and all eyes moved to him. He sat down on the stool, and the next thing he knew, the hat was on his head, and a voice like a thought that wasn't his own appeared. "Interesting, very interesting, Mr. Potter. I've been waiting to sort you since that fateful day," the voice said. Harry was shocked for a moment, but quickly thought back. "Are you in my mind, Hat?" he asked. "Aye, laddie, I am. Now, let's see where we should put you. You have a keen mind, yes, yes. And talent. My, what talent. I see bravery in your heart as well, and you don't seem adverse to getting down and dirty to accomplish your goals. You have such a thirst to prove yourself, my, yes. What's this? Well, that is unexpected, a speaker. Well, that leaves only one option, Mr. Potter. I believe you will do great things in Slytherin." The hat screamed louder than all the other sortings. The hall remained quiet for a moment, but then, his new house began a thunderous applause. They got the boy who lived. Harry took off the hat as he stood from the stool and handed it back to Professor McGonagall. She took it from him in a slight daze, but she shook it off and gave him a small smile. The remainder of the sorting went away as Harry took a seat with Terrence Higgs from his boat. The girl they had been with went to Hufflepuff, and her name was Serena Tollard. Harry assumed a relative of the man he got his trunk from. Soon, everyone was sorted, and the man sat at the middle of the staff table rose and moved to a podium. He had long, silver, hair, and a beard of the same color going down to his belt. He had on sparkling purple robes with a matching hat. He then addressed the students. "Welcome, to another year at Hogwarts. Before we begin our banquet, I would like to say a few words. And here they are: Nitwit, Blubber, Oddment, Tweak, thank you." The man, who Harry could only assume was Headmaster Albus Dumbledore, then left the podium as more food than Harry had ever seen spread out amongst the tables, clearly delivered by elves. He quickly loaded his plate with all that he could, and dug in. As he ate, Higgs introduced himself. "Nice to meet you, Potter, Terrence Higgs, as you heard during the sorting." "Pleasure to meet you," the boy said, thrusting his hand towards Harry. Harry took it and shook. "A pleasure as well. I'm just happy to finally be at Hogwarts. This place is as amazing as my family members said it would be." He spoke. They got to talking as they ate, and Harry was introduced to a few others of his year. There was Avery, of course. The boy seemed not sure about Harry but tried to be friendly anyways. There was only one other boy in their grouping, a Brenton Flint. He was apparently the younger brother to a Marcus Flint, who would be the Quidditch captain for the Slytherin team this year. They both had brown hair and eyes and looked as if they may have troll blood in them. There were 3 girls in his year, apparently none of them were heiresses to any major households, only being a group of half-bloods as they were called. There was a K.'s and blue-eyed girl named Melissa Thump, a redhead with brown-eyed girl named Morgan Croft, and another K.'s but with brown eyes who ended up being Higgs' cousin. She was Christina Mackenzie. Soon the feast was wrapped up. They were told the school rules, sang the school song, and were led to their new dorms by the 5th-year prefects of the year. They made their way down the steps from the Great Hall and entered the dungeons of the castle. Soon, they were by a blank brick wall with stone pillars, burning brightly with floating fire above them. The female prefect, a Katerina Couture, then spoke to them. "Before we enter, you should know that we enter our house through these 2 pillars, and the wall is password protected. The password will be updated every 2 weeks and will be displayed for 1 Sunday before it takes effect. Be sure that you memorize it, and don't let it leak. For the first 2 weeks, the password will be nobility," she explained, and the wall gave way to a secret entryway. She walked in, and they followed. She gathered them in the common room around a fireplace that was burning emerald. A bay window could be seen that had a view into the Black Lake, its green, eerie light providing the room with a soft green glow. It was oddly comforting. They all gathered around a man with a hooked nose, jet black hair, and eyes that they had seen at the staff table during the feast. "Thank you, Miss Couture." The man spoke softly, but in a voice that the entire room could hear. This man could clearly capture an audience. The prefects left after that to go to the other side of the room, where their other housemates were gathering around to catch up. "I am Professor Severus Snape, the head of Slytherin House," the man began, addressing Harry and the other first years. "We expect the highest level of decorum. While outside of these dorms, you will be expected to represent the noble house of Salazar Slytherin to the utmost of your capabilities. We do not suffer dunderheads here in the SKE pit. Academic excellence is expected of you, as is the behavior of a proper lady or gentleman in training. If you fall behind in your studies, seek knowledge to better yourselves. If you cannot do it alone, ask a year mate. If they cannot help you, find one of the prefects. The other three houses have chosen to despise us for the actions of some of our alumni during the Blood War. They seem to forget that the Dark Lord's forces were bolstered from witches and wizards from every house. They hate us, regardless. Slytherins must present a united front when in front of your moronic schoolmates. Good behavior while attending classes or walking the halls is a must if Slytherin hopes to gain its 6th consecutive year of winning both the House Cup and the Quidditch Cup. As we go through first term, you all will meet with me on separate days that I will work into my schedule so that I may see how you are assimilating to the house and to the school. Do not make me suffer from your ineptitude to grasp magic, or I will find a way to have you removed from this house, and if need be, the school." The man said in his silky voice. His last sentence he had said while looking into Harry's eyes, confusing him. "Today is a Saturday, so naturally you have the weekend to become accustomed to the castle. Tomorrow, at 7:30, the prefects will lead you all to the Great Hall for breakfast, and they will spend the entire morning showing you where all your classes will be going forward. I will have your class schedules ready for you Monday morning and will pass them out then as well. Welcome to Slytherin, and good evening." The man finished speaking, and then left the room in a billowing of black robes. Slytherin House so far was pretty good as far as Harry considered it. Each student got their own small room that they could decorate appropriately. They each had a simple twin-sized bed, 2 nightstands, a wardrobe, a set of drawers, and a work desk to do their homework at. The Sunday went by quickly, and Harry made a map with a quill and piece of parchment when the prefects had shown them around. It was now Monday morning, and he was eating breakfast, waiting with Higgs for their schedules from Professor Snape. He had reviewed his course books instead of interacting with the other children last night, but he figured he could socialize more once he got into the swing of his classes. Soon, Professor Snape was making his way down the table, using his wand to distribute course schedules. "Mr. Higgs, Mr. Potter, here you are. Don't be late for your first class," the man said, looking directly at Harry. When he said it, the man utterly confused him. It was as if he had some preconceived notion of who Harry was or how he acted. Harry and Higgs read their schedules, trying to find out what books they would have to run down to the common room to grab first. It read as such: Monday, 0900-0950 Transfiguration with G. 1010-50 Transfiguration with G. 1100-1150 History of Magic with H. 1200-1250 Herbology with H. 1300-1350 Lunch Break. 1400-1450 Study Hall with H.R.G. 1500-1550 Free Period. No Evening Period. Tuesday, 0900-0950 Study Hall with H.R.G. 1010-50 Free Period. 1100-1150 Charms with H. 1200-1250 Herbology with H. 1300-1350 Lunch Break. 1400-1450 Dada with H. 1500-1550 Potions with G. 2200-0000 Astronomy with R. Wednesday, 0900-0950 History of Magic with H. 1010-50 Charms with H. 1100-1150 Dada with H. 1200-1250 Dada with H. 1300-1350 Lunch Break. 1400-1450 Flying with G. 1500-1550 Flying with G. No Evening Period. Thursday, 0900-0950 Herbology with H. 1010-50 Free Period. 1100-1150 Free Period. 1200-1250 Study Hall with H.R.G. 1300-1350 Lunch Break. 1414-50 History of Magic with H. 1500-1550 Free period. No evening period. Friday. 0900-0950 Potions with G. 1010-50 Potions with G. 1100-1150 Transfiguration with G. 1200-1250 Free period. 1300-1350 Lunch break. 1400-1450 Free period. 1500-1550 History of Magic with G. Harry thought that would be an easy schedule with all the free periods. It would give him plenty of time to do his homework, and he could do his self-studies and practice during the evenings if he finished. That was more than okay with him. Seeing that first period wasn't until 9, Harry and Higgs relaxed. It was only 8, as they had gotten down to the Great Hall for breakfast by 7:30 like the rest of the Slytherins. They ate their fill and made their way to the dungeons. Soon enough, they were in their first transfiguration class. Higgs and Harry made it there first, so they grabbed the seats to the front right. The only other occupant of the room was a tabby cat that sat atop the professor's desk, probably her familiar. Higgs gave Harry the rundown of the rules of Quidditch while their other classmates poured in. Once the bell rang, the entire class gasped in shock. The cat had jumped from the desk and morphed into Professor McGonagall herself before their very eyes. A few of the Gryffindors clapped loudly for the display of their head of house, and the Slytherins gave her their full attention. Wicked, Harry thought. They then got a lecture on the dangers of transfiguration and some theory which Harry already knew. That consumed up the entire first block. Then, the professor passed out matchsticks and set them trying to change them to needles. Harry smiled, knowing he could already do this. He pulled out his wand and imagined his desired outcome. Accusophores, he said softly, tapping his wand to his matchstick. He was pleased to see it worked as it should, but he heard a gasp. Professor McGonagall stood above him, staring in shock. "My Mr. Potter, I haven't seen a student change the matchstick on their first try since your father came here," she said in a whisper. Then louder she said, "Mr. Potter has done it everyone," she said, picking up his needle and showing it around. "All of you should try your hardest to catch him. 10 points to Slytherin." She then turned back to Harry and gave him back the needle. "Do you know how to turn it back, Mr. Potter?" she asked interestedly. He nodded before twirling his wand again. "Reparafarge," he said, focusing on the picture of a matchstick in his head. He was rewarded with another successful casting. His teacher clapped her hands once, a smile on her face. "My, you are just as talented as James was. Excellent, Mr. Potter, for casting a second-year spell so early into the year. 15 more points to Slytherin," she said before walking away to help some other students. Higgs elbowed him softly to grab his attention. "How the bloody hell did you do that?" the boy asked him, amazed. Harry shrugged. "I've been practicing magic at home ever since I got my wand, honestly," Harry admitted, not seeing the big deal. He thought more people would have already known the spell. Higgs just shook his head at him. "And you didn't get in trouble with the ministry for casting spells while underage?" the boy asked. Harry tilted his head in confusion. "What do you mean, get in trouble with the ministry? What's so wrong with practicing spells at home?" Harry asked him, not understanding. Higgs gulped. "Potter, it's illegal to cast magic outside of Hogwarts when you are under the age of 17. he said, shocking Harry. "Are you sure? No one has ever told me that. How would they even know I casted magic outside of school?" "I'm not 100% sure, but an enchantment called the Trace is on the country and it can tell when magic is done around an underage witch or wizard. If you didn't get a letter from the ministry, I can only assume you were casting spells in densely magical areas where they couldn't tell it was you," Higgs explained. "Well, I live behind some pretty old wards at the manor, so I should be fine to continue on next summer with my studies. Thanks for the warning though, I'll be sure to avoid magic when I'm in Muggle areas." Soon Transfiguration was over, and they had to suffer through History of Magic. Harry wasn't sure how a subject taught by an actual ghost could be dull, but Binns managed to nearly put him to sleep like the rest of the students. He was more than happy to finish that class and head to herbology. In that class, he won 5 points for being able to properly identify a venomous tentacula. After lunch, he was glad they had the rest of the afternoon for study hall and then they'd be off. He finished up all of his homework and went to the library to go look up some interesting spells he could learn. He had started a journal that was acting as his personal grimoire. He kept all the spells he knew and wanted to learn in it. In the library he was glad to run into Dora, who had asked him how he liked his first day. "It was great, I especially liked Transfiguration, that was definitely my favorite of the day," Harry admitted. "Well, you are a Potter, your entire line has been heralded as some of the best practitioners of the art in Europe," Dora explained with a smile. "What's that you have there?" she asked when she saw his journal. "Oh, I started my own grimoire. It has everything I have learned so far and the spells I want to try next," said Harry. Dora tilted her head. "Can I see?" she asked. He obliged and handed his little spell book over. He watched her eyebrows go into her pink hairline. "You already know all of these spells?" she asked him. "What have you been getting up to at that manor of yours?" she then continued teasingly. Harry blushed a bit. "Well, yes, I know most of those already. They have notes under them outside of the wand movement, description, and incantation. It means I've tried them and left hints for myself that helped while I was trying to master them," he admitted. Dora tilted her head at him again. "I know you don't know what you want to be when you grow up, Harry, but would you like to practice dueling with me to help me prepare for the Auror Academy in 2 years?" Harry blinked. "Of course, I'd love to. When would we do it?" he asked. "Let me see your schedule," she said, and he obliged. She furrowed her brow as she brought her own out to examine. "Excellent. We both have last period on Mondays and Thursdays off. We can start practicing this Thursday. We can meet in the Great Hall after your last class and I can show you the unused classroom Professor Sprout has set aside for me." The next day Harry used morning study hall and his free period to look up some more useful spells. He then made his way to the charms classroom with Higgs. They would have this period with the Hufflepuffs once again. Professor Flitwick was an excitable little man, who nearly fell off his pile of book on his chair when he read Harry's name for roll. After that, though Harry enjoyed the quick theory lecture, the spell they were going to be covering turned out to be the wand lighting and extinguishing charms, and he quickly earned 15 points for Slytherin by the end of class. After lunch, they had their first Dada class. This year was being taught by an Auror on loan to the castle from the ministry. Apparently, every year something happened to the sitting Dada teacher that prevented them from sitting more than one consecutive year in a row. Auror Shacklebolt was a man who seemed to wear traditional African wizarding clothing and had the dark skin of that region to go with his attire. The man knew his stuff, and Harry managed a few points from him for knowing the proper description of a hag. After that, the Slytherins met the Gryffindors in the dungeons for their first potions lesson with Professor Snape. The man let them into his potions lab with a billowing of his robes as he marched ahead of them back to his desk, where he stood in front of it as everyone took their seats. The Gryffindors outnumbered them by double, so the left side of the room, the Slytherin side, was nearly empty as the Gryffs filled up the right. Once everyone had their textbooks and parchment for note-taking out, he began to speak to them. "There will be no foolish wand-waving or silly incantations in this class. As such, I don't expect many of you to appreciate the subtle science and exact art that is potions making. However, for those select few," he trailed off as he looked at his Slytherins, Harry included, "who possess the predisposition, I can teach you how to bewitch the mind and ensnare the senses. I can tell you how to bottle fame, brew glory, and even put a stopper in death." The man then waved his own wand at a chalkboard and magically, instructions and notes appeared on it. "I want you all to begin copying down this ingredient list for the cure for Boyle's potion that you will be making this Friday. You are to study the steps within your textbook, and I expect 10 inches on how the potions should be looking at every step, and what caused it to get there. You may begin your research." That ended the normal classes for the day. Harry and Higgs ate an early dinner and went to finish the essays and readings for their classes, before they took a nap before astronomy, which would be at 10 o'clock. That lesson left him tired, but he had gotten a point for being able to find the Big Dipper first, so he couldn't complain too much. The next day the class unanimously decided they would all sleep in History of Magic. Classes passed fine, with much of it boring Harry, but he was excited because he had flying this afternoon. Flying had been incredible. The feel of the wind in his hair and the freedom he felt when riding a broom hovering above the ground was exhilarating. He knew that this summer he would be buying a broomstick of his own for sure, no doubt about that. The next day the only exciting part was when he had joined Dora for dueling practice. She had walked him up to a classroom on the 3rd floor. She had cleared it of all the desks it seemed and had placed a few dummies that looked like the ones he had at home. "I think the best way you can help me practice is to throw what non-lethal spells you know at me so I can practice. Dodging, deflecting, and shielding. I'll be a moving target, so you'll get better at aiming and casting out of this. Eventually I can teach you a spell here and there if it isn't too difficult for you." Dora explained to him. She then was uneased by the mischievous smile that ended up adorning his face. She gulped, feeling as if she had just offered a deal to Demon. It was October already and Harry was surprised by how boring his classes were to him. He always read ahead and ensured he knew all the spells by heart for each of his classes. He had even easily breezed through any practical potions class, seemingly surprising Professor Snape. When he had his meeting with the man had been short and to the point. He pointed out that Harry was sitting very high in the ranking list of his year and that he was fully expected to stay there, or else. Besides that, the man had quickly kicked him out of his office, not wanting to spend time with him. Though his own housemates never antagonized him, the only one who ever talked to him was Higgs, or Terry as he had ended up calling him as they got more familiar. Harry would often help Terry with homework, which helped himself understand the material jus that much more. Any interactions he had with the purebloods of his house towed the line of formalities. He could tell that they didn't necessarily like him, but they respected that he was from an old and powerful house, and that he was good at magic. That earned him neutrality from them, and none of them spouted off on any blood purist propaganda whenever he was around. He could live with that. He had Terry for friendship, and Dora as well. He had even met a pair of red-headed Gryffindor twins that he had hit it off with. They were second years called Fred and George Weasley. They were self-proclaimed pranksters and were good fun to be around every now and again. He had helped them research some material for a prank a time or two. Harry missed being back at the manor though, and he missed seeing Andy and Ted as well. He had been writing to them of course. Apparently, they were making some headway into the Sirius Black issue with the help of Rockjaw. So far, they had managed to recently get the director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement to investigate Sirius Black's trial as well. Andy had written that Madame Bones, the director, also could not find any trace of his trial, which was troubling. Apparently, Madame Bones was now looking fully into the matter. A few days into the new month, Harry received his quarterly update from Rockjaw and was pleased that his investments overall had experienced a 4% gain. That was good for only a couple of months. The 31st of October came and went easily for Harry. He had refused to go up to the Great Hall for the feast. Instead, he remained in his dorm and had a little memorial set up for his parents. He wasn't in a very celebratory mood. Harry had had a run-in with the groundskeeper, Hagrid. The man had invited him to tea down at his hut, stating that he had known his parents well. Harry had met him down there and Hagrid had gotten into telling him all the trouble his father and his friends would get themselves into. He talked about how his mother was kind to nearly everyone, and how he had her eyes sitting on James's face. Harry had enjoyed talking to the man and listening to stories of his parents. He decided he would try to do this regularly. Harry and Dora sat on the Hogwarts Express together, heading back towards London. The fall term had gone very well for Harry. He had secured himself the top spot for his entire year so far, which he was proud of. On his own he had won around 120 points in those months. He had also learned how to properly duel from Dora, which he was grateful for. Dora was just glad that her training partner could handle some spells heading his way every now and again as well. She promised to start teaching him the shield charm after the holiday break, that way they could have some mock duels instead of just casting at each other. Harry did think he was getting good at dodging though. A few hours on the train saw them at platform 9 and with it, Andy and Ted were ready to greet them. "Dora, Harry, over here." Ted had waved them over excitedly. The two students dragged their trunks behind them and came up to the adults. Dora hugged Andy immediately while Harry and Ted shook hands. Then they switched. "Oh, it's so good to see you both," Andy gushed. "And Harry, my little Slytherin, you evened the score for the houses. Now I won't be the only SKEs at our place for Christmas." She joked good-naturedly, getting laughs out of everyone. "Come along, dears, dinner should be almost ready," she said, and then the adults grabbed a child each, and they apparated away. Harry ended up having a blast at the Tonks. He finally experienced a holiday with family members that treated him as if he belonged. For Christmas, he ended up receiving a book from Dora on dueling. From the elder Tonks, he received a silver watch that had stars to show the time instead of hands, which he thought rather neat and thoughtful. He received several chocolate frogs from Terry, and from the Weasley twins he got a box of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. That amused Harry as he had sent them the same items, only reversed. He had ordered for Dora a civilian copy of the Auror's Handbook, for students who were looking towards that career. For Andromeda, he got her a gift certificate to Twilfits and Tatters. He got Ted one for quality Quidditch supply. While he spent a few days with them, the elder Tonks also informed him what was going on with their digging into Sirius Black. Madam Bones has finally confirmed that at no point did Sirius ever receive a trial. Andy told him, she has decided to plan to bring him in front of the Wizengamot on Thursday the 17th of January. She figures if a man like him is going to sit in Azkaban, then he should be appropriately tried so they can take away his title. If that happens, you may lose your inheritance from him, but at least the man who betrayed your parents will see justice. She explained sadly. Harry had taken that with a grain of salt. He just felt like something was wrong. Why would a man who willingly became his godfather betray his family to Voldemort? Why wasn't he tried when he was arrested? He had done some readings of old prophet articles from the time, and it seemed plenty of Death Eaters had had trials and even not gone to Azkaban. Still, he had a good time, and got himself back to Potter Manor to see how things were going there and to visit his grandparents' portraits. Sally was pleased to see him, and she had even almost finished repairing the manor in its entirety. He was glad that it seemed everything would be in order by the time he returned for the Easter holidays. When he told his grandparents of his sorting, his grandfather had whined about him being the first Potter in generations to go to Slytherin, but his grandmother had shut him up with how she was deeply proud of him for going to Slytherin. "At least now we know you won't be as brash as Jamie was, a relief, honestly," she had said, getting a laugh out of the two male Potters. While reading some spell books in the library, one spell had caught his eye. It was of the elemental variety, specifically lightning. Now Harry was like any other young boy, and thought being able to shoot a bolt of lightning out of his wand would just be badass. He copied everything about it down into his personal grimoire, determined to begin trying to work on it at Hogwarts. It seemed rather advanced, so he was sure it would take him a while to get it down. This had been the best Christmas time he knew of, but even celebrating, he couldn't wait to get back to Hogwarts. "Mr. Potter," Harry turned to the voice while he was trying to eat a rasher or bacon. He had been back at school of a couple of weeks now and was getting back into the sway of classes. When he turned, he saw it was the headmaster and Professor Snape. He swallowed before he answered them. "Good morning, Headmaster, Professor Snape. What can I help you with?" he asked them, wondering what he might have done to warrant their attention. Dumbledore smiled at him, his blue eyes seemingly twinkling, odd. Snape seemed to be trying to control a sneer. "Mr. Potter, I received a missive from Madam Bones at the DMLE that you were requested to attend the Wizengamot meeting after lunch today. I and your head of house were just coming to see you to see if you know why." Harry thought about his question, and then remembered the date. "Yes sir, my cousin Andromeda Tonks had been looking into a matter for me and had recruited Madam Bones to assist her. I would assume Madam Bones wants me there so I can witness the betrayer of my parents be properly tried and sentenced," Harry explained, shocking them. "Perhaps we could continue this conversation up in my office, Mr. Potter," the headmaster requested while looking around at the other students, noting that many of them were listening in. He didn't want to post Harry's business all over the Hogwarts rumor mill. Harry nodded and cleaned himself off with a napkin and followed the two men. They led him to a door guarded by two gargoyles, and with the password of licorice wands, the door opened, and a winding staircase was revealed. Harry made his entrance to the headmaster's office for the first time all year, taking in all the strange knickknacks, and apparently the phoenix that was perched behind the man's desk. "Ah, I thought Fox would be out hunting, but I guess not. Mr. Potter, Fox is a phoenix, as I'm sure you guessed. He is also my familiar. Now, why don't we get right to it? What did you mean downstairs when you said to see your parents' betrayer be tried?" Dumbledore asked him. Harry composed his thoughts for a moment, and then decided, as the chief warlock of the Wizengamot, Dumbledore would be figuring out what was going on soon enough. "What I mean, sir, is that Madam Bones has done some digging, and determined that Sirius Black was never legally tried for his crimes, and therefore is now the Lord Black," he said, getting a look of surprise for his efforts from the headmaster, and an intake of breath from Professor Snape behind him. Upon hearing that, Albus began thinking back to that time, trying desperately to remember Sirius' trial. When he couldn't recall it ever taking place, he was horrified. 9 years in Azkaban, and nobody caught this oversight. He thought to himself. He gathered himself before regarding Harry again. "I can see why that would most certainly concern you, Mr. Potter. If that is the case, I will excuse you from all classes for the day and ask that you meet me back here at noon so we can float to the ministry together. I will be your escort for the day." Albus relented. He figured the boy deserved that sort of closure, and he would be able to look out for him as well. "Severus, do you have any issue with that?" Albus asked his potions master. The man quietly shook his head, as if he didn't trust himself to speak. "Excellent, your grades are outstanding enough that an afternoon of missed history and herbology shouldn't set you back too far, Mr. Potter. I will see you this afternoon. You are free to do whatever you wish until then." Albus dismissed him. "Thank you, sir. Good morning, gentlemen," Harry said as a goodbye and walked his way back down the staircase. The two men in the office began to stare at each other for a while, a silent conversation playing between them. Any onlooker would be confused, but the two were having a conversation via legilimency and occlumency. "You don't think, do you?" Albus asked. "It's possible. I never saw the man in any meetings, but then again I never saw any other order members either," Severus admitted. Both men were disturbed for separate reasons. One was doubting whether a criminal had truly been locked up all these years, the other worried that one of his worst tormentors might have a chance to worm his way out of prison. Both only hoped that they were wrong. Harry had been brought through the flow to the ministry, following the headmaster. He wasn't required to have his wand checked in with the desk clerk since he was being escorted by an official of the Wizengamot. Dumbledore led him down several levels after that, and they entered a courtroom of sorts. From reading and talking to Andy and Ted he knew this to be the chamber that the Wizengamot made laws and enforced them from. There were nearly 100 wizards and witches in the chamber already, all mingling amongst their seats. Some even noticed him, and he saw many begin to give him questioning glances as he was escorted over to the observer's box. As only an heir, and since his family seat was dormant until he came of age, he would have to be only a spectator for today's events. Luckily for him though, Andy and Ted were waiting to receive him from Dumbledore. "Mr. and Mrs. Tonks, a pleasure to see you both." Dumbledore greeted them, not surprised that they were here after talking to Harry this morning. He had said his cousin Andromeda had been doing some digging. "I assume I can leave young Mr. Potter in your care until everything is settled?" he asked them genially. "Of course, Professor, he's more than welcome." "Hello Harry, dear, good to see you again," Andy said, opening her arms up for a hug, which he eagerly obliged. He then greeted Ted with their customary handshake. The headmaster watched these interactions with a smile. He knew the boy had few friends at school, so it was good to see him behave like an actual child for once. The boy was far too invested in his studies, but Albus could say he himself had been as well at that age. "Excellent, well then, it looks like things are about to begin. I guess I better take my post," said Dumbledore. He then walked to the stands and entered a raised platform that had a podium. On the podium sat a charter, and a gavel for his use as the presiding warlock. Dumbledore picked the gavel up and banged it 3 times to call for quiet. Witches and wizards of this body, I welcome you back for another session. It is the 17th of January 1991. This is the 257th body of the Wizengamot. I, Albus Dumbledore, will be presiding as the Chief Warlock. Let us begin, he said as he began reading the charter. It was as he expected after his conversation with Mr. Potter. I have here an entry that Madam Bones from the Department of Magical Law Enforcement has an issue to bring to our attention. Madam Bones, if you would please take the floor, he said, and a woman with auburn hair cropped to her shoulders and a monocle on her left eye rose and joined Dumbledore at his post. I do indeed have a matter to bring before this body today, Chief Warlock. What I am going to tell you all should shock each and every one of you to your magical core. Madam Bones said, looking around the room, observing the affect her words had. Witches and wizards, tell me, what has this body come to when one of our own sits idly by in Azkaban prison? She asked, causing many to look around and small conversations to pop up. Many did not know where the director was getting at her line of dialogue. One of our own lords, someone who should sit amongst us, rots in Azkaban, she said, causing many to gasp. Most still had no idea what she was playing at. No lord could be within Azkaban. A witch or wizard lost their governmental titles if properly sentenced by the body. No lord or lady could be in Azkaban for that reason. Lord Sirius Orion Black has been rotting in Azkaban for over 9 years, because this body never saw fit to give the man a trial when he was first captured. She continued, and then pandemonium ensued. Witches and wizards were shouting left and right, screaming about the absurdity of it all. Band, bang, bang, orderrrrr, order in the court. Dumbledore shouted, his voice automatically amplifying itself with magic. Everyone quickly looked at him in shock. Dumbledore never yelled. He waited until everyone retook their seats. If what Madam Bones says is indeed true, and I believe it is, as I cannot recall the trial of one Sirius Orion Black, then we must convene to trial the man immediately. Madam Bones, how soon can you have the accused before us? Madam Bones smiled at the Chief Warlock. I have 4 Aurors waiting with Lord Black just outside of this courtroom. Aurors, she shouted. Then the doors to the room banged open and in walked 5 men. One man was being dragged forward by 2 large wizards in red robes, while 2 more in red followed behind them, their wands pointed at their prisoner's back. They dropped the man off to a chair that sat in the middle of the chamber, and Harry was fascinated as chains immediately tied him to the thing. Harry took in the sight of his parents' accused betrayer. In Harry's opinion, the man looked awful. His shoulder-length black hair had some streaks of gray, and it seemed tangled. He wore rags, his face was pale and gaunt. His eyes seemed nearly lifeless, but he could see them calmly moving around, taking in the faces around him. What disturbed Harry was that the man seemed to have a small smile on his face. Now that the accused is before us, Madam Bones, you have leave to prosecute the prisoner. Dumbledore said to the woman, who nodded. So that we do not waste anyone's time, and since this man has already sat 9 years in prison, I call for full use of Veritaserum, she announced. Very well, Madam Bones, all 4. The Chief Warlock asked. He saw a staggering number of hands go up immediately. He felt he didn't even have to ask. All opposed. Surprisingly, when he looked, it was the darker families that didn't want Sirius questioned. Probably so he couldn't rat them out. Madam Bones, you have authorization by the power vested in this body to proceed questioning with Veritaserum. Thank you, Chief Warlock, or Dawlish, if you please. Madam Bones commanded. A pale Auror with sandy brown hair stepped to Black, pulled out a vial, pried his mouth open, and put 3 drops on the man's tongue. To the accused, what is your name? Madam Bones asked. Sirius Orion Black, was the hoarse response. What year did you graduate Hogwarts? 1978. And what is your date of birth? The 3rd of November 1959. Madam Bones nodded in acceptance. Witches and wizards, it appears the serum is working, and the defense is cognizant enough to be under its effects, she announced to the room. Now, when did you first begin working for the dark wizard who was referred to as you-know-who? Madam Bones asked. I never worked for that sick bastard. Black managed to snarl, fighting against his chains, and leaving the room in shock. Impossible, Mr. Black, you were the secret keeper for Lily and James Potter. Madam Bones persisted, shaken a little. No, we only wanted everyone to think it was me. I was a decoy to protect the true secret keeper. If you were not the secret keeper, then who was? Black stared up at Madam Bones for a good long while, and everyone could see the rage in the man's eyes. Peter Pettigrew, Black hissed, earning himself some more gasps. But you killed Mr. Pettigrew after he cornered you after that fateful night, Mr. Black, as well as 13 Muggle bystanders. Madam Bones pressed. Black began laughing, unsettling most. Oh no, he did not corner me. I cornered that little rat. Then he took out his wand just as I was about to smear him all over the pavement for getting James and Lily killed. He had the balls to shout out, "How could you, serious? They were your friends." And the next thing I know, the bloody street blows up and knocks me back. When the smoke cleared, I was being detained by my brethren Aurors, and all they found of Pettigrew was a perfectly severed finger. Black roared. If I blasted those muggles into goo, explain how all you found of that scum was a finger. The bastard was an illegal rat animagus. He cut off his own finger, blew up the street, and transformed to hide in the sewers. The entire room went quiet when Black was finished. Nobody could believe it, but it was said under the effects of the truth serum. How do you know that Mr. Pettigrew was an illegal rat animagus, Mr. Black? Madam Bones continued, after getting over her own shock. James Potter, Peter Pettigrew, and I all learned how to become an animagus during our 5th year at Hogwarts. We kept it a secret after graduating due to the war. Black explained. Harry stood with Andy and Ted watching the proceedings with awe and disbelief. None of them had really expected things to play out like this. Sirius Orion Black, after 9 years of being unjustly imprisoned, was declared an innocent man before the Wizengamot that day. It was ordered that he would be paid 500,000 galleons in compensation, his medical recovery would be paid for at St. Mungo's, and he was immediately recognized as the sitting Lord Black. It was determined that the man would be hospitalized well into the summer, but he seemed happier than a clam to not be heading back to the Dementors, the apparent demonic guardians of Azkaban prison. After a brief introduction with Harry, who Sirius was very happy to see looking all grown up and well, he was taken to St. Mungo's under an aura protection detail. Harry said goodbye to the Tonks, and returned to school to think about what had transpired. The Department of Magical Law Enforcement and all its sub-departments were in an uproar. Sirius Black had been determined as innocent. Now, interdepartmental memos were flying around everywhere informing everyone that the wizard known as Peter Pettigrew was thought to be alive. Not only that, but a description from the now Lord Black also told them what the man's animagus form looked like, and that it was missing a toe on its right paw. When this memo got to one Arthur Weasley, from the Misuse of Muggle Artifacts Department, that man paled significantly. The next day, the Daily Prophet article had the entire school in shock. Lord Sirius Orion Black declared innocent, Peter Pettigrew still alive, was the headline that day. Harry was also shocked to find while reading, that the DMLE had also apprehended Pettigrew when one of its workers had recognized the rat from an interdepartmental memo. The man had been tried at an emergency session last night and was sentenced to life in Azkaban. Good, Harry thought to himself, and then distracted himself with his breakfast. No use missing out on good food to reflect on scum. As far as he was concerned, his questions had seen an innocent man free, and the bastard who really betrayed his parents where he deserved. I just wish I could put that man in the dirt. Harry thought darkly, not thinking a sentence to Azkaban was good enough. What he wouldn't give to have been able to cast a few spells at the man in vengeance. Though, he thought, I don't really know enough nasty spells that could do some damage to him. Harry reflected. As a practitioner of magic, that just wouldn't do. Harry planned on leaving very little of the magical arts explored. I'll have to look up some of the meaner spells at Potter Library during Easter break. He decided. Life at Hogwarts after that seemed to get itself back into a routine. Harry attended classes, stayed above his peers, dueled with Dora, and practiced more advanced magic every chance he got. Most people ignored his existence outside of Terry, the twins and Dora. Well, I guess you could say he ignored everyone else. He was far too busy with his projects to socialize. He associated with Terry because he liked flying, and the boy was willing to teach him all about Quidditch, which absolutely fascinated Harry, and he hoped to try out for the chaser position next year. Terry wanted to be a seeker. Harry thought the seeker position sounded rather boring anyways. He could imagine a chaser being more like Muggle football at least. His association with Fred and George Weasley allowed him to learn magic for pranks, something he himself hadn't even thought about. While he wasn't overly fond of pranks themselves, he could agree that the twins knew some interesting magic towards the art. Sending a piece of gum up Peeves the poltergeist's nose was always worth the effort. He had also learned from the twins that Peter Pettigrew had been hiding with their family the last 9 years. They had taken him in as a pet, thinking he was a common house rat. Pettigrew had apparently belonged to their older brother Percy, a fourth year who Harry thought was a stuck-up prick. Percy had given the rat to their younger brother Ronald as a birthday gift before the summer though. Fred and George were just glad that their dad didn't get in trouble at work for housing a fugitive, knowingly or not. It was the beginning of March before Harry attempted to learn the lightning spell he had found in his library back home. He used the classroom that he and Dora frequented, but right now she was in the library. As far as wand movements, it was simple, requiring a simple jabbing point. The incantation was Fulmen, and he thought it was Nordic in origin. The description he copied said that one had to focus on what made lightning. Harry figured the answer to this was simple. It was electricity, duh. He set one of the dummies up and stood a few feet from it. Imaging the result he wanted, he did the necessary wand movement and called out, Fulmen. The next thing Harry knew was a flash of white light, and then blackness. He took in the surroundings of the room again only when he felt someone shaking him. Harry, come on, wake up. It's almost curfew, someone said to him, trying to get him into a sitting position. He realized he was flat on his back, he hurt all over, and he thought he could smell smoke. Harry blinked the bleariness in his eyes away, and eventually he could make out Dora's face, her hair wet with worry. What happened? He asked her. Why don't you tell me that, you numbskull? I found you here in a smoking pile, and one of the training dummies had been blown to bits. She shouted at him. He began to recall what happened as she helped him stand. Oh, my spell must have gone wrong somehow, he said, taking in the condition of the dummy, and his slightly singed robes. What spell did you use, Einstein? It looks rather dangerous, she said with a frown, crossing her arms. It was a lightning spell, he said simply, believing it best not to give up too much information. He was correct as Dora frowned at him. You were in here practicing elemental magic unsupervised. You understand how irresponsible that is of you, right? She put her hands on her hips as she said this. I was just testing it out. Besides, I've gotten the hang of basically all of the first-year spells at this point, and even some going up to 5th year. You yourself were the one to teach me the Protega shield charm. Harry defended. Harry, actually, the shield charm is a 6th-year spell. She admitted with a sigh. Oi, she said when she saw his grin. Don't go getting a big head. Just because you can barely manage a passing shield against a jelly legs jinx at half power from me does not excuse the fact that you were trying a lightning spell, alone. She chided. What do you think my mother would say if you fried yourself to death? She grilled him, causing him to frown. He honestly didn't know. He wasn't exactly used to the whole idea of someone being worried about his welfare. I'm sorry, he said, looking down. I'm not used to anyone caring, so I didn't think of the dangers. I promise I'll only try it when you are around from now on. She smiled sadly at him. It's okay, Harry. I know you love magic, and you want to learn it all. But you are way ahead of the curve already, kid. You can do some things with a wand that would make my classmates jealous. She tried encouraging. Really? Harry asked with an eyebrow quirked. Dora rolled her eyes. Yes, Harry, really. All bow down before the mighty boy who lived. Wielder of lightning, and hair sticking in every direction, she said sarcastically. They both erupted into peals of laughter to that. Harry's hair really was sticking everywhere as if he stuck his finger into an electrical outlet. The two made their way to the lower floors to head to their separate common rooms. Everything was going well at Hogwarts, and Harry wouldn't trade it for the world. The Easter holidays came and went quickly for Harry, and he felt he was back at Hogwarts all too soon. He had returned to the manor to visit Sally, and had been happily surprised that the entire place was repaired. The elf was beside herself when Harry complimented her profusely for a job well done. Elves honestly confused him with their mannerisms, the odd little creatures. He had found some hexes, jinxes, and curses in the Potter library as well. He had taught himself one called the ear-shriveling curse, the tongue-tying curse, the trip jinx, and the twitchy ears hex. He thought that rounded himself out rather well. He had asked his grandparents for hints regarding his lightning spell. They had chewed him out for trying the thing in the first place, but figured explaining it would keep him safe, knowing how curious he was. Apparently, looking into what made lightning and electricity a thing would be his answer. He sent Sally to go disguised as a muggle to get him a book of the properties of electricity and the way it happened on the molecular level. It was going to be a bit before he perfected that spell. Outside of his extracurricular activities, he had also met up with the Tonks to visit Sirius Black at St. Mungo's. That had gone surprisingly well actually. Flashback. It's so nice to finally see you again after all these years, Harry. Black said, staring at him with sad, gray eyes. Harry was only a little uncomfortable. It's nice to meet you, I guess, Lord Black. Harry responded. When in doubt, stick to etiquette, like his grandmother told him. The man barked out a laugh. None of that lord business with me, kiddo. I'm your godfather. If that rat hadn't gotten one over me, I would have been raising you as my son and heir presumptive. Then again, I didn't even expect to get the lordship. Andy, do you know how that bloody happened? Andy sighed before answering. Yes, I looked into it. Grandfather Arcturus was still head of the family when you ran away at 16 and got blasted off the family tapestry like me. The only difference is that you were still the heir, and your mother didn't have the authority to disown you from your birthright. Somehow, Arcturus outlived your father, who was killed in a Death Eater raid, surprisingly enough. Black nodded his understanding. I always did prefer the old man to the hag, he commented. The man then turned towards Harry again. So, Harry, Andy here has told me that you belong to her old house. I'll admit, I wouldn't have expected that. Your parents were both Gryffindors after all. Well, to be fair, sir, Harry began, please, call me Sirius. Black interrupted. Sirius then, sorry. To be fair, I wasn't raised by either of my parents, as you well know. I was raised with my mother's sister and her family, Petunia Dursley. At that, Sirius' face darkened. You went to that banshee. He hissed in disdain. I never liked that woman or her lord of a husband. They made a terrible scene at you parents' wedding. Whose bright idea was it for you to go there? He asked. I don't know, my parents' wills can't be read until I am 17, as the Wizengamot sealed them. Harry replied. Why the hell would they do that? I already know it. You should have gone to either myself, Alice and Frank Longbottom, Andy and Ted, or Remus Lupin, in that order. Sirius groused. According to Rockjaw, it is standard procedure when a lordship is being transferred to a baby. It's so that I can go through the steps of heirship without immediately being made Lord Potter, which I would be if the will was read. Harry explained. Everyone stared at him for knowing that. What? He asked defensively. Grandfather and grandmother explained all that to me. They don't like that I lived with those filthy muggles either, but I know why the will wasn't read. As for why I was there specifically, I have no clue. Probably to hide me from the magical world and all my fame, though I wish someone would have checked on me now and again to keep the scum in line. He said with some venom at the end. All the older witches and wizards shared some uneasy looks at his tone of voice, but thought it was justified. Well, you stay at Potter Manor now at any rate, and if anyone tries to force you to move anywhere, I am your legal guardian, as I found out your godmother Alice is in the permanent spell damage ward here at St. Mungo's, said Sirius. I have no intention of moving you from your birthright, so long as that when I am released, I can check up on you regularly, and to begin spoiling you for 9 years of missed presents. He continued with a grin. Harry smiled at that. I'd like that very much. End flashback. The rest of the school year flew by after that. His spell repertoire grew, and his skill in dueling advanced thanks to Dora. Him and Terry had taken to the Quidditch pitch to practice throwing a quaffle around the hoops together once the spring weather kicked up. Fred and George Weasley had even come out and practice hitting bludgers at them, as they were on the Gryffindor team. Harry managed to get perfect marks on all his end-of-the-year exams, and he proudly claimed the #1 spot in his year. He was very happy with this outcome. Surprisingly, not many of his year mates were jealous of this fact. Most weren't surprised, and the few that he talked to said that it made sense. He was the boy who lived after all. Harry didn't like that there was a preconceived notion of him because of the night his parents died, but it was what it was. If they didn't hate him for being better than them, he could live with that. On the Hogwarts Express, Harry promised to invite Terry over to Potter Manor at some point over the summer, the same for the twins. Dora was already expected to visit with her parents as they were family. He had exchanged letters with Sirius for the remainder of the school year, and the man would be released fully recovered in a couple of weeks. The plan was for Sirius to join him at Potter Manor. Sirius had already agreed to continue his lessons on dueling. He would also help him learn the finer arts of Quidditch, which Harry was excited for. All in all, it was the best year of his life, and he truly hoped that the next school year would be even better. Little did he know, though, that his calm life would soon be disturbed. The first thing one Sirius Black did upon his release was float to Potter Manor. It was a couple of weeks into Harry's summer vacation, and Harry had enjoyed the peace and quiet of the manor to himself before being joined by his godfather. He had only been researching more spells, dueling etiquette, and looking more into runes and arithmancy, as well as magical creatures. Sirius' arrival turned a livelier leaf for the house, and Harry was both glad and sad for it. The next day, Harry, who was usually an early riser, was surprised to find himself with the shock of cold water drenching him. He flailed around from the inside of his bedsheets and eventually flopped on the floor. What in the bloody hell was that for? Harry screamed up at a grinning Sirius, who was wearing a set of shorts, tank top, and running shoes. "It's only 5 bloody a.m. The screaming only caused Sirius to bark out a laugh. "Well, it's about time you woke up. Why are you all wet?" "Nice dream," he teased, causing Harry to blush furiously. He had heard a similar joke from the twins at school, and they had explained it to him. "Why did I invite this man to live with me again?" he thought to himself. "No, I didn't have a nice dream. Most of my dreams are horrid, thank you," Harry hissed, causing Sirius to frown. He shook his head, shaking away his own rising anger, thinking of the Dursleys. "Sorry, kiddo," said Sirius. "I only woke you up this early because of the 2 things you said you wanted me to help you with this summer. If you want to be ready for competitive dueling and Quidditch, I have to whip you into shape. Though I certainly need it for myself as well," he thought. Harry grumbled under his breath at that. "If I knew that meant being woken at the piss crack of dawn by a mangy mutt, I wouldn't have asked." "What was that?" Sirius asked with a smirk. "Sounds like we are running 2 miles instead of 1 this morning. Come on, pup, get dressed and meet me outside." After Harry took care of his business, he dressed and did as was requested of him. What happened next was torture. How can a man recently out of Azkaban move like this? Harry thought to himself sometime after they made their halfway point. He had always been a decent runner, running from his cousin and his gang growing up, but this was ridiculous. He had never done sustained running for anything more than a couple 100-meter sprints. Long distance was going to be the death of him. He shuddered to think of how he would be doing if he hadn't have been practicing with Dora in their unused classroom for most of the year. After finishing their 2nd mile, they had done some calisthenics. Nothing outside of push-ups, sit-ups, and squats, and then plenty of stretching. Harry was knackered by the end of it all, but he was glad to see that his guardian seemed equally as spent. "Phew, that was good, Harry. I haven't done that in so long. That was far too slow for my liking. We can get up to speed together though, so no worries, there's the whole summer." Sirius chirped brightly as they walked back inside to eat breakfast. After eating and meeting back up in the library after showering, Sirius wanted to focus on the matters of dueling before anything else. He had been an Auror before his incarceration, and he knew he was rusty. He was debating of joining the force again. "All right, Harry, if I am going to help you, I am going to need to know all of the spells that you know how to use." Sirius told him. Well, that should be easy, Harry said with a small smile. He pulled out his small grimoire out of his back pocket and handed it to the man. He opened it up and began looking through it. What is this, pup? That is my own personal grimoire for everything I learned during school and my extracurriculars here at the manor. I like to write down what makes casting the spell easier for me, and I want to get into spell modification and creation eventually. The concept is amazing really, Harry explained. Sirius let out a whistle when he took in how many pages the kid had filled in already. He also quirked an eyebrow when he heard about spell creation. He had enjoyed that in school as well, as had James and Remus. Though, James and he had only been in it to make pranking spells. Sirius began taking a closer look at what Harry knew. Grimoire of Harold James Potter. Spells known or attempting to learn. The Knockback Jinx. Incantation, Flipendo. Spell type, Jinx. Wand movement, Nike symbol with a flourish at the end. Notes, spell light can be either blue, orange, yellow, red, purple, or white. Effect is to knock a target in the other direction. When thinking of the intent of the spell, visual opponent object sailing in the air away from you. Curse of the Bogies. Incantation, Mucus ad nauseam. Spell type, Curse. Wand movement, Lopsided horseshoe. Notes, spell light is green. The effect is to cause a target to develop a nasty cold and an extremely runny nose. You must want your opponent to feel ill. Imagine a Mucinex commercial. Smokescreen spell. Incantation, Fumos. Spell type, Charm. Wand movement, Clockwise spiral. Notes, no spell light produces gray smoke from the tip of one's wand. Can be used for cloaking purposes to hide movement. Helps to think of the way a burning building looks like to create the smoke. Red and green sparks charms. Incantations, Vermilius duo tria. Vermilius duo tria. Spell type, Charms. Wand movements, slash from left to right, flick upward with a curve to the right, slightly downward slash from left to right, flick down and to the left. Notes, shoots a jet of either green or red sparks, respectively. Duo and tria are modifiers to create multiple sparks. When creating sparks, imagine the fireworks shows you could see on the telly. Focus on the color when shifting through each. Matchstick to needle spell. Incantation, Accusophores. Wand movement, a counterclockwise spiral and jab. Spell type, Transfiguration. Notes, allows the user to change a matchstick into a needle. One must dedicate extreme focus when transfiguring an object. Must know the feel and be familiar with what the object is and what you are turning it into. Switching spell. Incantation, Verto. Spell type, Transfiguration. Wand movement, incomplete infinity symbol, start from left, swoop down and to the right, circle up and slash down and left. Notes, spell is used to swap one item for another. Imagine desired effect of having each item switching places. If cast correctly, a white light will leave the wand, and objects will swap. Start small, increase size with practice. Grandfather didn't tell me this was supposed to be a 4th-year spell. Mice 2. Snuffboxes spell. Incantation, Buxomifers. Spell type, Transfiguration. Wand movement, straight line from left to right, straight up, loop left and down, back to the right. Notes, fun fact, does not need to be used on mice alone. Incantation works on inanimate to inanimate as well. Had Sally catch me a mouse from the house for practice. Same rule for other transfigurations, intent and visualization based. The picture in your head is everything. Levitation charm. Incantation, Wingardium Leviosa. Spell type, Charm. Wand movement, curve slightly from right to left and up in a loop, then from left to right slash slightly down, and curve back up and to the right with a flick, swish and flick. Notes, makes an object levitate. When new to spell, focus on keeping eye contact on object. Practice raising and lowering and moving from side to side for control. Eventually get to point eye contact is no longer required. Wand lighting, extinguishing charms. Incantations, Lumos Nox. Spell type, Charm. Wand movements, from left to right, make a loop up and back around, curve up and to the right and then trace a flourished C down. Notes, just imagine a torch and turning it on and off again respectively for the spells. Light color can be manipulated through intent, base color is white. Locking spell. Incantation. Colloportus. Wand movement. Slash from left to right, flick down, slash from right to left, then flick down again. Spell type. Charm. Notes. Used to lock a door, or anything with a locking mechanism. Imagine yourself turning a key or locking a deadbolt. Unlocking charm. Incantation. Alohomora. Wand movement. A reversed S. Spell type. Charm. Notes. Used to unlock a door or anything with a locking mechanism. Same rule applies as in locking spell. Disarming charm. Incantation. Expelliarmus. Wand movement. Form left to right and down, slash, then spiral right and in on self. Spell type. Charm. Notes. Used to disarm an opponent on whatever they may be holding. With enough force put into the spell, opponent can be flung back as if hit with knockback jinx. Imagine the holders when flying towards you for weapon ease of weapon retrieval. Tickling charm. Incantation. Rictusempra. Wand movement. Flick slightly from left to right, then swish in an arc and bring back in as if drawing a leaf or feather in the air with your wand. Spell type. Charm. Notes. Will cause target to buckle with laughter. Spell light as silver if cast correctly. Can fling an opponent with enough force. Imagine seeing someone guffawing uncontrollably. Full body bind curse. Incantation. Petrificus totalis. Wand movement. Curve in an up and right tilted C, slash left to right, then flick down. Spell type. Curse. Notes. Imagine as if your target was frozen as a statue with their limbs snapped together in place. Target will likely fall if hit while moving. Softening charm. Incantation. Spongify. Wand movement. Off tilted S. Spell type. Charm. Notes. Used to turn a target rubbery or soft, bouncy. Good for softening your own landing if blown off your feet or prepping a room for duels. Sirius had continued reading through and had raised an eyebrow when he read of the lightning spell Harry was trying to perfect. That's ambitious, bloody Slytherin, he thought with a snort. All of Harry's extra spells and first-year ones were in the book. To say Sirius was impressed would be an understatement. You know the shield charm already? He asked, a little surprised to Harry. Harry smiled and put his hand behind his head, rubbing it. Yes, Dora helped me with it when we were practicing dueling together throughout the year. She helped me learn a lot and get better at controlling my spells and aim this year. He explained. Sirius nodded at that. From talking to Andy and Ted he knew Dora had become very advanced at casting magic offensively and defensively. She did want to be an Auror after all. He decided against commenting on the highly destructive lightning spell. He had known some equally dangerous dark arts spells growing up thanks to his mother and father. Well, he began, you certainly have a good repertoire and a grounding already, so we can build on that. After reading through the book, Sirius also didn't doubt that the kid was Lily Potter's child. He may have gotten most of his looks from James, but the kid had Lily's drive towards academia. While James was no slouch, his real passion had been with transfiguration instead all of schooling. Harry at least had that same level of natural talent that most Potters shared in that subject though. Time to put the kid through the ringer. He thought sadistically. If Harry thought Dora was good and a taskmaster, he was in for a rude awakening. Sirius had been impressed by Harry's showing in the dueling room that day. He still soundly trusts the kid after going over etiquette with him, but he still put up a fight and always got back up to keep going. Every time a spell that Harry didn't know was used, questions were asked, and they were explained in full and attempted after the dueling was done. That kid is something else. Sirius thought ruefully to himself at the breakfast table the next day. They had gone for another run and repeated the exercises and stretching once again. Once it became routine and Harry and he grew accustomed to the strain, he planned on upping the intensity. For today though, he had other plans. Harry, he began, the raven-haired boy looked up from his food questioningly. Would you like to go into Diagon with me today? You want to get on the Quidditch team, and I figure we best not wait until your birthday to get you a broom, you'll miss out on a whole 2 weeks of practice. Harry beamed. You really mean I can get a broom today? Excellent, I was reading the catalog from Quality Quidditch and the Nimbus 2000 was just released. I'd prefer one of those if possible. I have enough in my trust vault for one before it refills on my birthday, so we should stop at Gringotts. Sirius shook his head. You will most definitely not be buying a broom that expensive with your trust money, Harry, he said, causing the boy to frown in disappointment. Harry began to complain when Sirius interrupted him. Because I will be buying all of your Quidditch gear today. I have a decade's worth of birthdays and Yules to make up for, kiddo. The only thing you are spending your own money on is sweets and whatever little odds and ends you would want from the alley today. When you finish breakfast, go shower, and we will flow to Gringotts, he said with a smile. The glow on Harry's face was worth it. The kid never looked happy enough, and he felt good to change that a bit. It wasn't long after that they were off. After pulling the necessary funds, they prowled the alley. Just like that, Sirius was shrinking a brand new Nimbus and a bunch of playing gear for Harry, and they were on their way. Anything else you would like to pick up today? Sirius asked him. Well, I've been thinking of getting my eyes corrected magically. I pulled the money for it at Gringotts. Would you mind terribly if we did that? I know my glasses help me look like my father more, but these things are a bloody inconvenience. Harry explained. Sirius frowned. You mean those things aren't just for show? They are actually prescription? He asked. At Harry's nod he frowned deeper. That's strange, your dad had perfect eyesight. He only wore glasses as a fashion statement. If you didn't notice, your grandfather's portrait doesn't wear glasses. It's rare for magicals to have that handicap at all. Actually, it's all fashion here. Sirius explained. Oh, well that's odd then. Could I get it corrected though? Dad may have liked wearing these, but I certainly do not. Sirius shrugged and nodded. I don't see why not, but once again, you aren't paying. You can pay for whatever books I know you are going to try and buy today, you bloody bookworm. He teased while ruffling Harry's hair. Harry promptly ducked under the hand. My hair is messy enough on its own, you know. And honestly, Sirius, we are in public. Act within your station, please. Sirius just quirked an eyebrow. You've been spending too much time listening to your grandmother. I'll tell her you said that. And the two laughed. Sirius was damn near 1,000 galleons poorer after getting Harry's eyes corrected, but it was well worth it to see Harry's excitement. His teasing had proved accurate, and they had indeed stopped at the bookstore. Harry wanted more reference texts on his wand-based courses, as well as runes and arithmancy. He didn't have his Hogwarts book list for second year yet, but he thought he already knew enough to get by. After that day, Harry and Sirius fell into a comfortable schedule. They would rise early to exercise, and every other day would either focus on dueling or Harry's spell casting or fly broomsticks and practice chaser maneuvers. Every couple of weeks, Terry would be allowed to come over, and they would have broom races, play wizard's chess, or hang out in Harry's greenhouses, repotting all the magical plants Harry and Sally were trying to cultivate for potions practice. Weekly, the Tonks would invite them over for dinner, and they would all catch up at the end of each week. Dora was convinced that no matter how much practice that Sirius gave Harry over the holidays, he wouldn't be able to best her when they got back to school. That just drove Harry further into his books, and deeper into the dueling room. The weeks sped into July 31st, Harry's 12th birthday. Sirius threw a small party for him at the manor, and the Tonks, Terry, and an old friend of Sirius and his father attended. Sirius had to introduce them first, of course. Harry, I want you to meet an old friend of both your father's and mine from school and the war. This here is Mr. Remus John Lupin. Sirius gestured toward a tall, pale man that had some slight scarring on his face. He had sandy brown hair, with streaks of gray in it. He looked much older than someone his age should, but then again Sirius didn't look the best for his age either. Harry stuck out his hand in greeting. It's nice to meet you, Mr. Lupin, Harry said. Remus took it and gave it a good firm shake. Please, Potter, call me Remus, I held you as a baby after all. Had things been different, you would have probably seen quite a bit of me growing up. Harry then, Remus. Of course, Harry, and happy birthday. You've grown so much since I last saw you. Remus wished, a bit sadly. Thank you, and I'm sure. Harry said with a wistful smile. I've also grown in the past year. Sirius, that means clothes shopping tomorrow when we pick up my Hogwarts things and talk to Rockjaw. Sirius groaned. More shopping with you, and I have to deal with account managers. You'll be the death of me, Potter. Everyone got a chuckle out of that. The party proceeded from there, with Sally going above and beyond, seemingly making the entire pantry and a 3-tiered chocolate cake. It was the best birthday Harry could remember, even better than last year's. The next day saw Harry and Sirius flowing into Gringotts and being greeted by Rockjaw. "Lord Black, Heir Potter. Welcome to Gringotts today. If you would please follow me, there is much to discuss." They all walked from the flow access and down to his office, where they were seated, and tea and biscuits were offered. "Let's get right down to business, Mr. Potter. As of yesterday, your trust vault is back up to 4,000 galleons, 1,200 sickles, and 800 nuts. As you know, the 4,500 galleons that you had invested into the Daily Prophet, Nimbus, and Zonkos has been doing well and has averaged a 5.3% increase across all 3 ventures. I will say that Zonkos is bringing the average down, but it has steadily risen like the other 2, albeit slowly." Rockjaw explained, and Harry nodded his understanding. "You would invest in a broom company?" Sirius teased. "Knowing you, you'll try to enchant your own after Hogwarts." Harry hummed. "Well, that's always a possibility. I'm young, I have options," he said, giving his adult response, though inside he was sticking his tongue out at Sirius. "Well, yes, the Daily Prophet reported that Mr. Potter was top of his year. I am sure he is a very gifted wizard. He does now have 4,000 galleons not invested into anything though. I am wondering if you would like to increase your holdings in the same 3 business, or if you would prefer to diversify some more." Rockjaw asked. Harry thought about it, but his musings were interrupted by Sirius. "It might be a good idea for you to lower your investments in Zonkos and increase on both Nimbus and the Daily Prophet. The Nimbus 2000 is flying off the shelves, and I heard talk that the Nimbus 2001 is already in development. On top of that, you are the most well-known wizard in the country, maybe the world. Having some say in the press can prevent them being slanderous with you." Harry and Rockjaw were each surprised at how good that advice was and stared at him. Sirius shifted uncomfortably as their gazes continued. "Why are you 2 looking at me like that?" he exclaimed. "Well, Lord Black, that was just rather insightful for someone who has only been freed from incarceration for a few months." Rockjaw admitted honestly. "Okay, I can respect that, and you twerp." Sirius grilled, turning to his godson. "You said something intelligent for once," Harry said with a deadpan expression, before he burst out laughing. Sirius swore in his head that he was surprising Harry 15 minutes early with freezing water again, and then they'd see who was laughing. "Either way, my suggestion still stands," Sirius said with a frown. "You don't have to follow it, but what I will say is this: whatever you invest in today, I will match you by 500% in that same venture myself." Harry looked at him in surprise. "You want to get into investing too?" Sirius smirked. "Of course, I learned from one of the best. My grandfather, Arcturus Black, was training me as both his and my father's heir. He taught me investing and accounting before I booked it from the family during my 6th year. Then I moved in with your dad and your grandparents and learned more from Charles. Now that I control the Black estate, I have to get the gold flowing again." "Fair enough. Anyways, I'll take your suggestion. I'd like to invest 2,000 galleons into the Daily Prophet, and another 1,000 into Nimbus," Harry said, addressing both Sirius and Rockjaw. "Very well," Rockjaw said as he pulled out and filled in the appropriate forms as well as the blood quill. "You know what to do," he said, passing everything over. Once everything was in order, Harry signed his money away, and the documents were stamped and vanished. "Gentlemen, a pleasure doing business with you," Rockjaw said as he led them out of his off. "Enjoy the rest of your day." "You as well, Rockjaw, may your gold flow freely," Harry said in goodbye. "And may your enemies quake under your heel, Mr. Potter." After that, Sirius had done essentially the same thing with his account manager, Hammertooth. After that they had gone down to their vaults to grab some spending money. Soon, they were back in the alley for a day of school shopping. "Do you mind terribly if we split up?" Harry asked. "It's just I want to go to the bookstore first. I plan on getting more than the school list, and I know you don't like it in there." Sirius smiled in a teasing manner. "Why, of course, bookworm. I'll head and get your potion supplies. I'll even get you 2 second-year kits since I'm sure you are going to want to experiment." Honestly, I've never met a kid who focuses so much on schoolwork. Harry grinned. Honestly, Lord Black, acting as if magic is a chore. An inconvenience even. Magic is a gift and a mystery, good sir, and I plan to unravel her secrets, one step at a time. Sirius just rolled his eyes. Go on, pup, I'll come to the bookshop when I'm done. Don't buy too many now, you still have an entire library, remember. After that they split up, and Harry soon entered Flourish and Blots. He wasn't really watching where he was going and had to stop short from walking into a witch wearing tartan robes. It took Harry only a moment to realize that he knew the woman. Professor McGonagall, good morning to you, this is a pleasant surprise. Harry greeted, throwing on that Potter charm. He knew he was one of her favorites regardless that he was one of Snape's SKE.SS. It helped that Transfiguration was his own favorite subject at the moment. The teacher turned towards his voice, and her usually stern face softened into a smile when she saw him. My, Mr. Potter, good morning to you as well, and happy belated birthday. I hope it was enjoyable. She asked. Oh yes, Professor, best in my life. I had the tonks, over, Terence Higgs, obviously my godfather Sirius Black, and I met an old friend of his and my parents that day too. Remus Lupin. Ah, so you've met Mr. Lupin. He was the only one of that friend group who had a sense of responsibility. I made him prefect their 5th year to try and keep Black and your father in line with their incessant pranking. Woefully that endeavor failed considering Lupin was in on the pranks as well. She told him with a laugh. I assume you are here grabbing your Hogwarts books. Yes, Professor, and Sirius has gone off to grab my potion supplies. Thought I would let him not suffer inside of a bookstore with me while I browse for new reference texts and whatever else catches my eye. Harry told her, and he was surprised to hear a voice behind McGonagall address him in shock. How could anyone suffer inside a bookstore, let alone a magical one? A bushy-haired girl who was a fair bit shorter than Harry came by the professor's side. He took in her more modern Muggle clothing and the way she was looking around the place bright-eyed. That, and he noticed a woman who looked just like her and a man that were clearly her parents walk up with her. Muggle-born 1st year, he thought, so he excused her for her rude interruption. I'm sorry, miss, and you would be. Harry began questioningly, quirking an eyebrow at her, and smirked a little when he saw her blush. This, Mr. Potter, is Miss Hermione Granger. Behind her are her parents, Daniel and Emma Granger. Grangers, this young man is Mr. Harry Potter. He will be a 2nd-year student at Hogwarts this year from Slytherin House, and he was first in his year back in June. McGonagall nearly gushed introducing him. I am escorting the Granger family around the alley on their first ever magical trip, Mr. Potter. Daniel and Emma are Muggles, of course. Harry just smiled at her. Of course, Professor, he began before he stepped forward and stuck his hand out to Mr. Granger first. Pleasure to meet you, Mr. Granger, he said, and got a good shake for his efforts. Likewise, Mr. Potter. When he let go, Emma Granger stuck out her hand to him as well. He was so used to the etiquette his grandparents had taught him that he was surprised a woman was asking for a handshake at first. He took Mrs. Granger's hand but turned it over how he was taught and gave a chaste K.S. to the knuckles. All 3 Grangers looked at him in shock for this. Mrs. Granger, a pleasure to meet you as well, he said before releasing her hand and stepping back a bit. He then reached out to the gobsmacked girl and grabbed her hand as well and did the same to her. And Miss Hermione Granger, a pleasure to meet you as well, he said, getting a beet-red 1st-year girl out of it for his troubles. I do apologize, Miss Granger, but you had asked me a question, did you not? Harry said, getting her attention again when no one had said anything for several long moments. Harry smirking, the Grangers shocked, and McGonagall just seeming amused about the whole thing. Leave it to a Potter to terrorize a Muggle-born family by being courteous about it. The girl shook herself out of her shock enough to blurt out a completely different question. Why in the world did you go and do that? She asked him. He couldn't help but chuckle a little. He just smiled at her some more. Do what, Miss Granger? He asked innocently. She blushed some more as she stammered out a reply. Why did you have to go, Sing my mum and I's hands for? Why, I was just greeting a man and two ladies, as is custom, Miss Granger. I'm sorry, I've only been out of the Muggle world myself for a year now, but I didn't commit some social faux pas, did I? He asked the room, knowing he hadn't, but just taking the mickey at this point. Boys don't usually just go around sing girls' hands and stuff like that. The girl said a little more quietly that time. Well, maybe not on that side of the magical border, but here, my manners dictate that when greeting a lady, you greet her as such. You are a lady, aren't you? He asked her with a slight teasing grin. He could see her parents starting to get amused as well behind her while she seemed indignant. Well, of course I'm a lady, she said, sticker her chin up a bit. I'm a girl after all, aren't I? She asked him. That you are, Miss Granger, that you are. Now lucky for you I do remember your question from when you joined the conversation between the professor and I, he said, getting to blush again. Why is it so fun teasing Ferties? Is this how Dora feels? Well, guess I can't blame her anymore. He thought. My godfather usually has to drag me out of the bookstore. I tend to stay here for longer than is recommended for oneself. That and I spend far too much money here. I mean, just 2 weeks ago I think I spent around 300 galleons. The Grangers, and even Professor McGonagall, raised their eyebrows at that. I hadn't realized you were that dedicated to your education at Hogwarts, Mr. Potter, McGonagall stated. Harry turned to her. Well, I was raised without magic for most of my life like Miss Granger here. Now I wish to know all about my new world, you can't blame me for that. Oh, I'm sorry, have you gotten your schoolbooks yet, Miss Granger? He suddenly changed topics. At the girl's negatively shaken head, he smiled and turned to the professor. Is it the exact same list as last year, Professor? He asked her. She nodded. Yes, Mr. Potter, why do you ask? Well, I know the conversion charges from pounds sterling to galleons is a bit rough. Sally, he called, and the Grangers were all shocked when his house elf appeared. With a pop, he continued on as if everything was normal. Yes, Master Potter, how's can Sally bees helping you? Sally, could you please bring me all of my textbooks from first year, as well as my copy of From Muggle to Magical, please? He requested of his eld. She immediately popped away and returned carrying his books. They's be here, Master Potter, sir. Does yous need me to shrinks them? Sally asked. No thank you, Sally. Miss Granger here has a trunk, just over there, I'll take them. He received his books from his elf easily thanks to all of the conditioning he had done so far this summer. Thank you, Sally, I will see you at home. Byes, Master Potter, Sally's be glads to help. Pop. Harry turned back towards the Grangers. I figured since I already know all the spells in these textbooks and then some, you would get greater use out of them than I could. Could you please open your trunk? He asked the girl again. She was just staring at him, then his books, and then where his elf had just previously been. With a soft voice she asked. What was that? Oh, that was my house elf, Sally. House elves are magical beings that bond to a witch or wizard, family, or even just a property, and they serve them for life unless their bond is broken by their masters. He explained patiently. He wasn't ready for another outburst. You have a... The girl blew up on him. He frowned rather hard at her. Watch yourself now. Sally is most certainly not a... She is practically family. She may work for me, but she receives a home and the magic of that place to help sustain her own magical core. The bond between elf and wizard is completely symbiotic. Mrs. Granger came to his assistance on this. Hermione, honey, you can't just go making assumptions here. This is a completely different culture compared to back home. Not everything is going to line up the same. The girl calmed down enough to manage an apology. I'm sorry, that was rather rude of me. I'm sorry for misjudging the situation, she said while looking down a bit. Well, Miss Granger, all is forgiven. You are new to our world, so some excuses can be given. But I must say, while I like to think of myself as rather strong and fit for my age, these books are starting to get heavy. I ask again, could you please open your trunk, and I could put these away for you? He consoled, getting a little frustrated that he was still holding the entire stack of his first-year books. She rushed to get the trunk open after that. He saw that they had already purchased robes for the girl as she cycled through her compartment settings. He eventually got them in the compartment she wanted and shook his arms out. "Well then, seems I need to increase my morning regime again," he said mostly to himself, but it got looks of amusements from the adults. "You didn't have to give me your old books, you know, my family is capable of paying," the Granger girl said to him after she stood back up. Honestly, he had kind of missed how Muggle kids behaved. They didn't tiptoe around social norms, they just trucked along through. "Hermione dear, Mr. Potter here was kind enough to gift those to you when he didn't have to, what do you say?" Mr. Granger interfered this time, causing the girl embarrassment once again. "Thank you for the books," she said quietly, pink still tinting her cheeks. "You are most certainly welcome, Miss Granger, and think of it this way," he said as he leaned in to whisper into her ear. "Now your parents have more money to buy you extra books that aren't on your school list." That did it, and the girl squealed in excitement, and the next thing Harry knew, he was very confused and was subject to a bone-crushing hug. "Good Lord, Harry, I let you off on your own for maybe 10 minutes, and you're already in the arms of a young lady. My, you kids move fast these days." A voice that turned out to be Sirius came from the entryway. When the girl heard what he said and realized what he meant, she let go of Harry and hopped away with a high-pitched "eep." "It wasn't anything like that, sir, I just lost myself a moment in what he said to Harry said to me." "Oh, is that right, and you're on a first-name basis already?" he said with a raised eyebrow before looking over at his godson. "Do you already have an intended?" he asked slightly seriously, eyebrow raised in an actual question. Harry sighed at that. "Sirius, please meet Mr. and Mrs. Dan and Emma Granger. The young lady is their daughter Hermione Granger. She will be joining me at Hogwarts this term." Professor McGonagall was escorting them around the alley before we got to talking. "I've given her my first-year text since they were catching dust. You came in when I had whispered to her that her parents could afford to purchase her more books now, thus the hug," he explained while initiating an introduction for all around the room as well. "Mr. and Mrs. Granger, Miss Granger, this is my godfather Sirius Black, of the most ancient and most noble House of Black." Harry finished his introductions before anyone thought to ask Sirius what he meant by intended. Sirius stuck a hand out to the Grangers. The female Grangers had their second experience of having their knuckles K.S. in greeting. "Why did Harry introduce you that way, Mr. Black?" the girl asked, her head tilted. Sirius regarded her again since she was using his godson's first name after just meeting him. "Well, Miss Granger, that is because I am from a very old magical family. There are families within the magical world that have been a part of the society since the times of King Arthur and the like," he explained patiently. "My family, the Blacks, as well as Harry's family, the Potters, have been a part of magical Britain for millennia. I don't think we need to bore them with any more details than that, Sirius," Harry said, making sure Sirius wouldn't go too much further in his explanation. They were from the Muggle world, and he was glad it seemed the girl didn't know of his fame yet. He regarded the girl again. "I will say though, Miss Granger, it is not polite within our society to utilize first names of an individual without their express permission. You have already used mine, so I see no reason for you to stop since you seem friendly enough. Professor McGonagall introduced me as Harry though, but my full first name is Harold." Hermione seemed a bit confused by that concept. "Why is it considered impolite?" "It is just one of the cultural differences between the worlds. First names are regarded as very personal, and most are not used to being referred to so familiarly by mere acquaintances and strangers," Harry explained patiently. "Well, that will take some getting used to, I guess. Would you prefer me to call you Harry or Harold?" "Harry is fine, I feel like I'll be seeing you in the Hogwarts library often enough. Feel free to join me at a table if you ever feel inclined," he invited. He valued intelligence and the girl seemed to as well with her excitement over books. "Okay, Harry, you can call me Hermione if you like," she responded with a smile. Harry thought about it for a moment. "Perhaps after I get to know you a bit better, Miss Granger," he said neutrally. He was bound by his grandparents' teachings, and it had taken a bit for him to become comfortable around Terry, Fred and George, so felt he shouldn't rush it personally. Well, okay, Hermione said with a hint of disappointment. Do you mind if I contact you over the rest of the summer? I have so many questions about Hogwarts and what first year will be like. The girl had given him a minor rendition of puppy dog eyes while asking, and he found he couldn't quite refuse her. That should be fine with me. Do you have your own post owl? No, but don't you have a house phone? She asked, confused. He shook his head. Sirius and I live in a very old magical structure. The ambient magic would cause any muggle electronics to go haywire. We send correspondence only through magical means. If you don't have your own, I can send you a missive first with my owl Hedwig. Expect her in the next couple of days. I look forward to it, she exclaimed. Professor McGonagall decided to interfere at this point since she had a schedule to keep. Thank you very much with your agreeance to assistance with Miss Granger, Mr. Potter. I will say though that we should be off now that you have the required texts. You have much more that I wish to help you and your family purchase, and I only have so much time, so if we could continue on, you can return to this store with your parents after my departure. Hermione seemed reluctant but agreed. Okay, Professor, it was nice meeting you, Harry, and you, Mr. Black. Nice meeting you as well, Miss Granger, Mr. and Mrs. Granger, said Harry, giving each a nod of his head. Nice meeting you as well, Mr. Potter, Mr. Black. The elder Grangers returned in kind. Sirius nodded at them with a smile and waved to McGonagall. After they had left, Sirius looked at Harry teasingly. Any reason you let a girl you don't even know call you Harry? Harry just looked up at him in annoyance. She doesn't know our ways. I had a similar culture shock last year, so I understand. I see no reason to upset her by forcing her to change the way she addresses me when she was only being friendly. And it has nothing to do with her being a cute fellow little bibliophile. Or that hug, Sirius responded with a raised eyebrow. Harry grimaced. Personally, I don't like physical contact that much. You get away with it. It happened though, so nothing to do about that. Reet. So, you liked it then? Sirius said with a nod of understanding and a tone of finality. I hate you. Love you too, pup. Let's go, get your books so we can get out of here. You have other stuff to buy as well, and I don't want to spend the day in the alley. Sirius said while putting a hand on Harry's back, prodding him towards the rows of books. The rest of that afternoon in the alley had gotten Harry everything he thought he would need for the coming year. He had gotten more tomes on his interested subjects on top of his year's book list. He had also updated his wardrobe as he was taller and had filled out some more from his last school year. He had immediately written a letter to Miss Granger after returning to the manor. Dear Miss Granger, I hope this letter finds you well. I felt no need to wait on my promise to write. You had seemed rather excitable to the prospect of magic. I felt the same way when I joined our new world a little more than a year ago. Any questions you have about your first year I will be glad to answer, but know that some aspects of your first night at Hogwarts are considered a tradition secret. I look forward to hearing back from you. Sincerely, Harold James Potter, of the most ancient and most noble house of Potter. He had debated whether or not he should place his heir status in the letter, but decided against it. He didn't want the girl asking too many questions before she got to know him a bit. He was hopeful that he could find a new friend that would know him just as he was, just Harry. He was aware that he wasn't anything near being just Harry. He was to be the head of a very important family, and he was famous from the night of his parents' deaths. He understood that he was a walking legend, but still, it made it hard at school. Either he was worshipped for no reason by the rest of the school, as he saw it, or held at arm's length from the majority of his housemates. He was forever glad to have Dora as a cousin, and Terry, bless him, as a fellow half-blood in Slytherin. Fred and George had also been a refreshing aspect, and he didn't mind their idiotic Gryffindor tendencies so much when he got to know their Slytherin side. He figured that it would be a couple days before he got a response out of Miss Granger and put her and thoughts of friendship out of his mind for now. They had spent the day shopping, and he knew Sirius would want to continue his training in earnest over the next week. For some reason his blasted godfather had seen fit to only just inform him that he had registered him for the U13 British dueling circuit taking place on the weekend of June 19 after he finished his second year. Harry planned to prepare in earnest now that he knew he would have to make his debut onto the dueling circuit at such a young age. He was glad he would be going up against kids of similar age and skill set though, so he held some confidence. A few days later, filled with both dueling, Quidditch, and spell research, Harry received a response from Miss Granger. His faithful snowy owl Hedwig was perched on his shoulder during breakfast, and he fed her some bacon bits, earning himself some loving nips to the ear. He opened the letter and read its contents. Dear Harry, I was so ever excited when your owl tapped on the kitchen window. She is such a gorgeous bird. What is her name? I'll have to remember to get a supply of owl treats the next time. My parents allow us to visit Diagon Alley. I've been reading all about the magical world. Why didn't you tell me that you were famous? I have read about you in several background books that I picked up after getting the remainder of my supplies. I assume you didn't want a starstruck 11-year-old girl to deal with. On top of how I acted over the books you gave me, so I can forgive you, I guess. I didn't know that you left notes in all the margins of your old textbooks. At first, I was scandalized over the thought of someone defacing a book, but then I decided you must know what you were talking. Being top of your year in all. What can you tell me about how we will be arriving to Hogwarts? Though, Professor McGonagall explained platform 9 3/4, but my parents and I are still a little hesitant about walking through a brick barrier, understandably, or at least, I hope. Also, what is the sorting ceremony into the houses? How do they sort us? How do we get to the castle? The Hogwarts Express. I'm sorry if I am overloading you with questions, there is just too much to learn. I'll cut this short for now so as not to weigh down your owl. One last question, why do you sign your letters that way? It seems a bit hoity, no offense. Love, Hermione. Harry was rather perturbed from the girl's letter. Definite bibliophile, he thought amusedly. It was the fact that he was in several books that she read that bothered him. She didn't appear starstruck, since he had gotten to her before the books, so that was good. Books about him. He hadn't even thought about that. He wondered on the legal repercussions of writing about him without his or his guardian's permission. He quickly drafted a letter to Rockjaw about the matter and gave Miss Granger a response to the questions he felt were safe to answer. He explained that he had only gone for a formal tone of address since it was the beginning of his correspondence, and it was proper for him to do so. He also admitted that he had toned down his own signature as well. He told her he would be happy to step out into the Muggle side of the platform to lead her and her parents through with Sirius. He also told her about all the magical treats she would get to try on the train. He informed her that it was a guarded secret how first years were sorted, and he was honor-bound not to disclose that information. It was an unspoken tradition. He confessed that the fact that books about him may exist had escaped his thoughts, and that he would be looking into the matter. He also warned her not to believe everything in those texts, as not everyone knew what happened that night, since he was the only survivor, and was only a babe at the time. Her reply had been reluctant to admit that the books may have some false info, but defended that they did claim anything written was mostly speculation. He could live with that, they weren't claiming facts. So whatever. Rockjaw had informed him that the history books about him were matters of public record, and weren't about him specifically, just about the Blood War and his part in it at the end. Rockjaw did inform him that apparently there was an author writing fantasy stories using his name and likeness to sell books. They were all rather silly things, and Harry wanted them either removed from shelves, or he wanted a cut of the profits, preferably a mixture of both. First year had been awkward enough as it was. He didn't need more fangirls and boys. Outside of that, the summer continued how it had, him learning more and more magic, practicing his dueling, and preparing for his tryouts as a chaser onto the Slytherin Quidditch team. Dueling and tutoring from Sirius and having Terry over a few more times helped build some solid confidence in him, and he was excited. A concerning thing he read in the Daily Prophet was that apparently a Gringotts vault had been broken into a couple of days after he got his school supplies. The only thing known about the case was that someone had retrieved the contents of the vault that same day, prior to the break-in. Neither he nor Sirius knew what to think of that. The fact that someone had tried to rob the goblins was ludicrous, but it happened. They had far too many questions about the issue, but hoped the bastard was caught eventually. Their gold was stored there after all. Soon it was September 1st and Harry and Sirius were preparing to step through the flow to the station. Sirius had agreed to assist the Grangers with getting to the platform, so they were leaving a bit early. They were greeted by the sight of the large steam engine before they made their way through the brick barrier and waited for them by platform 9 and 10. They didn't have to wait long, and Harry had been taken by surprise when Miss Granger had spotted him. She had left her things and immediately rushed to Harry and engulfed him in a hug. He had hesitantly returned it, trying not to be awkward, but not knowing what to do. Her bushy hair left his face, and he could see amused looks on her parents' faces. The look he was getting from Sirius almost caused him to groan, but he held it in. "Well, hello to you too, Miss Granger," he said to her with a small smile, and as when they had first met, took her hand and said her knuckles. Like last time, this got a blush out of her, but she was apparently ready for it this time. He greeted the elder Grangers in kind, as did Sirius. "Sirius, would you lead Mr. and Mrs. Granger through after I lead Miss Granger?" he asked his guardian as he grabbed the girl's luggage cart. His own was stored safely into his pants pockets, he would unshrink them on the train. "Of course, Harry, you two go on ahead, we'll just have a chat, you can wait on the other side," Sirius replied, a giant smirk on his face. Harry knew the man was going to prank him somehow, and he felt he was going to get the Granger parents in on it. This didn't bode well. "Come along, Miss Granger, just follow me right through, there isn't a need to worry. It's only an illusion," Harry said to her before pushing her cart through the barrier. He was rewarded with a gasp of awe from behind him when she took sight of the giant steam engine. He regarded the childlike wonder in her eyes, sure that he had looked the same way last year. He smiled as she took more of the magic in. She looked at him with a big smile on her face and a twinkle in her chocolate brown eyes. She shook with excitement and tried and failed to suppress a squeal of excitement. Her parents and Sirius soon joined them though, and she was sobered by the thought that she wouldn't be seeing her parents until the Christmas holidays. Harry though had taken his eyes away from Miss Granger and was trying to discern just what had Sirius smirking so damn much. "What have you gone and done now?" he asked accusingly. "Oh, nothing terrible, Daniel and I had just come to the verbal agreement about you two getting wed," Sirius said with far too much cheer. The mischief in his eyes were unbearable. When he saw the elder Grangers weren't shocked or outraged though, he was confused. "I'm sorry, what did you just say?" Miss Granger said near catatonically. Her father responded to her. "Well, you see darling, courtship happens very young in the wizarding world, as Sirius just explained to us. He broached the subject of you and Mr. Potter here getting hitched after you turn 17. He said you two would be a good match, as you are both very studious, and Mr. Potter would be able to direct you through the societal norms of the magical world and help you make something of yourself." Harry just stared at the man, and then Sirius, and then Mrs. Granger, trying to confirm that they were pulling their legs. He couldn't yet, they weren't slipping. "Daddy," Miss Granger exclaimed indignant, "are you really trying to marry me off? Did you know about this, Harry?" she said as she turned to him, a fierce look in her eyes, but it was betrayed by the giant blush adorning her cheeks. He sighed. "Okay, enough you two," he said as he shot a glare at the older males who immediately started chortling. "You bloody had to do that, didn't you, Sirius? It's Miss Granger's first day, and you had to pull a prank over us." Sirius nodded vigorously with tears of mirth leaking down his cheeks. "Yes, I am just surprised I got Daniel and Emma to go along with it. I knew it wouldn't last long, but we off-balanced you for sure." "I hate you," was all Harry said in response before looking back at Miss Granger. "I apologize for his behavior, Miss Granger, I thought I had him better trained." She giggled at that, her blush mostly gone now. "It's fine I guess, but my father is definitely not off the hook for going along with that. Honestly, I won't even be 12 until September 19th. Daniel had the sense of mind to wince at his daughter's tone. It sounded just like her mother's. He knew he wouldn't get support from that side of the court either if his princess was upset enough. Sorry, Pumpkin, the opportunity was too grand. And besides, you didn't seem entirely appalled judging by your blush. The girl's face reddened again in full force. Daddy, she said as she slapped the man's arm playfully. She was then pulled into a hug by her father. Easy now, sweetheart. I am going to miss you so much over the next few months. Be sure to write to your mother and I often. I will, Daddy, she said as she moved over to her mother to receive the same. Harry exchanged a quick one with his godfather while they were occupied. I still hate you, Mutt, Harry said to the man, earning him ruffled hair for his efforts. They were then joined by the Tonks family. Quick introductions all around, and another set of goodbyes were made, but Harry was pulled aside by Mr. Granger for a short moment. Mr. Potter, I am sorry to ask this of you, but I am, as I am sure you can understand, worried about sending my daughter away without being able to protect her myself. Harry nodded his following of where the man was going. While you are only a year ahead of her, she looks up to you greatly, and she sees you as a very dear friend. She did not have many if at all growing up because of her tendencies towards academia. I would feel better knowing that you would be looking out for her. The man explained. I had already planned on it, Mr. Granger. I know how cruel children can be. I will ensure she does not feel alone in the castle. I know some other students that will take her attitude towards education with either disdain or jealousy. I will likely be in a separate house than her, but I will do what I can. She has grown on me this summer, and honestly, I feel a kindred spirit. Harry responded, a small smile tugging at his lips from getting to know Miss Granger throughout the summer. Mr. Granger let out a sigh of relief. Thank you, Mr. Potter. I appreciate it immensely. You best be off now, my daughter seems to be getting impatient. After that they made their way onto the train and Harry had ensured to levitate Miss Granger's things into the rack of a compartment that he suggested they share with Dora before she left to spend time with her own friends. Miss Granger had watched him in fascination as he did so. You can levitate such a heavy object already. I have only managed the feather described in my charms book. She asked him. He raised his eyebrows at her, for her admission that she broke the law. He did catch her blush at that though. I know I wasn't supposed to, but I couldn't resist after getting my wand. She explained and Dora laughed. Don't you worry, little miss, Harry here breaks the law daily. He just gets away with it because his family home is hidden behind so many secrecy wards that they can't tell that he's casting magic. The older girl explained. Oh, that must be terribly useful. I know living in a Muggle area hinders me, but do you think I could visit sometime next summer so I could practice, Harry? She asked the boy excitedly. He sighed. Well, Miss Granger, he was interrupted before he could continue. Can you please start calling me Hermione? You're my best friend and yet you refuse to use my given name, she pouted at him. Sorry, Hermione, I get rather caught up in my ways sometimes. He said with a small frown. He hadn't meant to upset the girl, and he was rather touched that she thought of him as her best friend. As I was saying, I am sure between your parents and Sirius we can arrange for you to spend some time at the manor next summer. She squealed and promptly hugged him from her seat next to him. He was realizing she was a rather physically affectionate creature, his near exact opposite, in that regard. He semi-returned the gesture, knowing enough by now that others were hurt when he didn't reciprocate. She remained sitting next to him with Dora across from them in the compartment. They were eventually joined by Terry, who Harry introduced Hermione to. Pleasure to meet you, Granger. You must have made an impression for our Harry here to take an ickle firstie under his wing. Terry teased Harry. I have not taken her under my wing, Terry. We ran into each other at Flourish and Blots and struck up a correspondence. She's become a friend, Harry defended. The blonde boy just smirked. Of course, Harry, of course. Anywho, where do you think you will be sorted, Miss Granger? Hermione hummed in thought. After all my readings and with talking to Harry, I think I would be best suited to Ravenclaw. I do love learning, and it is where I will meet the most like-minded classmates. What, the Viper Pit doesn't entrance you? Terry teased a bit. Won't you miss our Harry here? Hermione blushed and Harry just groaned. Is everyone going to tease me about befriending a bloody girl? He thought morosely. While Slytherin has its good points like the other houses, as I'm sure Harry told you, I'm Muggle-born. I don't think it would be a very comfortable environment for me, she admitted. And I would rather not have to murder the majority of our house in her defense, Terry. Harry said in a rather cold voice that neither of the younger two had heard from him before, but Dora had. Harry absolutely despised the pureblood mantra. Sure, he believed in pureblood traditions, as they were sometimes keyed to magic himself, and he knew he was part of the governmental body, something he still hadn't explained to Hermione, and he wasn't sure she had read up on it yet. Fact of the matter was though, he knew the stance of most of his house, and had proved them wrong by reaching the top of both the Slytherin first years as well as all of them in grades. He had earned a grudging respect through his academic success, but he was a half-blood, a recognized heir, and the boy who lived. If he was to fulfill his promise to Mr. Granger, he would have his work cut out for him as she sorted to the viper pit. Dora didn't know about his promise, but of his hatred for the way certain purebloods would regard the girl who had befriended her little cousin. She shuddered at what he would do to any he caught bad-mouthing her, or worse, causing her actual harm. That's a little extreme, don't you think? Hermione asked Harry meekly. He regarded her, an intense look in his eyes. There are few things that will send me into violence, Hermione, but they are valid. If someone hurts someone I am close to, the gloves come off. If someone uses certain language around me, I respond. We will see how your Slytherin year mates behave, mine and above are rather mild-tempered. Terry pitched in here. It's true, with having this one in the house. He jerked a finger at Harry. Not many are open about the purity issue. He contradicts them at every turn thanks to his mother's heritage and his own brilliance. So far, none have dared to cross him. They treat me with indifference, and you know it, Terry. Harry shot back. The other boy just shook his head. Bullshit, you're the lead of our year group, and some of the older ones are willing to follow your lead. With you getting on the Quidditch team this year, your position in the house will be cemented. Harry thought about what he said, and reluctantly agreed. Perhaps you are right, but I'd rather Hermione here not chance the viper pit. Besides, she fits with the claws so well. They have their own library, I heard. He said that last bit to Hermione, to ensure he was pushing her in that direction. Her face immediately brightened. Oh, do you know how many books it has? She asked, causing the others to chuckle at her enthusiasm. They passed the ride with idle chit-chat and talking about first-year classes. Dora had left after the sweet trolley came and went to spend some time with her friends. Hermione got to experience her first chocolate frog, and the boys enjoyed her reactions to Bertie Bott's. She had decided she preferred the frogs, though they still unnerved her. The twins came by at some point and said hello. They warned Harry that they were keeping their younger brother at bay. He apparently had a case of fanboyism, and also refused to believe the twins when they said he was in Slytherin. Other than them, some of his year mates he was friendlier with stopped by to say hello and ask him and Terry how their summers were. Very few from Slytherin outwardly reacted when he introduced Hermione to them, except a quirking of their eyebrows and for some reason, a knowing smirk. Eventually, someone Harry would have preferred not to have met yet decided to force his presence on them. Without even a knock, something even the twins had managed, a pale boy, with gray-blue eyes, platinum K.'s hair that was gelled over, and a permanent sneer on his lips walked in. He was flanked by two boys that were only a couple of inches shorter than Harry, and they seemed bulky in a way that his cousin Dudley had. The K.'s boy looked at the four of them, his sneer present, until he looked towards Harry. I heard that Harry Potter was on the train, you must be him. You'll learn that some families in the wizarding world are better than others, Potter. He looked between Dora, Hermione, and Terry again with his sneer. The name's Malfoy, Draco Malfoy, and I can help you meet the right sort. He finished, sticking his hand out to Harry. Harry stared at the boy, who had the absolute gale to approach him as if he was from a higher station. His grandparents had told him what sort of slight this was. Harry stood up and straightened to his full height. He looked down at the K.'s, and glared. Heir Malfoy, please do not tell me that your father has not taught you proper decorum in a public setting. He sneered. The Twit had the sense to gulp from the look in Harry's eyes and the tone of his voice. He realized he had probably goofed something up, but couldn't think of what. Taking the boy's silence for ignorance, Harry decided to teach him. You barge into the cabin I am sharing with my friends without so much as a knock, proceed to insult my friends with your comments, and then offer your own friendship without proper address. The Malfoy boy swallowed a large lump in his throat at that. His etiquette had been rather poor, but it was all half-bloods and mudbloods in this carriage, his family was above them all. I didn't think decorum was necessary here. He tried explaining. None of you in here are purebloods so. But he was cut off by Harry. None of us are purebloods, are we? He shouted. Oh, great, I guess the content of my blood changes the fact that I am heir apparent to the most ancient and noble house of Potter, is that it? I suppose you think yourself above me, heir to the noble house of Malfoy. Harry all but sneered. He had been warned of the uppity French family that had married into the Blacks by Sirius. Malfoy looked incensed at this. Watch it, Potter. I am also the heir to the most ancient and most noble house of Black. His father and mother had informed him of that one. With that it put him on the same social step as the Potters, and his pure blood made him superior in his eyes. Harry and Dora both began laughing at that, upsetting Malfoy further. What's so funny? You are, to think that you would be the heir presumptive, when the Lord Black is my godfather, and lives with me. Harry all but snarled with a vicious grin on his face. House Black would never appoint a mudblow. Malfoy quickly found himself silenced and Harry's wand was glowing with a crackling white light and pointing right between his eyes. He gulped. You, Harry began in a soft whisper, but everyone in the carriage could hear him, and none dared make a sound, not even Malfoy's two oafs on his side. Will never use such language in my presence again, Malfoy. If you do, I can assure you, I will make your time at school absolute hell. He was practically hissing. At this point, even Malfoy's two oafs caught on to what was happening and gulped. They dragged the K.'s boy out of the compartment before he could get them blasted. Potter looked pissed. A small, wet, trail could be seen where the trio had exited, leaving a hint to the state of one of the boy's bladders. Harry eased his magic back into himself and his wand stopped crackling. He took a deep breath and returned to his seat by Hermione. It was then he noticed the three others in the cabin staring at him. What? He asked rather defensively. Terry just broke out into a huge grin. Mate, that was bloody brilliant. I think the little tosser actually wet himself. The boy was then trying to prevent himself being consumed by his own laughter. The look on all their faces. Dora was looking at him a little upset, but a little amused. Harry, as a future Auror, I think I need to inform you that turning one of our cousins into a grease spot is not necessarily legal. Harry refused to back down on the issue. He was in violation of our social norms, and he was about to spew out derogatory language. I would not stand for ladies such as Miss Granger and yourself to hear it while you are in my presence. Reet, was all Dora said, her own hands up defensively, knowing she wasn't going to get anywhere with the kid today. Harry, Hermione said to him quietly. All heads turned to her. She could be seen biting her bottom lip nervously. Are you really part of the magical nobility? He nodded at her. He hadn't planned on breaching this topic until she was more accustomed to their world, but he should have known that wouldn't last. He nodded. I am the last of my house, and we have been around magical Britain since the time of the founders. Did you come across anything about the nobility in any books? Hermione nodded. I didn't want to assume that you would be in that station. I thought there might be more Potters, and you were just related. I also didn't want to know if you held the same bigotry that it seems a lot of purebloods do. I'm glad to see that you don't, but it's still a lot to take in. She said all this very quietly and looked down into her lap. She seemed so small at that moment. Harry smiled sadly. Chin up, Miss Granger. He commanded, and he was rewarded with a questioning look from a pair of watery brown eyes. Some purebloods can be right twits, but don't let that get you down. You, lady, are a witch. Just prove through your actions that your blood means little. You'll be top of your year, or I'll eat my wand. He got a choked laugh and a playful swat on the shoulder for that. Don't be a prat, Harry. She said to him. Now, why didn't you tell me you were set to be a lord and would be part of the magical government when you turn 17? She said as she crossed her arms and gave him a penetrating look. Well, simple really. You had learned that I was famous on your own, so I figured you would learn about my birthright on your own as well. I was right, and you just needed confirmation. This way you got research in, we could start our friendship without something like that in the way, and now, you know. Harry said with a dignified shrug. Hermione's look broke to a silly smile. Well, when put that way, I guess it all worked out rather well. She admitted. Dora chose the time to bring the conversation back to something pleasant though. Yes, the future Lord Potter explained why he is a sneaky little SKES. We should be at Hogsmeade Station in about 30 minutes though, so why don't we all get into our robes? She got a couple of laughs from the Slytherins, and Hermione just giggled. The boys took their change of clothes to the bathroom to change, so the girls could have privacy in the compartment. Soon, the whistle was blowing, and they were departing the train. The three older students dropped Hermione off with Hagrid. We leave Miss Granger in your capable hands, Hagrid. Goodbye you two, we shall see you at the feast. Harry said with a grin before he and Terry grabbed a carriage pulled by strange skeletal horses and Dora went off with some of her year mates. What breed of creature do you think is pulling the carriages? He asked. Terry looked over at him questioningly. There aren't any, are there? He returned, a bit bewildered. Harry then went into explaining what he saw, and Terry just shrugged his shoulders, not entirely certain. When they got out, Harry reached out to touch one, then guided Terry's hand to it as well. The other boy was rather freaked out that there was indeed a creature there that he couldn't see. Harry decided he would ask Hagrid about it later. For now, he was hungry, and wanted to watch the sorting. They joined their housemates at their table, and traded pleasantries with everyone around them. They were waiting for Hermione and the rest of the first year to come in, and Harry was taking the time to look up at the staff table. The headmaster sat in the middle as always, tonight deciding on sunset orange robes that seemed to just glow. He made eye contact with the man, and he received a nod and a small smile, which he returned. He saw Professor Flitwick speaking with Professor Sprout about something. The two witches he knew to be the arithmancy and ancient runes teachers respectively were chatting as well. The care of magical creatures teacher, Professor Kettleburn, was looking as if he lost another limb over the summer. He finally caught his head of house, Professor Snape, talking to a timid-looking man in a purple turban of all things. Must be the new Dada professor. He thought to himself, already missing Aurora Shacklebolt. Harry continued watching the two when the man in the turban turned his head more towards Professor Snape, and Harry was looking directly at the turban. He immediately felt a sharp pain in his brow, concentrated around his scar. He hissed in discomfort and ripped his eyes away. He was glad that everyone was chatting and hadn't noticed his pain. What in the bloody hell was that? He thought to himself. He had never experienced something like this from his scar. He didn't like what this may mean but decided he would write to Sirius about it first thing in the morning. It would be a Monday, and he would have classes, but he planned on continuing his exercise regimen. Soon enough, the large double doors to the great hall burst open, and the new first years made their way up to the bench. He could pick out Hermione's wild hair even from here, and he was anxious to see what house she would go to. He tuned out the Hat's song, as it sounded like last year but different wordplay. He listened as many went to this house and that, the first few this year heading for Hufflepuff. Eventually Hermione was called. Granger, Hermione, he saw her step up to the stool and hop on, letting McGonagall set the hat over her hair. The hat and her seemed deep in conversation for a moment before it shouted out. Ravenclaw. And Harry breathed a sigh of relief. He was glad she didn't end up in his house, it would have been a nightmare trying to protect her. He was equally glad she wasn't in Gryffindor. Outside of the twins, not many of the Lions took well to him being a Slytherin last year. He noticed some other sortings after her. His godbrother, who he had not met appropriately yet, Neville Longbottom, had gone to Gryffindor. The lad had some childhood chub still on his bones, but he had the K.'s hair that was used to describe the Longbottoms to him from Sirius. Malfoy, unfortunately, joined him in Slytherin, as had his two Neanderthals, a Vincent Crabbe, and a Gregory Goyle. Malfoy had joined their table as if he owned the bloody thing, but since the sorting wasn't over when he was called, everyone ignored him, which seemed to miff him. The sorting ended with the newest Weasley joining his brothers in Gryffindor, and Slytherin gaining an Italian boy named Blaise Zabini. With the sorting over, Headmaster Dumbledore took to his podium. Now that our new students have been sorted, I only have a few quick words. First, for our first years, welcome to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Second, to our returning students, welcome back. We'll have some announcements after we are all fed and watered, so without further delay, Nitwit, Blubber, Oddment and Tweak. Thank you. As the headmaster said each word, food appeared at a different house table, and Harry finally connected the dots that the man was telling the house elves to put food on the tables. That sly old man, he thought with amusement. He purposefully let people wrongfully think he was sometimes barmy, but he clearly had all his faculties. As he loaded his plate with his own food, he strained around to look for Hermione, and was glad she was facing him and could make eye contact. He smiled reassuringly at her and gave her a wave, which she returned. Her new housemates caught who she was waving to and immediately started hounding the poor girl with questions. He could see her blush from here. Sorry about that, Hermione. Better you than me though, he thought to himself with a grin. The remainder of the feast passed by quickly, and soon Harry found himself with Terry in the common room, waiting for the prefects to bring in the new first years. He had already noticed that there were more than his own year group, and it made sense. The year Harry and his year mates were born was one of the most intense times magical Britain ever experienced. The war had been fought in earnest at that time. Soon, all the first years were stood where he and Terry were last year. He knew the K.S. Ponce, Malfoy of course. Then he noted that the brat had a Goyle and a Crabbe flanking him. It made sense since they were vassals of House Malfoy. He also took note of a rather cute-looking K.S. girl who had light blue eyes and pale skin. He racked his brain from the sorting, and remembered that she was a Greengrass, and likely the heiress to her family. She was from an ancient and noble house, a few steps up from Malfoy. There was a Theodore Nott, also from an ancient and noble house. The boy was very pale and had a ratty face that reminded Harry of his cousin Dudley's friend, Piers. The boy stood not too far from Malfoy. The last boy of the New Year group was the dark-skinned Italian boy, Blaise Zabini. Zabini was from Italy and held no political weight here in Great Britain, but likely did in his home country. Greengrass had a sandy-haired girl standing next to her who Harry thought her name was Davis or something. He didn't recognize the last name, so he didn't spend much time on her. He noticed the girl from House Bulstrode, a noble house like Malfoy's. She was rather stocky and had shoulder-length brown hair and a squarish face. If he remembered correctly, her older brother Timothy just started his 7th year. They had one more girl in their year, and it was a short girl with black hair in a pixie cut. She seemed to have a nose that was squashed like a pug's. If Harry remembered from the sorting, her last name was Parkinson. He ran out of thoughts on the matter as Professor Snape strode in and delivered the same speech as last year, near verbatim. Soon, the first years were herded to their new rooms, and Harry played a simple game of wizard's chess with Terry, surprisingly taking a win from the boy who usually trounced him. Harry bid a good night to his year mates after that, keen to go to bed and get up for his morning exercises. He went to sleep with a content smile on his face, happy to be back in the castle. The next morning saw him awake at 5, just like every other day. He was glad he wasn't up in Ravenclaw or Gryffindor Tower, as getting to the grounds from the Slytherin dungeons really did not take long at all. He ran to the Quidditch pitch and ran until he lost count of how many laps he had gone around. By the time he finished the remainder of his workout and showered, it was just about 7. Harry waited patiently in the common room, reading a book on arithmancy as he waited for Terry. He had all of his school books in his bag, bless magic. He wouldn't have to come back up looking for specific texts ever again. He only got a few minutes of reading in, as Terry walked in at about 1:15. "I assume you want to avoid the K.S. Ponce this morning," Terry said with a grin. Harry just grimaced and nodded. "Very well, those twerps shouldn't be out here for a few more minutes. Let's get something to eat. And with that the two boys made the short walk out of the dorms and towards the Great Hall. There was only a dozen or so students already eating, and Harry wasn't surprised to see Dora eating away at the Hufflepuff table, nor Hermione with her nose in what looked like her charms book. Harry waved to Dora and got a response, and just looked over in Hermione's direction in amusement. He knew the girl was bookish, but sweet Merlin. Ravenclaw would certainly fit her best. Harry and Terry dug into their food once they sat down, eating everything in sight. "So, are you keeping up your exercise routine while you're here at Hogwarts, Harry?" Terry asked him in between bites. He said it a bit louder than necessary, but Harry knew why. Marcus Flint, the Quidditch team captain for Slytherin, was seated not too far from them. Catching on to what Terry was doing, he followed along. "Why yes Terry, I am. Like we discussed this summer, I plan on trying out for the chaser position this year. Need to be in shape for that and all. Why don't you join me in the mornings? You still plan on trying out for the open seeker spot, right?" Harry noticed that Flint was looking over at them now with an interested gaze. They had planted the seeds in the boy's mind now. They knew that tryouts wouldn't be announced until the end of the week as well. They had time to fertilize those seeds between now and then. "I think I will join you then. I still plan on trying for Seeker, might as well not get lazy. Think we can work some flying drills in as well," was Terry's reply. "Flying drills would have to be during some free periods we can agree on. I exercise for a good while in the mornings, and I need to plan with Dora for our extracurricular spellcasting. We can think of something though." Terry nodded to that, and they continued eating, acting as if they were done with just simple small talk. Soon the hall was filled with students rushing to get food before classes that day. The heads of houses began their rounds, passing out schedules and the like. When Professor Snape stopped at them, he took the time to speak to Harry. "Mr. Potter, I was very pleased with your performance last year. Please be sure to provide the house with a repeat so we can take the house cup once again. Mr. Boot, here you are. I look forward to seeing you both in potions first period." And with that the dour man continued down the table. Harry looked down at his schedule and confirmed that they had potions first. Potions first, and then transfiguration right after, should be a busy but interesting morning at least. He commented before continuing to read. Monday, 0900 0950 potions with G. 1010 50 potions with G. 1100 1150 transfiguration with G. 1200 1500 transfiguration with G. 1300 1350 lunch break. 1400 1450 free period. 1500 1550 history of magic with G. 2200 astronomy. With R. Tuesday, 0900 0950 free period. 1010 50 study hall with HR G. 1100 1150 history of magic with G. 1200 1250 herbology with H. 1300 1350 lunch break. 1400 1450 charms. 1500 1550 charms. No evening period. Wednesday, 0900 0950 transfiguration with G. 1010 50 transfiguration with G. 1100 1150 herbology with H. 1200 1250 herbology with H. 1300 1350 lunch break. 1400 1450 Dada with H. 1500 1550 Dada with H. No evening period. Thursday, 0900 0950 history of magic with H. 1010 50 history of magic with H. 1100 1150 Dada with H. 1200 1250 transfiguration with G. 1300 1350 lunch break. 1400 1450 free period. 1500 1550 charms with H. No evening period. Friday, 0900 0950 charms with H. 1010 50 charms with H. 1100 1150 Dada with H. 1200 1250 potions with G. 1300 1350 lunch break. 1400 1450 free period. 1500 1500 free period. No evening period. When Harry finished his schedule, he whistled. "Much more intense than last year, huh Terry?" he said while looking towards his friend. Terry had a look of horror on his face. "Are they trying to kill us?" Terry squeaked. Harry chuckled. I imagine they are going to cram our core classes into us this year since next year we all add a minimum of 2 electives. Makes sense in a way. Terry only shook his head. Leave it to Harry to find extra school to be funny. While this was going on, Harry noticed that Hermione was just getting her schedule from Professor Flitwick. He planned on asking her if she wanted to be shown the library tonight and figured he might as well go offer now since he was done with eating. He got up and ensured he looked presentable. Terry, I'll be having a chat with Miss Granger. I'll meet you in potions, he said as he grabbed his bag and made his way over. He got to stand just behind Hermione, who was studying her schedule to memory it seemed. Harry noticed all of the Ravenclaws seated next to her looking at him with wide eyes, and for some, mouths agape. He cleared his throat, startling the bushy-haired girl he came to speak to. Miss Granger, a moment of your time please. She spun and seemed to only calm down upon seeing him. Harry, don't go scarring me like that, she admonished as she smiled at her friend. Sorry, Hermione, I'll send Hedwig to you prior to my sneaking up on you in the future. He teased a little, a small grin on his face. It grew a little as he got a giggle out of the girl. Now no need for that, I am sure, you were just being your sneaky Slytherin self, I'm sure. Speaking of Hedwig, do you mind terribly if I borrowed her to write to my parents? I'm sure they would love to hear about the sorting, Hermione asked, big brown eyes coming up to meet Harry's own in a pleading glance. I suppose you can, yes, I can show you to the Ollery later this evening if you wish, and I can take you up to the library after that. Harry offered, sure that he would get a positive response. Hermione immediately brightened at the mentioning of the library. Oh, yes, please, that would be wonderful. After dinner then, she asked. Harry nodded. Yes, that will work fine for me. What do you have first today? Oh, I have charms with Professor Flitwick. I'm ever so excited. Just based off of the textbook I think that class will be my favorite. There are just so many possibilities when it comes to charms. She practically gushed. You have your head of house first, ironic as I do as well. I have potions with Professor Snape first, and then transfiguration. My 2 favorite classes back to back on the first day. Yay me, Harry responded with a chuckle. May I see your schedule? He asked. Hermione quickly handed it to him, and he realized that yes, second year was packed with more classes than first for sure. He also noted that he would be walking into charms as Hermione would be walking out of it on Thursday afternoon. We will cross paths Thursday when you finish your charms class, and a couple of times for history of magic scattered throughout the week. Shame, that, but we can always catch up in the library after you know where it is, he said, giving her schedule back. He looked at the time. Looks like I better be off to potions though. It was nice talking to you, Hermione. I'll see you after classes, Harry said as he waved goodbye to her and began walking out of the hall, noticing a many number of eyes bouncing from himself and back to Hermione at the Ravenclaw table. Bye, Harry. Hermione waved back excitedly. She was just glad that her first friend seemed to be making an effort to continue to talk to her even though they were in school now in different houses. She couldn't wait to tell her mother and father that she had apparently been worried over that for nothing. She also noticed the looks she and Harry were getting as he was leaving. She looked to one of her year mates, Elisa Turpin. Why is everyone looking at Harry and I weirdly? She whispered. Lisa just looked back at her in shock. You know he is famous, don't you? Hermione nodded. Yes, I do, but so what, he's just a student like everyone else. She replied easily. Yes, he's a student, but rumors from the Daily Prophet after his first year say he is one of the best students the school has seen since the days of Albus Dumbledore being a student. That, and Harry Potter is one of the richest men in magical Britain, and you have yourself a titan. And here you were, a first-year Muggleborn student, talking to him as he invited you to the library as if it was the most normal thing in the world. Hermione frowned at Lisa for this. So what if I am a Muggleborn? Harry doesn't care about any of that pureblood nonsense as far as I am aware, and I've been exchanging letters with him ever since we ran into each other at Flourish and Blotts. We struck up a friendship that day, and he has been rather helpful explaining the wizarding side of the world to me. I understand he is part of one of the noble families, but he doesn't go deep into that stuff. Lisa just shook her head, as did all those who were listening in around them. They all couldn't believe that one of their classmates knew the boy who lived so well. Regardless of how he feels about blood status, Potter is still a Slytherin. That house is known for producing dark wizards. Aren't you worried about that, boy who lived or not? A K.'s boy jumped in, his name was Anthony Goldstein. Hermione just shook her head. So what if Harry might become a dark wizard just because of his house? He's a very nice boy and he has never been anything but a gentleman to both my parents and me. And I find it laughable that you expect him to turn evil just because of what house he was sorted into. Slytherins are known for their cunning and guile, not for their propensity for evil. Just as we are known for wisdom and wit, maybe you all should practice some of that wit and try to rein in your prejudice. She ranted off. Well said, Miss Granger, 2 points to Ravenclaw. Professor Snape said from behind the girl, and those around her realized most of the hall had already cleared out for classes at this point. Now students, best get to class, wouldn't want to be late on the first day back, would we? The black-haired man asked with his nose curled down at them. The students quickly gathered their things and scattered. Severus Snape watched them go, thinking deeply to himself. A Slytherin boy, already being talked about by the other houses due to his fame, and someone had started the talks of him possibly being a dark wizard. It reminded him of his own time at school, and how others talked about him. The similarity was that both boys had befriended a girl from another house. It had caused difficulty for Severus himself when he was a student, and he wondered how Harry would handle it. He knew Harry was different from himself. He had originally thought of him only as Potter's spawn, but had learned quickly during the boy's first year that that was not the case. The child belonged in his house. He was driven by an ambition, to what, he wasn't sure, but the boy had the will to succeed. He didn't take lip from even the older Slytherins. Normally Severus would take that as arrogance inherited from his father, but he realized early on that the boy acted like Lily Evans far too much for his comfort. The boy showed academic brilliance and attentiveness that reminded him desperately of the girl that the boy had inherited his eyes from. The boy had argued with housemates in manners of blood supremacy, and had taken the top spot in his year to prove them all wrong. He knew many of his older SKE.SS made the excuse that the boy was the vanquisher of the Dark Lord, and therefore was destined to be amazing, regardless of blood status, but Severus knew better. Harry was a half-blood, just like himself, just like Lord Voldemort, and just like Albus Dumbledore. Half-bloods were often more powerful than their pure-blooded peers. Albus had the theory that it was due to helping correct the inbreeding the purebloods had become accustomed to. Severus was likely to agree with that statement. He knew just off of the reports from Minerva and Phileas that Harry dominated his wand-based subjects. He grasped theory quickly, and then had the power to cast, and cast. There had not been a single spell that slowed him down the previous year, and he always seemed to know how to do it prior to class. The boy was suspected of knowing advanced magic for his age, and Severus wasn't sure how far along the boy was. Maybe I should ask him when his turn for counseling comes up. He thought to himself as he made his way to the dungeons, set to teach Harry and his year-mates potions once more. He shook himself of his musings of Harry and the Muggleborn's Miss Granger. His Slytherins were paired with Gryffindors once again, and he had some lions to torment. Potions had gone by quick for Harry. The first day was a pop quiz of everything they had covered last year, and what they were expected to cover on the coming Friday and next Monday. Harry was positive he had done rather well, and none of the questions had stumped him whatsoever, and he was eternally grateful that he always had the mind to read ahead. To be fair, it was too easy actually. He had practiced basically the entire year's worth of potions over the summer, and he had Andy look over most of them. She said he should expect an O for the year once again. Transfiguration turned out to be just the same. A quiz, followed by practicing all of the spells they had cast last year. Harry had breezed through the quiz, and had finished casting before everyone else. By the end of the lesson, he had earned 20 points for helping out other students, and for answering the professor's questions regarding hints for specific spells. After that was lunch, and he ate quickly and visited Dora when he was finished. They quickly compared schedules and saw that the next period was the only free period they would share throughout the year. "Well, since you are done eating, you can come with me." I figured out where we can practice last night after dinner's announcements. I asked a house elf if they knew anywhere to train, and they recommended the 7th floor. Come on. Dora led him upstairs, and they were standing across from a picture of some dancing trolls. Okay, hold on while I walk in a circle 3 times. Harry watched as she did just that, and then, by magic, a door appeared on the blank wall. Harry raised his eyebrows at his cousin. Do I want to know? He asked. Dora just grinned and opened the door up and gestured for him to enter. He did as instructed and couldn't help but gasp. In front of him was his dueling room at Potter Manor. He turned to Dora in shock. How? He asked. Dora just smirked. Why, magic of course. Harry just shook his head. So, what are we going to work on today? He asked, a sadistic grin on his face. Dora matched him with that. I think a duel for the first day back is in order, runt. Harry's grin grew. Oh, you are on. And with that, their private training began in earnest. After the summer of being trained by Sirius, Dora was very surprised when Harry beat her in 4 out of their 8 duels that day. What has that mutt been teaching you? She screamed as she was felled by Harry for the last time before they had to run back to classes. Harry chuckled. Sirius put me through the dueling ringer every other day during the summer. If we weren't practicing dueling, we were playing Quidditch. Very productive summer if I do say so. Dora groaned. Still, Harry, how would you feel if a bloody 7-year-old was properly trouncing you on the dueling floor? Harry frowned. I imagine I'd be rather upset, but I am not 7, I've had a year of intense magical training, you know that. Dora nodded as they made their way out of the room of requirement, as she had told him it was named. That is true, but still, you are years my junior, and you can best me. That is ridiculous. I don't think so, I was trained by you and Sirius both. I was going to get to this point eventually and you know it. So, what if it happened quick? Harry argued. Dora just shook her head. True, I guess, and you have worked extremely hard. I guess that hard work paired with your natural talent and magical power, it was bound to happen. So, same time next week? She asked, a bit more chipper than when their conversation began. Harry nodded as he used some cleaning charms on himself. Sounds good, I have to rush to history now though, so I'll catch you later Dora. And with that he was off, rushing to his next class. Their meeting place being on the 7th floor instead of the 3rd this year would be a bit annoying, but at least it was a room that could provide them with very interesting and realistic training dummies. He was going to abuse it every chance he got now that he knew how to work the room. The rest of his day passed quickly, and he returned to the room after history. He asked for a dueling simulation and was presently surprised when he got it. He got a wooden dummy that was animated to cast actual spells at him. This is going to be interesting, he thought to himself as he made his way through his spell repertoire and tried to kill his wooden opponent. The opponent tried to kill him too. This was way better than the dummies at Potter Manor. Harry worked up a sweat practicing on the dummy. It seemed to match his own skill level at the moment. While he had thrown some more questionable spells around, the dummy hadn't gone full-blown like he had, maybe because he forced it to use a shield more often than not. He made his way down to dinner after cleansing himself with magic again. Terry greeted him by passing him a bowl of rice to load his plate up. Where have you been since history, mate? I was going to ask to practice some Quidditch drills, but you took off rather quickly. Terry said to him. Oh, sorry Terry, I was practicing some spells I read about over the summer. Needed a place alone since I didn't want anyone to get in the crossfire. Harry explained, giving a half-truth. After dinner, I'll be escorting Miss Granger to the Ollery and then the library, so I won't have time tonight either. We have astronomy at 10 anyways. Want to just do some drills in the morning? We have a free period before study hall first thing. Terry nodded. Sounds good to me mate. Then another, unwelcome voice chimed in. You are going to escort that mudblood. Why do you continue to sully yourself with scum, Potter? Malfoy just had to join a conversation he wasn't a part of, regardless that he was sat a ways down the table. Harry gave a suffering sigh. Mr. Malfoy, if you do not act with decorum, I will be forced to teach it to you in the dormitories away from the nosy eyes of the other houses. If you use that word in my presence again, first year or not, I will be dueling you in the common room. Do I make myself clear? Harry said quietly so no other house could hear him, but all of the Slytherins between himself and Malfoy did hear, and they had a glint in their eyes. Malfoy scoffed. What, you think because you are a second year you could beat a pureblood in a duel? You are delusional, Potter. You still do not use the decorum I am sure your father taught you, very well. I'll let you know a time when I can find it in my heart to pay any more attention to someone as worthless as you are. Harry spoke back in a scathing voice. After that he ignored the K's sputtering and talks about his father hearing of this. Honestly, Harry hoped Lucius Malfoy heard of it. His brat clearly was spoiled and didn't know how to behave in public. He would duel the little Ponce in the common room. He would arrange it with a prefect for a night when neither the dunce nor himself had astronomy. Harry finished his dinner and moved to the Ravenclaw table after bidding his year mates in his house goodbye. He soon found himself behind Hermione once again. He was glad she didn't appear to still be eating, preferring to chat with her year mates. A girl sitting across from her gestured at him, informing Hermione of his presence. She turned around and smiled at him. Oh, Harry, I was just talking about you. I was wondering when you would decide to finish eating. She tried teasing. I am a growing boy, Hermione, I need all the food I can get. He responded easily, aware that he ate a fair bit more than most his age. He did so much bloody damned exercise a day and used so much magic, he'd pass out if he didn't. She had the nerve to giggle at that, as did a couple of the other girls around her. Harry didn't exactly mind, he had gotten used to that behavior last year. Are you ready to accompany me to the Ollery now? He asked, getting to the point of his visit. Oh yes. She smiled at him. Let me just put my things back in my bag. And then soon the two were out the double doors of the Great Hall. The Ollery was a good walk away, so Harry took the time to ask how her day went. Did you enjoy your first charms class? He asked. He immediately received a gushing 11-year-old girl for his troubles. Oh, it was excellent, Harry. Professor Flitwick really knows his stuff, and he is so passionate about the subject. After that I had herbology, followed by history. Herbology was rather fun, and it has applications to potions class, which I am looking forward to as well. Why didn't you tell me that history was taught by one of the ghosts in the castle? I was ever so surprised. Most of my classmates passed out from that man's monotone. Honestly, while it is disrespectful of them, I can understand to a degree, he even made me a tad drowsy. Study hall was fun, I can ask my housemates plenty and they don't seem annoyed to talk about schoolwork. What about you? How was your day? Hermione had fired question after question in rapid succession. Harry was glad he was usually pretty good at focusing as he chuckled as he thought of his answers. Well, yes, Professor Flitwick certainly is a good teacher. I enjoy herbology too, if nothing else but for the fresh air and a chance to work with your hands like in potions. Yes, sorry I didn't tell you about bins, but it's another one of those surprises. I have a bit of trouble staying awake in that class too, but I manage. I'm glad you seem to be getting along with your housemates. As for myself, I had a very good, but very busy day. Double potions followed by double transfiguration was a K's morning, but I did well on my pop quizzes, I'm sure. I had history as well last period and it was again a quiz, nothing crazy. I met up with Dora for some family time during my free period, and then I did some self-study until dinner. Now here we are. Did I answer all of your questions? He had a teasing smile on his face by the time he finished. Hermione had the decency to blush at that. Sorry, Harry. You know how I get when I get going while I'm excited. But yes, you answered all my questions. I'm glad you had a good day as well. No need to apologize, Hermione, I know you were excited, and I don't mind the rapid-fire questions. It challenges my brain a bit. He joked back at her and elicited a small laugh. Did you write a letter to your parents already? He asked her. She nodded and proceeded to pull an envelope out of her bag. Yes, I wrote it after I finished the day's homework in my free period. Are you sending a letter as well? He shook his head. No, not today, I am afraid. I'll hold off until Hedwig gets back with your parents' reply. Sirius shouldn't miss me too much, and I don't have any groundbreaking news for him. I typically send an owl towards the end of the week while at Hogwarts. Oh, well, thank you again for loaning me Hedwig. Mum and Dad love her, but they are hesitant to get an owl of our own at the moment. No problem at all, never be afraid to ask. I'm sure she will be happy with the extra chance to stretch her wings. Harry said as they finally arrived at the staircase to the owlery. Once up there, Hedwig flew onto his shoulder to nuzzle and nip his ear. Hello girl, Hermione has a letter to her parents here for you. Would you mind taking it for her? His owl hooted in response and stuck her leg out for Hermione to attach the letter. Soon enough, she was out the window and flying south. Well, now that is over with, you owe me a tour of the library, Harry. Hermione exclaimed as she started to drag him away, getting him to laugh. Easy there, no need to rush, it's still rather early and it will only take about 10 minutes to get there. No need to gas ourselves out. Hermione wasn't having any of that though, and he relented to a brisk pace to appease her. The moment he opened the door to the library for her several minutes later, he watched the twinkle appear in her eyes, and he couldn't help but be amused and wary of what that twinkle might mean as she took in all the books surrounding her. He did not yet realize what monster he had set upon these poor tomes. By the end of classes Wednesday, Harry was very concerned. The last class he just had was Dada, and it was a nightmare. For one, the teacher was a stuttering fool, and seemed afraid of his own shadow. That itself didn't concern him too much. What did, was the fact that his scar felt as if it was on fire the entire class. He had done his best to hide his discomfort for one reason. He was suspicious of the professor, and something was seriously wrong with the man. His scar had never hurt before, and now all of a sudden, this man starts teaching, and it flares up. The messed up part is it only happened when Harry looked at the back of the bastard's head. That was why Harry was walking towards Professor Snape's office. He had to raise these concerns immediately and ask if there was anything he could do to mitigate his pain outside of potions. He soon knocked on the man's door and was treated to Severus Snape looking pleasantly surprised. Mr. Potter, I wasn't aware your counseling session was today, he asked Harry in his usual drawl, with an eyebrow raised. It isn't about my counseling session, sir. I have a concern that I would like your advice on if you have the time. Harry asked, the pain from his last class still leaving his head. The professor checked his swatch before nodding. If you can be quick, I won't be busy for the next 15 minutes. Harry nodded gratefully as he was let in and took a seat at the chair in front of the man's desk. Once the professor was seated, Harry began his tale. Sir, usually I wouldn't let something so small as a bad class get to me, but I figured I would bring this up since it was definitely unusual. I just came from Dada, and I am worried that there is something seriously wrong with Professor Quirrell. He received another raised eyebrow to this. Why do you say that, Mr. Potter? Because, sir, his stutter is one thing, the smell in his classroom is another, but the main concern is that when I am in his presence and I look at the back of his head, I feel as if my cursed scar is on fire. Professor Snape's eyes went wide at that comment. What else do you feel when that is happening, Mr. Potter? He asked with concern in his voice. This was troubling indeed. I can feel as if something is trying to shift my thoughts to random memories, but I can usually shake that off by looking away from his direction or forcing myself to read a passage in my textbook. Harry explained. Professor Snape was surprised some more. He just explained getting hit by a legilimency attack and fighting it off. He may have a natural talent for occlumency. If it has helped, I should start him on that path. Well then, Mr. Potter, while I cannot ascertain the reason you feel that way during your Dada class, I think I have a way to help remedy it. Have you heard of occlumency? Harry shook his head to that question. I thought not, it's a rather esoteric magic. It is referred to as the mind arts, specifically defending your mind from outside attack and influence. Its opposite is called legilimency, which is used to attack another's mind and to read it for its secrets. Harry was now looking at the professor with a hungry, worrying look in his eyes. Could you teach me both of those, sir? Professor Snape shook his head as he pulled out a book from his desk drawer. I cannot in good faith teach you legilimency while you are still a student here, as looking into someone's mind without permission is very frowned upon. I can give you this book that has my notes on occlumency for you to begin shielding your own mind, and I can test your shields periodically if you wish to study the art. Harry was a bit disappointed that he couldn't learn legilimency from the professor, but he was glad about taking the book for occlumency. And you think occluding my mind will help me in Dada? Why, Professor? He asked. Because what you described sounded like a low-level legilimency attack. While I cannot say for sure since usually it requires eye contact, maybe Professor Quirrell's turban met some strange magic when he went on his sabbatical. I could not say. Occluding should help ease the pain in your scar and keep your thoughts on what you wish them to be though. Harry accepted that explanation. Very well, sir, when would you be willing to test my occlumency going forward? Professor Snape thought about it for a moment, thinking of the boy's schedule and his own. Come to me on after your Dada class on the 25th of the month. We can check your progress every other Wednesday after that. Harry agreed and grabbed the book so he could rise and leave. Very well, sir, I thank you for your offer and your time. I promise to put my best foot forward towards learning this art. Am I to assume no one else is to know of this book or conversation? At the professor's nod, he understood discretion would be his best bet. Good day, sir. He then made his way to his dorms to stow the book in his bedside cabinet and to ward it with a notice me not charm. While in his room he read through the first chapter, and noticed it wanted him to do breathing and meditation exercises. This should be simple enough. He thought to himself, practicing his breathing now while he had a chance before putting the book away and making his way to dinner. He planned on spending the evening in the library with Hermione again tonight since last night he and Terry had gone out to the pitch for some flying. He tried to continue his breathing exercises throughout the night, even while sitting in the library with Hermione. It was simple enough, and no one seemed to notice. Hermione was scribbling away note after note that she was researching for one of her essays, Harry wasn't sure which. He was simply reading up on books that had suggestions for dueling techniques. Battle transfiguration was something he was going to start incorporating more into his skillset now that he knew more of the subject. He was thinking of modifying the matchstick to needle spell to a larger scale before Hermione and him were disturbed from their quiet table by a not-so-quiet boy. Hey there, Harry. Both he and Hermione looked up in shock at the noise. In front of them was a ginger-haired boy that Harry recognized as the Weasley twins' younger brother, Ronald. Harry raised an eyebrow at the greeting, wondering why the kid thought he could use his first name. Hello, Mr. Weasley, can I help you? He asked the boy slowly. No need for that, mate. My name's Ron, the boy replied. Your name is also Mr. Weasley, as I do not know you, and it would be improper for me to use your first name at this time, just like how it is improper for yourself to refer to me as Harry considering you do not know me. Harry admonished the boy. This caused him to go red in the face and ears. Why do you care about all of that etiquette crap at all, Harry? Only blood purists and dark wizards believe in that nonsense. Boy looked as if he was getting angry. This caused Harry's eyebrows to disappear into his hair. Etiquette is most certainly not only for dark wizards and blood purists. I will remind you that my mother was a muggle-born, but she had learned the etiquette of this world just as I have ever since I rejoined it. There is nothing dark nor racist about having proper manners and comporting yourself accordingly. Who gave you that nonsensical idea anyways? I know for a fact that your three brothers who attend the school both exercise etiquette on the regular when talking to people outside of their friend groups. Harry was running out of patience with the kid rather quickly. Well, I don't know why they do that. My mom taught us that that kind of stuff made you go dark. You shouldn't do it either, and you shouldn't even be in Slytherin. How can you stand being surrounded by so many Death Eaters? The Weasley was nearly yelling at this point. Shish, this is a library. Hermione hissed at him. Oh, be quiet, you bookworm. No one cares what you have to say. Weasley said scathingly. I'll have you know I care what the so-called bookworm has to say. Harry hissed as he drew his wand and pointed it at the ginger. Leave us be, now. I will not have you sit here insulting my sorting, my manners, nor my friend any longer. Weasley gulped as he saw the wand. I guess a year in the slimy S.K.E.S. pit was too much already. You're already a dark wizard. Are you daft, boy? Being a Slytherin does not make one evil, you little twit. Begone, I don't wish to suffer your presence any longer, Harry said, gesturing with his wand for the boy to leave. Luckily, he did, or Harry would have had to resort to hexing the bastard. Once he was out of sight, he turned to Hermione. Don't let his comments get to you, Hermione. I saw your face when he called you a bookworm. I also meant it when I said I care what you have to say. You are my friend, and nothing is going to change that. Especially not little twits like that. Sorry excuse for a wizard. Harry soothed her, knowing her feelings had been hurt. She gave him a watery smile. Thank you, Harry, that means a lot to me. Some of my housemates still talk to me, but kids from the other houses and even some claws seem to be upset that I raise my hand in classes so much and answer questions or ask a lot in class. I thought everyone would be equally excited about learning magic as I am. They are already starting to act like the kids in my last school outside of yourself and a few others. Harry frowned at that. Well, don't you worry. If nothing else, while I remain in this castle, you will still have me whenever I am available. It's refreshing to see someone who shares the need to learn everything they can about magic. A shame you weren't in my year or house, having the same schedule would have been great. That got a smile out of her, and she seemed more in control of herself. Well, yes, I have you at least. I also just miss Mum and Dad, first time at boarding school and all that. I could usually talk to them about all this stuff. It will also be unfortunate not to be home for my birthday this year. Harry of course knew when her birthday was, having learned of it over the summer, and he knew it was on the 19th of this month. It was 15 days away, but he already had a present stowed away in his room for the occasion. Hearing that she was upset about being at the castle on her birthday, he decided he would do a little bit more for her on that day. He could enlist the help of the house elves rather easily. Well, we can do a little something for your birthday. I'll arrange everything, don't worry. We could even go and see Hagrid that evening. I know he has been dying for me to come down and say hello to him and Fang. I can bring you to his house on Friday. He received smile and a nod for this, and they tapered off back into silence and their own studying. Harry began plotting in his head how he would make sure the girl had a good birthday, and of how the encounter with Weasley reminded him that he had another first-year snot to put in his place. After escorting Hermione to Ravenclaw Tower, Harry made it back to the dungeons and was pleased to see that Malfoy and his stooges were still awake. He made his way over to Katerina, as she was a prefect. "Hello Harry, what can I help you with?" she asked when she saw him walk over. "Hello Katerina, I was just following up on my threats from Monday morning. Mr. Malfoy was being crude and not behaving. I challenge him to an official duel. He may choose the time, but the place will be here in the common room, as is the standard practice. Slytherins had infighting due to their politics all the time. They only ever dueled each other here, away from prying eyes and so that they could keep the appearance of unity in the face of the other three houses." Katerina nodded her head appreciatively. Harry had gone through the entire last year without needing to duel anyone, and he even argued with upper years verbally on matters of supremacy, and still it never came. 2 wands. He really doesn't like the Malfoy brat. She thought to herself. "Okay, I'll announce it," she said as she stood up. She cleared her throat and began. "Slytherins, a moment of your time please. Our Mr. Potter has requested to sanction a duel between himself and Mr. Malfoy on the basis of proper comportment. As some of you may remember, Monday morning Mr. Malfoy was being rude to Mr. Potter, and would not address him appropriately. Mr. Potter is heir to 2 of the most noble and most ancient houses of our nation, and Mr. Malfoy comes from the noble house of Malfoy. The duel will take place here in the common room at a time of Mr. Malfoy's choosing since Mr. Potter has requested the duel. Mr. Malfoy, what say you?" Everyone looked over at the K.S. who was looking shocked and horrified that Harry had called him out. He looked around the room before something the prefect said made him sneer. "Potter is not the heir to 2 most ancient and most noble houses. I am the heir to the most ancient and most noble house of Black," he said, but many of the upper years laughed at him. "What is so funny? It's true," Katerina answered for Harry. "Mr. Malfoy, it is a well-known fact that since Mr. Potter's grandmother was Doria Black, and his godfather is the current Lord Black, that he is most definitely the heir presumptive to House Black unless the Lord sires another child. For all intents and purposes, Mr. Potter is Sirius Orion Black's son. I refuse to believe that. My father has always told me that I would one day be Lord Black. Malfoy shouted. A filthy half-blood like Potter couldn't be Lord Black anyways, the Blacks would never stand for it. The Blacks do not have anything in their charter that says the Lord Black has to be pure of blood, Mr. Malfoy. Harry responded with a drawl. My godfather and I have already checked with Gringotts, until such time as he sires a male heir, I am next in line for the lordship, there is no fighting that. Malfoy looked at Harry furiously. He could tell the brat wanted to duel him now but was thinking of something. I accept your duel, the boy began. But we will do it after the Yuletide break. Harry raised his brow at that. The brat wanted to wait for a good amount of time apparently. Very well, I accept the time. You best train up hard, Mr. Malfoy, because this half-blood will be after you blood. With that Harry left the common room for his bed. Once there, he practiced the meditation from the Occlumency book. It certainly helped him fall asleep that night, and he got a rather good night's rest. The remainder of the week passed by without much trouble, and on Friday, Harry brought Hermione down to see Hagrid. Hagrid kept Hermione suitably entertained with all his stories of magical creatures, and of course the girl's thirst for knowledge could not be satiated. That meeting had gone rather well, and Hermione was the recipient of an invitation to visit whenever, with or without Harry. Before Harry knew it though, it was already over a week back, and he and Terry were trying out for the Quidditch team. It was the second Saturday since getting back to the castle, and it was around 8 a.m. Harry and Terry were sat with their brooms as they got a speech from Flint about only the best of them being let on the team. They only had room for 2 chaser and 1 seeker this year. Harry would be up against 3 other chaser hopefuls, and Terry had to compete with 2 for seeker. The beaters were Peregrine Derrick and Lucian Bull. They were rather large 4th years, but then again Harry was a rather large 2nd year. Flint was the only returning chaser. The returning keeper was a 3rd year named Miles Bletchley. 2 of Harry's competition were 3rd years as well, Graham Montague and Adrian Pusey. Harry didn't know the 4th hopeful, and he didn't recognize anyone who would be competing with Terry for seeker. All right you lot, into the air. I want 20 warm-up laps before we get this show on the road. With that they were off, and Harry was surprised to see that he was outpacing the rest of the herd. A good sign for him, he was sure. He knew a few others had Nimbus as well, but he was glad for the advantage. Once laps were completed, they were separated by position. Harry was forced through some passing drills as Terry had to race the other competitors to the snitch. Harry did rather well, he thought. He hadn't missed any passes, and for tryouts Flint wasn't having them go through any complex formations, just the basics. Eventually, Flint just had the trying to score on Bletchley. Harry was proud to get 4 out of his 5 shots in, a score that Montague tied. Pusey hit 3, while the other hopeful hit none, and was promptly kicked off the field. Since you 3 have talent, this is what we are going to do. Potter, Montague, you 2 will be joining me on first line. Pusey, you still make the team, last year taught me that we need reservists. If any of us 3 are injured, you take to the skies. It's a legal replacement as long as you are on the roster. Unfortunately, we had no hopefuls for beater, or keeper reservists. Let's go see how the seekers are managing. It turns out Terry was doing very well against the other hopefuls. He was 6 for 10 on catching the snitch, the highest between the hopefuls. Flint blew his whistle and called them back to the green. Higgs, you make the team, you other 2, better luck next year I am afraid. Flint said. Once the hopefuls had left, Flint addressed his new team. Starting today you play for the ski.ss. I expect everything out of you all when on the pitch. We will practice twice a week. Our first match this year will be against Gryffindor. That first game will be on the 9th of November. That means we have just under 2 months to whip you all into shape. That being said, back into the air. I want 20 more laps, and then we practice for real. With that, Harry and the others were put through an almost literal hell. This on top of 3rd early morning workouts had Harry and Terry completely exhausted by the time they showered and made it back to the castle. Once back, Harry forced himself to write a letter to Sirius, and another to Andromeda and Ted to let them know he made the team. He stopped at the Great Hall for a quick lunch, and as he was leaving, he was hounded down by Hermione. "Hello, Harry. You're looking rather beat up. Did you make the team then?" she asked him, walking at his side. Harry smiled at her. "You were looking at one of the newest Slytherin chasers, Miss Granger. I'm off to the Ollery to let Sirius and my cousin Andy know. Care to join me? I'm sure we could go to the library after if you are free." Hermione grinned. "Yes please, would you mind terribly if I sent another letter off with Hedwig? If not, I can use a school owl, but if you are sending mail off anyways," she trailed off, and Harry had to laugh. "I've told you, Hermione, you can use Hedwig as long as she isn't already in flight for another delivery. Yes, you can send your letter as well. I'll tell Hedwig to stop at your parents last and to wait for them to reply. I must inform you that I have arranged an empty classroom on the 1st floor not too far from the hospital wing for your birthday celebration. Do you plan on inviting anyone along? Dora and Terry said they would join us already," Harry explained. Hermione looked a bit sad. "No one from my house seems to want to join me that night. I fear things have gotten a bit worse in my house. The Ravenclaws treat academia as a competition, but it seems they can get rather petty about class rankings," she said quietly. Harry frowned at her. "They aren't being mean to you, are they?" He had suggested Ravenclaw for her because he figured someone like her would do best there. She would get teased in Gryffindor, abused in Slytherin, but maybe Hufflepuff would have been better at this point. "They don't call me names or anything like that, Malfoy or the youngest Weasley." She let slip and realized her mistake as Harry's eyes seemed to flash a bright green. "What do they call you?" Harry asked her, deathly quiet as he stopped in the middle of the hallway. She gulped at him. "Don't worry about it, Harry, they don't get under my skin, I promise." "No, Hermione, I won't let them harass you unpunished. I've already challenged Malfoy to a duel, but that won't take place until after Yule." "What did those two little snots say to you?" Hermione swallowed again before answering. "Malfoy likes to call me a beaver tooth or a mudblood usually. Weasley calls me Bucky or the know-it-all bookworm." Harry could see her eyes glistening. Harry was pissed. He started walking to the Ollery again, but his stride was fast and angry. He didn't say anything until they had sent their letters off. As they were walking to the library, Harry had calmed down enough to speak. "I'll deal with them eventually. Continue to ignore them, they don't know what they are talking about. You're a brilliant young girl, your blood has nothing to do with your capabilities, and you have a pretty smile, so I don't know where they are getting this bucktooth nonsense from. Your front teeth are not that much larger than normal." He was promptly glomped by a teary-eyed Hermione. "Thank you, Harry, I know I shouldn't listen to them, but it is getting to be a bit much in this castle with really only you or Terry or Dora to talk to without judgment." Harry frowned as he hugged the girl back. He was getting used to the girl's over-affectionate attitude and didn't mind as much anymore, it was just a hug. "Have you thought of speaking to Professor Flitwick about your housemates?" he asked her. She shook her head. "I'll only do that if I really need to. I think I will be okay as long as I have you as a friend, Harry." She sniffled. Harry rubbed her back in comfort for a moment. "Then I guess I won't be transferring schools anytime soon," he joked. He got a watery laugh for that, and a swat on the arm. They let go of each other after that and they made their way to the library. That next Thursday was Hermione's 12th birthday party, and he had escorted her to the abandoned classroom where Hagrid, Terry and Dora were in wait. There they surprised the birthday girl with a large carrot cake covered in white frosting with her name written on it and 12 candles lit. She had teary eyes as they sang her happy birthday. She blew out her candles in one go, and gladly accepted her presents. Hagrid got carved her a wooden flute that she had thanked him for his thoughtfulness. Terry had gotten her some sugar quills, which while she wasn't obsessed with sweets, she was interested in nonetheless. Dora had gotten her some actual high-grade quills for her schoolwork. Harry had gotten her something else though. He passed a rectangular package to her when everyone else had finished. She tenderly took off the blue wrapping paper and gasped when she saw what it was. It was a book, but it was one of the first editions of Hogwarts, a history. Harry, you shouldn't have, she said as she looked at the text reverently. She had been talking about the copies at the school only going back so far as the 4th edition. Where did you find this? Harry shrugged. Oh, I had 2 copies sitting in the Potter family library, and I figured you might like one. No reason for me to have 2 now, is there? He finished with a smile. He was promptly snagged into what he was fondly labeling a Hermione hug at this point. Even as the moment happened, he utilized his budding occlumency skills to store this happy moment away for another time. When Hermione released his, she had tears in her eyes and a watery smile. Thank you, Harry, that was very thoughtful. Happy birthday, Hermione, you're the same age as me and Terry now. Harry teased. Come on, birthday girl, let's get everything gathered up, I'll escort you to your common room. With that, their little celebration wind down, and Harry ensured Hermione made it safely to her tower. He still thought it was funny that all Ravenclaw had to do to get in was answer a riddle, but whatever. The days continued passing by. Harry would occasionally hex Malfoy or Weasley in the halls when no one was looking, to ensure he was getting back at them for any suffering they caused Hermione in classes or in the halls. His Dada class on the 25th was the most bearable one up to that point. He assumed he could thank occlumency for that relief. His scar would still hurt a bit, but the art allowed him to focus his thoughts to what he wanted as opposed to whatever force in Quirrell's classroom was doing to him. As planned, he went straight to Professor Snape's office after class was let out. He was promptly let in and told to sit. Now, Mr. Potter, I imagine you read through that book I gave you thoroughly. The professor asked him. Harry's response was to pull said book out of his back and set it on the coffee table. I actually finished the book, sir, thank you. It was most certainly helpful. I remember everything that is in it and wrote some notes down in my grimoire for reminders and hints later. I've been practicing constantly and can report some improvement in Dada. While my scar still stings, I can focus through and ignore it better. Professor Snape raised his brow at that. Is there nothing this child can't exceed at? He asked himself. Well then, Mr. Potter, I assume you already know how to compartmentalize your thoughts. Have you begun creating defenses in your mind? Harry nodded. Yes, sir. I figured you could test those out today with you. Professor Snape nodded and pulled out his wand. Very well, Mr. Potter. Prepare yourself. After a moment he pointed his wand at Harry and incanted. Legilimency. Harry immediately felt the foreign presence in his mind and focused in on it. What Professor Snape saw was merely pitch darkness, and couldn't make sense of left or right, but the mind felt like a cramped space. The next thing anyone knew, light flooded into the scape, and a large meaty hand reached in and yanked the professor straight out of his mind. As he was thrown out, the professor couldn't help but to think. What the bloody hell just happened? Teacher and student just stared at each other for several moments. Finally, the professor decided to speak. Mr. Potter, that was very effective, and I didn't know what to do while in your mind. What exactly did you imagine as your defense? Harry sighed and gave only a half answer. I used my own personal hell as the new defense for my mind, sir. Only I will ever be so familiar with the darkness you just experienced. I alone know it, inside and out. That thought disturbed Severus. What the hell is he talking about? Darkness. A 12-year-old boy speaking so familiarly about darkness was worrying on its own. The fact that pitch black was something he thought could protect him was even more worrying. The boy put on a strong front, but only on this day did Severus truly realize that the boy was damaged in some way. But how? Well, if you continue advancing the features of that defense, I have no reason to believe that your mind will not become impenetrable. That is, your shield is already most impressive, and just looking at you it is hard to ascertain your surface thoughts. In 2 weeks' time, let us talk again on what you feel your progress is, and if you have any questions about doing certain things, I am more than willing to assist. He offered, not know what else he could do for the boy now, besides maybe force him into counseling. Harry nodded in appreciation. That would be excellent, sir. It is good to hear that I did well in creating my shields. That was the only layer of defense I had been able to implement, so I am glad it worked so well. I will see you on Friday for potions, sir. With that, Harry left the room, leaving a contemplative potions master in his wake. Tonight, he was taking a break from the library. He needed to practice in the room of requirement. His weekly practices with Dora weren't enough for him, and he was constantly finding more spells that interested him. Some of them were of a questionable nature, sure, and he had adapted some of his transfiguration knowledge into battle spells. When he got to the room, he began by practicing turning random objects like tree branches provided by the room into metal lances, or spears, like how he could turn a match into a needle. He had been practicing this since he returned to the castle, and it honestly thrilled him. He could do it with the same incantation as the first-year spell. He just had to focus on what he wanted and add more power into the spell. It's almost too easy, he said to himself as he utilized the knockback jinx to send the spear hurtling into the wall. He had to find a better spell for throwing the objects though. That would be his next project in mixing transfigurations and charms to do battle. The rest of the night he practiced some more destructive things, like his lightning spell. He had started to get the hang of it, and his only issue was how much power it drained from him. He made a point to always use it a few times before finishing in the room, hoping to work out his magical muscle, if there even was such a thing. Harry was looking forward to the dueling circuit next summer, if only he had a competent Dada professor this year to help him along some more, but oh well. The rest of September flew by between classes, Quidditch practice with the team, dueling practice with Dora, library visits with Hermione, and his own self-study and casting that he got done behind everyone's backs. His occlumency was coming along, at least according to Professor Snape, based off how he described things and mentioned little tidbits to help him along. Harry was starting to get concerned about Hermione though. While he made it a point to join her in the library a minimum of 2 nights a week, he had noticed that she looked more and more tired as time went on, and he could tell that she had been crying sometimes before joining him at their table. She always assured him that nothing was wrong, and he certainly didn't believe that, but there was nothing he could do. All he could was to offer to be there to listen to her if she needed him to, and that he was here, like he had promised. Soon it was Halloween though, and Harry was lost in his own thoughts on that day. He almost hadn't noticed that Hermione had whizzed past him on his way to Charms class that day. He noticed she seemed rather upset and looked around for a reason why. He could see Neville Longbottom, his supposed godbrother, admonishing the little Weasley shit about something, but he couldn't tell what as they were headed in the opposite direction. Harry was torn between one of 3 things. He wanted to go and see if Hermione was all right, he wanted to tear the ginger shit to shreds, and he wanted to get to his Charms class so he wouldn't lose points for the day. Eventually he reasoned that Hermione was probably on her way to her next class as well, and he probably wouldn't catch her. He entered the Charms room before the bell and had an overall good lesson, but Professor Flitwick had noticed his distraction. "Class dismissed, Mr. Potter, could you stay back please?" Harry nodded to the small man as he packed his things. Once everyone was gone, he made his way to the front of the room. "Did you need something, sir?" he asked politely. "I was just wondering if you were doing okay today, Mr. Potter. I know what this day is for you," the man said, looking at him sadly. Harry looked rather shocked at that. No one had said anything to him about it last year. "Yes sir, I am doing okay. I plan on honoring them later tonight away from the feast. I don't think I could go to a celebration on this day. I am also a bit worried about a friend of mine. She seems so tired lately, and I can tell she has been crying, but she won't open up and let me help her. Then she seemed distressed leaving your class before this period, and I don't know what to think or do sir." Flitwick looked to get even sadder. "Yes, I can understand your reluctance to celebrate. I imagine it doesn't seem so festive to you. And judging off what you described, I can only assume you mean Miss Granger. I am extremely glad that she at least has you in the castle my boy. She does not seem to fit in well, even with most of my ravens. If she was leaving in distress, I can only assume Mr. Weasley said something rather rude to her after leaving the classroom. She had corrected him on the levitation charm in class today, and he was rather upset about it. Harry was at first confused. "You guys are still on the levitation charm. I thought we were past that last year." And yes, I figured it was Weasley, excuse my language professor, but I think I might hex the twit for making her cry. Flitwick laughed at that. Just don't let me catch you hexing him, and mum is the word. Keep that between you and me. Miss Granger is a brilliant student, just like you are, but she has a bit more passion for charms than you do. I know you prefer transfiguration even though you are no slouch here. Yes, you were past the levitation charm last year. This class is not, as it has some slower performers than your own year mates. Neville Longbottom is not the most accomplished caster, and neither is Mr. Weasley. So, you're saying a rather poor wizard has been tormenting my rather brilliant of a witch best friend? Harry asked the professor, a rather dark tone taking over his voice, shocking the small man. Professor Flitwick felt the boy's anger in the air. He could feel the ozone pouring off of a 12-year-old boy. This was simply awe-inspiring. He could see the green of his eyes flashing between dark and lit-up variations of the color. He composed himself, realizing he had a very angry student to calm down. Mr. Potter, please, control your magic. He chastised the boy. Harry took a few deep breaths and rolled his power back into himself. I am sorry, sir, but I am not happy right now. Harry admitted. He was ready to turn that little weasel shit into a grease stain. I think I had best separate myself from the rest of the student population today. I am going to go and exercise this frustration away. Flitwick nodded in agreement. Yes, that might be a good idea, Mr. Potter. I expect not to see you at the feast. Just ensure you aren't out of bounds or past curfew tonight. Of course, Professor, Harry said as he turned and left the classroom, leaving a very worried charms professor behind him. Oh, Mr. Weasley, I hope you know what you just released against yourself. Harry's friendship with the twins won't help you now. That was likely the only thing holding him back before. Phileas thought to himself, filled with dread and excitement at what would come next. Harry had gone to the room to work out some of his frustration, and he used it to make a memorial of his parents. After he blew numerous dummies that all looked like a certain ginger apart, he decided he had spent enough time alone, and decided to take a long walk through the hallways. He took his time heading back down to the dungeons. He had just made it to the first floor before he heard a crash and then what sounded like a girl screaming. He immediately took off in the direction of the noise, and realized it was coming from the first-floor girls' toilet. He heard another crash and a scream. He ran into the room with his wand drawn and took in an unexpected scene. There was a troll standing about 10 feet high with gross, grayish-blue skin. It was barely clothed, and he saw that it was winding up to swing a large wooden club. He saw what the troll was trying to hit. It was a bushy-haired, brown-eyed little girl in Ravenclaw robes, and Harry saw red. With a snarl he whipped his wand at the troll's club to prevent it from falling towards Hermione. The troll was confused as its club would no longer move. It looked up at it wondering why it was floating. Have twisted his wand and morphed the club into a large spear and promptly used his control to stab the troll onto place as he moved, so he was in between it and Hermione now. The troll screamed as it was pierced by the transfigured spear and was trying to pull it out of itself. Harry quickly grabbed Hermione and dragged her away as quickly as he could. He almost got her out of the door before he heard the troll roar and pull the spear from its body. They both turned around to see the beast charging at the two of them. Hermione screamed again, but Harry roared out his most powerful spell, desperate to end the threat. He quickly shoved her the rest of the way out of the door before he stabbed his wand at the troll and screamed, "Fullman!" A flash of white, and a deafening crack filled Harry's senses and left his ears ringing uncontrollably. He had thankfully remembered to shut his eyes before his spell fired off, and he blinked the light out of them. When he could focus, he was disgusted by what he saw. The troll's upper half had been almost entirely vaporized by his spell. Its chest was a charred mess with a trash bin-sized hole in it. The most disturbing part of the scene was that the troll's head was rolling on the ground, and the thing's legs didn't seem to want to collapse, so it was just standing there with half a chest, and no head. If Harry didn't have so much adrenaline and anger flowing through him right then, he would find this rather curious, if disgusting. He was brought out of his musings when he heard the voices of some professors approaching. "Miss Granger, what are you doing outside of your dormitory? Weren't you in the Great Hall? A troll is on the loose." Harry heard Professor McGonagall chastising Hermione out in the hall. He heard silence, so he answered for Hermione from inside the bathroom still. "There is no more troll, Professor McGonagall," Harry said. He hoped loud enough for the professors to hear. They apparently did, as he was soon joined by Professors McGonagall, Snape, Flitwick, and Quirrell, as well as Hermione. They all gasped as they took in the sight of him with his wand out, his scorched-sleeved, and the devastation he had wrought on the troll. Professor McGonagall was the first to recover, and Quirrell just fainted at the sight of the troll. "Mr. Potter, explain yourself. Why did you go looking for the troll?" Harry just raised an eyebrow at his favorite teacher. "Ma'am, I didn't go looking for the troll. I was heading towards my common room after I had set up a memorial for my parents somewhere on the 7th floor. I heard a girl scream down the hallway and investigated. If I had not, Hermione might be dead. She isn't because I vaporized the scum where it stood after I got her out of the situation." Professor Flitwick knew that I wasn't going to be at the feast tonight. He can vouch for me on that at least. "That is true, Minerva. Harry had told me he wouldn't be at the feast during last period. My main concern is why Miss Granger was here. I noticed she wasn't at the feast either." "Thank Merlin, you found her in time, Mr. Potter. 100 points to Slytherin for saving a fellow student's life, an additional 50 for expert use of what appears to be a lightning spell at your age, simply marvelous, as well as for that transfigured spear over there," Flitwick said, getting Professor Snape to smirk at the number of points one of his own had just won. "Truly a wonderful job, Mr. Potter," Snape praised him. "I think your parents would be proud." He managed to get out. "It was worth it when Lily's eyes," now Harry's looked at him in a sad thanks. "Thank you, sir, but back to the matter at hand. Hermione, why were you here and not at the feast?" Harry said, steering the conversation back to getting some questions answered. He wasn't ready for the girl to immediately start sobbing as she ran towards him and started crying on his shoulder. He wrapped his arms around the poor girl's back and rubbed some circles into it as she tried to gain control of herself. He looked to the professors for help, but they seemed not to know what to do either. Harry looked towards Snape. "Sir, you wouldn't happen to have a calming draught on you? If not, I think we should escort Miss Granger to the hospital wing." Professor Snape nodded in agreement. "I do not have one on me. We can return to clean this mess up later. Let us go see if we can't get Miss Granger and yourself treated. It seems you burned yourself a bit when you let off that lightning spell, Mr. Potter." Harry looked at his wand hand from behind Hermione's should and stifled a hiss as he finally noticed the damage done to ensure Hermione's safety. He looked back to his head of house before replying. "A small price to pay for her life, sir." That just caused the girl to choke up in his chest even more. "Come on, Hermione, I'll take you to the hospital wing." "I'm fine, you're fine, everything is going to be fine, all right." Hermione looked up at him with bloodshot eyes and tears streaming down her face, but she nodded to him and latched onto his arm as he tried leading her away. Flitwick woke up Quirrell as they were leaving and told him to dispose of the troll while they found out what had happened to Miss Granger. Luckily the hospital wing wasn't far away, and Madame Pomfrey was on them in an instant. "Who was hurt?" Harry immediately gestured to Hermione, and the next thing they knew diagnostic charms were flying left and right around the poor girl. "Well, she seems okay physically, just some light bruising from some debris I would imagine. She is emotionally exhausted though, the poor dear, and seems to be coming down from a large case of shock." "What happened?" "She was being attacked by a troll when I found her in the first-floor bathroom. I stopped the troll before it could hurt her further," Harry explained, getting a strange look from the healer, before she noticed his hand and began diagnostics on him. "Well, Mr. Potter, you seem fine outside of that burn on your hand. I'll get you some burn salve that should have it healed up overnight." "What caused that?" Pomfrey asked him. Flitwick answered for him. "The boy vaporized the troll with a rather powerful lightning spell, Poppy. It seems it was charging him and Miss Granger when he decided to do that." The matron just looked shocked at a second year performing that kind of magic. She heard Harry take a deep breath as if to calm himself. "I still wish to know what caused Hermione to be there in the first place. Hermione, could you please enlighten me?" Hermione was still sniffling, but she got some control. As embarrassing as it is, I was there crying my eyes out all afternoon. You saw me after my last class for the day, Harry. It was charms, and you were heading to it. When we were leaving, Ronald Weasley had made some rather rude comments about me not having any friends and being an insufferable know-it-all. All these months of his bullying finally just snapped me, and I will admit that it didn't help that I could see you and you seemed to be off into space, as if you didn't care what was happening around you. I thought you had heard his comments and didn't do anything about it. I had just come to terms with the reality that it was Halloween today and what that meant for you. It explained why you seemed so out of it in the hallway. You probably didn't hear what Weasley said at all. I cried the afternoon away, and then eventually the feast. I was straightening myself out to join the feast when the troll found me. It had missed me twice, knocking some sinks off of the walls in the process, and then you came charging in just after I had slipped on the floor, and I thought it was going to kill me. Then you silently stopped its club from hitting me, you turned its club into a spear, you stabbed it, and then you were dragging me away. I remember hearing the troll roar and seeing it charging us and thinking then we were both going to die, and then you pushed me out of the room. The next thing I hear is you scream an incantation and it felt as if the whole castle shook, it was so loud. She explained herself and when she finished, she crushed Harry in a hug again. Thank you for saving me, Harry. I'm glad to have a friend like you. Harry sighed tiredly after she explained what had happened to her. You mustn't thank me for saving you. Had I skipped charms and chased after you like I wanted to when I noticed you seemed upset in the halls, this wouldn't have happened. It does sound like we have another troll to deal with. His troll joke got a choked laugh from the girl who was burying herself in his chest. Please, no violence against students, Mr. Potter. I will deal with Mr. Weasley personally, of that I can assure you. Professor McGonagall told him. Miss Granger, if you are experiencing any bullying whatsoever, you should be informing your prefects. If not them, your head of house. We cannot deal with things if we do not know about it. I am just as glad that Harry here was fortunate enough to find you before something terrible happened. Yes, Miss Granger, I assure you, I would have attempted something at the very least had you come forward about your issues. Flitwick chimed in. As heroic and great of a knight in shining armor Mr. Potter makes, I don't think we need him vaporizing trolls on the regular. That got a sigh from Harry and a giggle from Hermione. I understand that, Professor, and if things continue, I will be sure to notify you. She said in response, suitably chastised. Madame Pomfrey decided now would be a good time to end the evening. I will hold the both of them overnight for observation. Professors, if you could leave for the evening, they should be ready for classes first thing. The three professors nodded and said their good nights. Professor Snape sent a jab Harry's way. I trust you to ensure the hospital ward is adequately secured, Mr. Potter. A good night to you and Miss Granger. Harry couldn't help but laugh at that. His head of house never made jokes, and he just had a crack at him. Once the professors were gone, Pomfrey summoned an elf to get them dinner since they skipped it. They ate together quietly, before Harry felt he had to say something. Hermione, he said, grabbing her attention. She looked up at him, just looking so small after everything that had happened. Why didn't you talk to me about how bad the bullying was getting? I would have done something about it. She sniffled. I don't know, Harry. I'm just so used to no one being there for me but my parents, but they aren't here. I have you, but it isn't the same, and I worry specifically what you would do to anyone who bullies me. You threatened murder to your housemates when we were on the train. I can see the intensity in your eyes, Harry Potter. I know you are powerful for your age, tonight proved that. I can tell you have a leaning towards violence when you are pushed too far. I shiver at the thought of what you would do to another student if you got carried away. I don't need you to get expelled or go to prison for me. Harry stared at her, as he reflected on what she said. He knew that she had a propensity towards authority and the rules, and he knew that when he didn't care, he'd go right around them. She was right. He had already commented that he would resort to violence against her bullies, and that went against what she thought was right. He could understand where she was coming from. You do not need to protect your bullies from me, Miss Granger. He said quietly. They painted the target on themselves. They did wrong by you. You should not feel guilty for what I might do to them. But Harry, Hermione began before she was cut off. Do you think I would be stupid enough to do something permanent to them? Do you think I would put myself in a position to get myself expelled? Hermione stalled after hearing that. I guess you wouldn't, Harry, but that doesn't mean that I don't worry about what you would do. So, it was better for you to suffer alone than to tell me what was happening, and for you to almost die in the process. Harry hissed at her, causing her to flinch back. I don't know, Harry. I just don't want you to get into trouble, she whispered. Harry sighed. Do not be worrying over me, Hermione, when it is clear that it is I who should be worrying about you. How bad have Malfoy and Weasley been to you? What about your housemates? This brought a fresh round of silent tears to Hermione's face, and that angered Harry greatly, but he suppressed it behind his shields for now. Malfoy and his goons constantly berate me for being a mudblood in the hallways. They cast tripping jinxes my way when they know teachers aren't around. The same could be said for Weasley. He calls me Bucky, know-it-all, and bookworm, and he tries to prank me in similar ways that the twins would, but his are just cruel. He spilled an entire inkwell into my bag the other week, and it took forever to convince a prefect to reverse the damage. Hermione began explaining. Harry could feel his anger creeping up on him like it had when he spoke to Professor Flitwick, and when he saw the troll about to kill her. And what of your housemates? He pressed. How are they treating you? A sniffle was heard, and he saw her wiping her nose on her robes. He pulled out a handkerchief and handed it to her, taking the time to spell her robes clean as well. Thank you, Harry. Ravenclaw Tower isn't too bad. I still talk to Lisa Turpin a decent amount, but we treat each other more as study partners if anything. Everyone else seems to be rather petty about class rankings. Professor Flitwick posts a notice every 2 weeks with updated rankings, and I've been at the top every time. Lisa is the only one from my year who doesn't seem to take it hard. The older years are all right in that they don't care about my rankings, but they can't do anything about the other first years since they aren't harassing me or breaking any rules. She blew her nose at the end of that, and Harry was glad he always carried hankies around now. Dealing with emotional girls was a prediction that Sirius had been right about, it seems. Well, I guess I can't really do anything to the Ravenclaws then. Harry mock pouted to try and lighten the mood. Surprisingly it worked, as Hermione couldn't help but giggle. Yes, Harry, no need to give them any more ideas about how you are a dark wizard in the making. She teased back. I'll have you know me becoming a dark wizard would not be the worst thing that would ever happen in this world. Harry said, shocking Hermione. I just killed a troll in cold blood, doesn't that make me look bad? Or is it acceptable because it was a creature, and it was self-defense? Either way, I vaporized the bloody thing. Isn't that bad? Hermione just shook her head. You were protecting someone, me, specifically, when you did that, Harry. People don't call soldiers evil for killing for their country or policemen for killing to protect innocents. You did something similar. Harry smiled a bit at that. Well, when put that way, I guess you are right, but you know how the rumor mill works here. They'll probably add a sword into my heroic acts of saving you, maybe a few more trolls, an evil wizard, and voila, a story worthy of the boy who lived. At that time Madame Pomfrey came back to take care of their food trays and to get them to bed. She vanished their food when they said they were complete and left out pajamas for them to sleep in and pulled a screen in between their beds so they could change. Do either of you want dreamless sleep potion? The matron asked them. Yes, please. Hermione said tiredly. I'll be all right, Madame Pomfrey, I have some thinking to do before I fall asleep. Harry told her. He could tell Hermione had crawled into bed, and must have finished changing to do so, but he hadn't moved, and he didn't plan on changing. Are you done changing, Hermione? He asked to make sure. Yes, Harry. He moved the screen out of his way and sat down on the chair near her bed with his wand in his hand. I'll be staying awake for a bit, Madame Pomfrey, if that is all right with you. He could tell by the woman's face that she did not like the idea one bit, but she didn't argue with him. She simply handed Hermione a vial and instructed her to drink the whole thing. Good night, Harry, she said to him before drinking it, and almost immediately her eyes were closed, and her head hit the pillow. Good night, Hermione. Good night, Madame Pomfrey. he said quietly while looking down at the girl who almost died that night. "Don't stay up too late, Mr. Potter. Good night to you as well." With that she left for her chambers. Harry would not sleep that night. He sat awake the whole night with one thing on his mind. He had made a promise to Hermione's father that day on the platform. Today, he had almost let that promise be broken. Hermione almost had to leave the school in a pine box, and it would have partly been his fault. This would not do. Madame Pomfrey was shocked to see Harry unmoved from his seat the previous evening. She was even more shocked to see that he did not look tired at all. She made her way over to him as she began diagnosing Hermione. "Mr. Potter, did you even sleep a wink last night?" At the shake of his head, she grew worried. "Were you having nightmares?" Again, Harry shook his head. "No ma'am, just wasn't feeling tired. I feel fine," he spoke. And truly, he looked it. He looked as if he hadn't missed a night of sleep. The matron only guessed because he was in the exact same position that she had left him in. "Well," she began, "just ensure you don't skip sleep tonight, dear. It won't do you any good in the long run." She finished her diagnosis of Miss Granger and waved her wand at him to see he was perfectly fine, and his hand had healed overnight thanks to the balm she gave him. "Well, it seems you both are fine. I'll get you breakfast delivered now. When Miss Granger wakes up, call for a house elf to bring her a fresh change of clothes. There are showers over there," she explained, gesturing to the far end of the ward. Harry simply nodded to her as an elf brought 2 trays up for breakfast. He ate quickly from his chair. He had to go to the bathroom, but he could wait until Hermione woke up. He still felt guilty and a protectiveness from last night. His natural needs could wait. Harry had chided Hermione some more when she had woken from her dreamless slumber, and he made it a point to escort her to her first class of the day, and any he could manage without being late following that. When that Friday was finally over, he penned a letter to Mr. Granger. "Dear Mr. Granger, I have the unfortunate news that I nearly broke my promise to you on the evening of October 31st. Hermione had come into danger, and I had not been able to stop said danger in a time that would have saved her from a near-death experience. That day, Hermione had finished her last class for the day and cried her eyes out in a bathroom instead of enjoying the Halloween feast with the other children. She was crying because a rude, sorry excuse for a wizard had made some rude comments about her. And had been all through term. Hermione had finally reached her boiling point and had a good cry in the loo. "I was unaware that this was happening, and for that I apologize. Luckily, I had not been celebrating the feast either, and had been making my way back to my dormitory when I heard a scream come from down the hall. I investigated and found Hermione being assaulted by a 10-foot mountain troll. I am glad to inform you that I was able to kill the troll to prevent your daughter coming to harm. I found out that she has been having a rough time due to her affinity for academia, as well as her blood status as a first-generation witch. I am disgusted by my fellow students, and I will be more watchful of your daughter from here on out. I refuse to let a situation like this happen again. I am sure Hermione will write about this incident as well, but I ask that you and Mrs. Granger do not think of pulling her from the school. She is a gifted witch, and deserves to meet her potential here. I know that ultimately it is your decision, but if she does not wish to leave, I hope that you will not force her. Like I said, I will be more protective following this incident, and I will do all that I can to fulfill my promise to you. My word means something to me, and I will not let it become broken, Mr. Granger. My teachings from my family require nothing less. I will handle her detractors, do not worry on that. Sincerely, Harold James Potter, heir to the most ancient and noble house of Potter, heir to the most ancient and noble house of Black. Hermione had also asked to send a letter to her parents with Hedwig, and he had agreed. He sent it off without her in the Ollery so that she wouldn't know that he was writing her father. She did not know of his promise to him, and he saw no reason at this moment to come forward with that information. Perhaps at the end of the year when these shenanigans came to pass, he would not get a reply from Mr. Granger until the day before his first Quidditch match. It had read as such. Dear Mr. Potter, I thank you for ensuring that I was informed of the situation. Hermione had of course told her mother. And I all about it. I must thank you immensely for what you did for her that Halloween night. As I have come to understand it, you put yourself at harm for her, and absolutely massacred that troll. To protect her. She was extremely impressed with the spell work you utilized, something she hadn't fully recognized until after her stay in the hospital. Hermione also said that she did not wish to leave the school for her own reasons, and her mother and I have agreed. I feel a bit better about asking you to look out for her, as you have done a splendid job so far. I can rest easy knowing that you prowl that castle with her, especially after your recent performance. If it is okay with you, I would very much like to keep a correspondence between us. I am sure my princess does not tell us everything that happens. There. I don't wish for you to tattle on her, but if something like this happens again, I would like to hear it from you, and how you are going to deal with it. Hermione mentioned that she would be going to watch your first Quidditch match to cheer you on. You'll have to explain the ins and outs of that sport to me. I played football religiously in my younger years and follow it to this day. Your sport sounds interesting and I'd love to hear more. Sincerely, Dr. Daniel Granger. When Harry had read Mr. Granger's response, he had let a sigh of relief out. He was glad Hermione would not be leaving the school. She had become rather important to him over the summer, as the only friend who had no prior knowledge of him being famous. Sure, he had Terry, and he was a great friend, but even Terry had grown up hearing stories about him. He was grateful that Terry had chosen to see past that and get to know the real him, but it was different. Harry and Terry trained relentlessly under the onslaught of Flint, all in the hopes of making fools out of Gryffindor on game day. Soon enough that day had come, and Harry had to force himself to eat that morning. While he and Terry were leaving the hall to change at the pitch, he was pleased when he was intercepted by Hermione and Dora and given a good luck hug from each witch. Good luck you too, I'm sure you'll do brilliantly. Hermione had said to them. Thank you, Miss Granger, but luck will not be necessary. Terry had responded, trying to appear confident, mostly for his own sake. I happen to agree, Harry said as he did his arm around Terry's shoulder. I should score enough goals that Terry here catching the snitch will really only be a formality. He joked, getting laughs out of the other three. Well, good luck all the same, you two. Hermione and I will be cheering you ske.ss on. Dora said as she led the younger girl away. Something Harry was glad for. After a conversation with Dora, she had agreed to look out for Hermione as well for the remainder of the year. Dora was happy to warn the girl about owls and newts and the like and would join Hermione in the library for revision when Harry could not. Soon, Harry and Terry were on the locker room, getting geared up as Flint presented the team with a speech. I know we have a rather new and young team this year, what with our last Seeker and other two Chasers graduating last year. That shouldn't matter, you lot have trained hard, and you have the talent. Gryffindor too, has talent, they have the only Chaser squad who can give us a run for our money, but I am sure we can outmatch them. Our keeper is just as good as Wood, and while our beaters are not twins, they can hit harder than those bloody pranksters. As far as Seekers go, Higgs here definitely outmatches them. They have that idiot McLagan to go against you Higgs. I've spotted him on the pitch, he's nothing but a blowhard and he doesn't have the skill or guts to be a flyer, let alone a Seeker. Since we will be closely matched against the Lions lineup, your job is to catch the snitch as soon as possible, don't worry about goals, it's the first match of the season. If we win, we can trounce the other two teams. Now that your little pep talk is over, if you are all dressed, let's take the field. Flint was positively foaming at the mouth by the end of his little spiel, and Harry had to say the boy brought up good strategy and points, and he was feeling fired up, the last of his nerves leaving him. They walked down the ramps and awaited the announcer to call for their team to enter. Welcome ladies and gentlemen, to the first match of the Hogwarts Quidditch League of the 91-92 term. Our first TMATCH this year will pit the Slytherin SS in a duel with the Gryffindor Lions. First, welcome the Slytherin lineup. First, their captain and lead chaser, Marcus Flint. Flint is joined this year by Graham Montague and Harry Potter. For beaters, swinging the bats are Peregrine Derrick and Lucian Bull. At keeper, Miles Bletchley returns to the hoops from the previous year. Finally, the ski SS seeker this year will be Terrence Higgs. The voice of Lee Jordan, a Gryffindor in the same year as the twins roared over the magical microphone. Harry and the others had taken to the air and raced around the pitch to the cheers of their fellow Slytherins, and some friends spread throughout the stands. He took note that most of the other houses booed them. He figured it was because Slytherin had won each year for over half a decade now. Harry and the team lined up at their starting positions in the center of the pitch, and awaited Gryffindor to be called out. Now we introduce the opposing team. This year, the Gryffindor Lions will be made up of returning keeper, and this year's captain, Oliver Wood. His chaser lineup includes the very attractive Angelina Johnson, Alicia Spinnet, and Katie Bell. At bat are Fred and George Weasley, and this year taking the role of seeker if Cormac McLagan. I believe we are in for a rather well-matched game, ladies and gentlemen. Now Madam Hooch is having the captains meet in the center to shake hands, and get this show on the road. Hooch did indeed have the captains shake hands, and then she released the bludgers and snitch out to fly before she tossed the quaffle into the center of the pitch after all players had taken their positions. After that, it was pandemonium. If it was not for the drills they had gone over, Harry felt he would be doing absolutely pants at this. The Gryffindor chasers knew how to play, and they were a well-oiled machine, but luckily, so were he, Montague, and Flint. Within the first 30 minutes of the match, it was nearly evenly matched, with the score being 80-70 to Slytherin, of course. Harry himself had scored 4 of those goals on wood, and he was rather proud of that. Flint was right that they would be evenly matched by the Lions. Fred and George were on top form, and Derek and Bull were doing everything they could to neutralize them. The girls had effectively ruined several of their more complex plays, but they were still fighting. Harry just wished that Terry would hurry up and catch the snitch sooner rather than later. Chasing was tiring work. He was weaving in and out of other flyers with the quaffle when it happened, though. He had just thrown the quaffle to score his 5th goal, leaving Wood steaming, when his broom bucked. If he had not just returned his throwing arm to the handle, he surely would have been thrown off. Harry stared at his broom in bewilderment when it did it again, nearly launching him completely off, and he ended up hanging from the thing by one arm. He heard Flint call a timeout and try to reach him, but his broom flew higher and higher, as if to avoid any interference. As the bloody stick trying to kill me. His broom continued to buck, until all of a sudden, it didn't. When it seemed calm, Flint approached him and helped him back onto his broom. What the bloody hell was that, Potter? You aren't one to lose control of a broom like that. Harry just shook his head. I don't know, Flint, that was weird. Maybe my broom got damaged. Flint just sneered. Perhaps, if it is acting normally, we can resume the game. Let's go. And with that, they did. Harry and the others did the best they could to gain more of a lead, but the best they managed was a stalemate with Gryffindor stuck at 110-90, in favor of the ski.ss. Harry and the rest of the team was relieved when Terry finally managed to catch the snitch after an hour and a half of flying. The teams shook hands at that, and Harry landed as the team was confronted by Professor Snape. Congratulations, my ske.ss. The man drawled to them, but they could see the smirk on his face. Why don't you all get changed? I just need to have a word with Mr. Potter here about his broom. The team all slapped Harry on the back for a good game, and Harry told Terry he would catch him at the party in the common room. He turned to the professor when they were out of earshot. Did you want to scan my broom, sir? He asked. He got a shake of the head as a reply. No, Mr. Potter, there is no need. I cannot prove it, but I believe that someone in the stands was actively cursing the broom. Luckily, I was doing all I could to cast the counter curse. While I was chanting the counter curse, I could not look for the individual responsible, but I will say this: someone lit my robes on fire and broke my concentration from you. Luckily, it also broke the cursor's focus as well. That leaves me to believe that whoever was cursing you was a fellow professor. I will be going to the headmaster about this incident since he could not be here today due to his other duties. I believe it may have been Quirrell. Be very careful around him, Mr. Potter. Also, please talk to your little Ravenclaw friend about why setting my robes on fire could have killed you." Harry sighed when he heard that last part. "I apologize on her behalf, sir. She probably saw you incanting and got the wrong idea. I will speak to her about not making assumptions, but luckily it worked out. I'll be careful of the one who stutter, sir." He got a nod in response before his potions master stalked off, robes billowing behind him. "I got to find out how he does that." Harry smirked to himself. Harry went to shower and change and wasn't surprised to find Dora and Hermione waiting for him, as well as a Gryffindor boy from Hermione's year hanging a bit aways. Hermione immediately pounced on him with a hug and then broke away to swat his arm. "Harry James Potter, do you know how frightened I was when you nearly fell off that broom?" Harry just got amused. "I imagine frightened enough to set my head of house on fire." Hermione blushed bright red at that, as Dora just laughed. "I told you Snape would tell him, and that he knew it was you, Hermione." "Well, so what? He was cursing Harry's broom," she replied, indignant. Harry chuckled. "Actually, he was casting the counter curse to whoever was cursing my broom. If you hadn't managed to distract the caster as well, I would have been flung off my broom." Hermione and Dora looked horrified at that. The boy who was hanging back spoke up to that though. "How are you sure that he was casting the counter?" Harry really paid attention to him now and recognized him. He felt a tad guilty. It was his godbrother, and he hadn't spoken a word to the chap all term. "Herr Longbottom, I trust Professor Snape with my life. He is my head of house, and I share private counseling sessions with the man frequently. He also had a whole previous year to attempt to kill me as well. Why would he start now?" he said. Neville straightened up at being addressed formally. "I guess you make a fair point, Herr Potter. You can understand my skepticism based off of how he treats students who are not Slytherins, I am sure." Harry nodded at that. "I understand that the professor is often overly strict with the other houses, yes. That does not change the fact that the man has only had my best interest since I began attending the school. He is fiercely protective of all of his SKE.SS, I assure you. Apologies to you, Herr Longbottom. I understand my mother was your godmother, and your mother is mine. I should have introduced myself to you on the train, or after the sorting. My only excuse is that I have been rather busy, what with classes, Quidditch, and my personal studies." He saw the boy gulp. "That's all fine, I could have introduced myself as well. Everyone knows you frequent the library when not in classes, meals, or practice. I could have gone to you at any time. You can call me Neville, by the way." Harry nodded to that. "Harry then, if you will. It's good to finally meet you." And with that Harry stuck his hand out, and Neville crossed the distance to shake it. Hermione and Dora were shaking their heads at them. Hermione spoke up. "I don't think you'll ever get used to you purebloods acting that way. It reminds me of very old-style movies." Neville looked at her confused. "Movies," she was quick to explain. "Movies are like magical portraits, but they are set to play a specific sequence of events that tell a story. Imagine a book being acted out by the people in a portrait." Neville nodded at that. "That sounds interesting at least. I didn't know Muggles had their own version of portraits. Anyways, if you know it wasn't Professor Snape who was cursing your broom, do you know who was?" Harry thought about it for a moment. "I know who it might have been, but I won't disclose that information. I do not want them getting word that they are suspected. Professor Snape will be speaking to the headmaster about it this evening. He will likely let me know of a plan at my next counseling session. For now, as much as I love being in the presence of you ladies, and as great as it was to finally meet you, Neville, but I stink, must shower, and I have a party to get to." He said his goodbyes after that, and proceeded to take care of his business. When he returned to the common room, he joined the rest of the team, and they were treated like conquering heroes. "I could get used to this," he thought to himself as he was a center of attention for something he himself had done. It was thoroughly more enjoyable than the silly boy who lived nonsense. Professor Snape requested Harry to follow him to the headmaster's office at their next counseling session, and he readily agreed. He was not ready for what the headmaster had divulged to him in that office. He was glad that the headmaster had invited Sirius through the flow though. "Now, Albus, what is the meaning of all of this?" Sirius had asked as he sat down on Harry's right, while Professor Snape sat on his left. The old man popped a K's drop into his mouth and offered them around the room. Harry took one to be polite, and they weren't too bad. The headmaster sighed deeply. "Tell me, gentlemen, do you remember an article in the Daily Prophet that mentioned a Gringotts break-in?" He and Sirius nodded. To that before Harry responded. "Yes, sir, it stated that the robbed vault had been emptied earlier that day. My question is, what does this have to do with my broom getting cursed?" "I am getting to that, Mr. Potter. I am the one who had that specific vault emptied. I had Hagrid empty it that day and bring the contents to me here at the castle. Can you guess why?" Harry pondered on that, before something clicked. "The third-floor corridor. Whatever was in the vault is hidden there now, isn't it?" Dumbledore nodded, pleased that Harry connected the dots so quickly. "Sharp as ever, Mr. Potter. I will divulge to you our secret, as Severus here has informed me that he has helped you build some rather impressive occlumency shield. Impressive for your age, he has high praise of your abilities in the art. I will divulge it to you as well, Sirius, because everyone knows about the formidable Blacks and their mastery of the mind arts. On that day in August when an artifact was moved from Gringotts, I had it placed here on the third-floor corridor. It is currently protected by enchantments and spell work volunteered by my most entrusted professors. The artifact was left in my care by my friend and mentor, Nicholas Flamel. What we are guarding, here at Hogwarts, is the Philosopher's Stone. It is capable of turning any metal into gold, and producing the elixir of life, the very elixir that has made Nicholas and Perenelle, his wife, immortal." Harry and Sirius reeled in shock at that. "You hid the Philosopher's Stone, at a school full of children. Albus, what in Merlin's name were you thinking?" Sirius raged. Dumbledore sighed again and put his head in his hands. "I was thinking of laying a trap for Lord Voldemort," he replied, getting right to the chase. Once again, Harry and Sirius were shocked. "Explain yourself, Headmaster," Harry said, trying to remain polite, but he was a bit angered at the mention of his parents' murderer. "I do not believe Lord Voldemort truly died that Halloween night, Mr. Potter. I believe whatever happened, merely destroyed his body. Voldemort clearly went to great lengths to ensure his own immortality, but at this time I am not yet sure on how. I have been researching this since that day. It is why you were originally left with your aunt and uncle, as I had erected some blood wards to protect you from his servants as the war was winding down. You were safe from him, and other magicals that meant you harm while you were there. I never forced you back to that place after you moved to Potter Manor, as I knew you would be safe there as well, for a time. I couldn't put you back with them after Arabella Figg told me what she believed happened to you in that house. I apologize for my part in it, but it was necessary at the time. When I found out you had broken away from them, I was worried about your safety at first, but the goblins assured me the wards over the manor would protect you well. Luckily you have grown up to be a fine young wizard in the making. I was ever so proud to hear of your actions this last Halloween when you saved Miss Granger's life. You will be receiving an award for special services to the school at the end of the year, for that incident, by the way. Back onto the matter, Voldemort is trying to return to a solid body, and he tried to rob Nicholas and Perenelle when they were out of their home one day over the summer. They arranged with me to provide guard over the stone. It is now here, and I believe one of my own professors has been compromised and is housing the spirit of Lord Voldemort within themselves as we speak." Harry reeled at the headmaster coming forward with so much at once. It took him a moment to process all of that. "Thank you, sir, for admitting that. I will have you know my time with the Dursleys was dreadful, and I am glad to be rid of them. I would not be nearly as good of a student had I not gotten out form under their thumb. I probably wouldn't be at the school at all. They hated all things freakish, as they would call it. As for the especial services, I was only saving my best friend, there was no way I would not have done that. As for Voldemort not having a body but being alive, well, I was hoping the tosser would never re-emerge, but we can't have everything, now, can we? My main question to you though is, do you believe it is Quirrell? I am sure Professor Snape has informed you of my troubles in his class, my main need to learn occlumency in the first place. Dumbledore nodded. I do believe he is Voldemort's agent here in the castle, and I have checked the wards. Quirrell seems to be possessed by rather dark magic. Why I asked you here today, is to propose a plan. When you have Dada next Wednesday, I wish for you to test a theory of mine. Your blood protection from your mother should still be flooding through you to this day. If Quirrell is indeed possessed, if you make skin-on-skin contact with him, I expect the experience would be rather terrible for him. I wish for to stay back after class that afternoon and approach him. Fake tripping and put your hands on any skin of his if you can. Professor Snape and I will position ourselves in the hall outside while this is happening to ensure you do not come to harm. Do you agree to this? Harry thought about it and looked to Sirius. The man grimly nodded to him. I don't like it, Harry, but I don't want that sick bastard near children any longer than necessary. I don't want you to be at risk either, but I know you can handle yourself if you need to. You've gotten rather good at dueling up to this point. Dumbledore and Professor Snape both raised their brows at this admission. How good is he, Sirius? Kid is bloody amazing, Albus. I've never seen anything like it. Kid can best me every now and again already. I already enrolled him for the U13 circuit here in Britain this coming June. Snape and Dumbledore each looked suitably impressed. They each knew how good of a fighter Sirius had been in the war. The man had been nearly unstoppable but for a few opponents he faced, the Dark Lord and his cousin Bellatrix coming to mind. Well, that makes me feel a bit better asking this of you, Mr. Potter, Dumbledore commented. What do you say? Harry thought about it before deciding. I'll do it, sir. But I have a request for that to happen. Even if we catch Quirrell, do you expect to get Voldemort as well? A sigh was his response. Unfortunately, no, Mr. Potter. Without knowing the kinds of magic he has used to preserve his life, I cannot hope to counteract it at this time. What I do know is we can get his spirit out of the castle if it is not in a host body. The wards will take care of that. We need to confront Quirrell and confirm our suspicions. I will warn you, you simply touching him very well may kill the man. Are you prepared for that to happen? Harry grimaced. If he is being possessed by Voldemort, he is likely the one who let that troll in that almost killed Hermione. For that, I have no pity. If he must die, so be it. He was nearly hissing when he finished that, getting alarmed looks from all three adults in the room. They heard a laugh come from one of the headmaster's shelves. What did I tell you, Albus? The boy belongs in Slytherin, ruthless, determined, vicious, and a speaker to boot. They all looked at the Sorting Hat in shock. What do you mean by speaker, Hat? Harry asked. Why, I mean you speak Salazar's noble tongue, of course. You were a SKE speaker. A parcel tongue, just like Slytherin. It was one of the main reasons I decided you could go to no other house. All of them were floored by that. Dumbledore hastened to ask his own question to that. Is the ability his own, or did he get it from the Dark Lord that Halloween night? The old man seemed to be in a panic. The Hat chuckled. No, he got the gift from his mother's blood meeting up with his black ancestry. His mother was very, very far removed from a Slytherin line that died out due to them becoming squibs, and the Blacks had Parseltongues in the very distant past. No, the gift is all his. If you are worried about that piece of Voldemort's soul in the lad's scar, don't worry, a simple cleansing ritual at Gringotts will take care of that. What? Harry shouted when the Hat talked about his scar. What do you mean, a piece of Voldemort sitting in my bloody scar? All three adults were looking at him, deathly pale. The Hat responded jovially. Well, that man had done some severe damage to his own soul apparently prior to trying to kill you. When he tried killing you and it backfired, he somehow accidentally split his soul, and that piece of his soul attached unknowingly to your scar. It's not that big of a concern, since it has never been able to possess you. Your mother's protection and your own magical power is too strong in its own right. Like I said, a cleansing ritual at Gringotts should do the trick. Those goblins deal with Horcruxes all the time. The three adults gasped at that. Horcruxes, Dumbledore whispered. It makes the most sense, dear Merlin. What has he done? Harry looked to Sirius. What the bloody hell is a Horcrux? He asked, beginning to get frustrated. Sirius swallowed before he answered. A Horcrux is an artifact that contains a piece of a witch or wizard's soul in it. As long as the artifact exists, a wizard can never truly die, as there is always something anchoring them to the world. According to the Black Library, they are very difficult to destroy, fiendfire, basilisk venom, and killing curses being some of the only effective way of destroying them. Harry realized why Voldemort was still alive at this point. Hat, you said the goblins could remove it from my scar. Would it kill me? While it always has a chance of killing you, I highly doubt it. Goblins have been dealing with Horcruxes plenty these last few centuries thanks to their raidings of Egyptian tombs. The worst case scenario is you absorbing the soul piece and dominating it, and mixing it with your own. It should increase your magical power some, and it would open up more of your own since the thing wouldn't be leeching on you any longer to survive. The Hat replied easily. While Harry was thinking of the implications, Dumbledore was thinking of what this would have meant for Harry if the Hat had not divulged with information. He likely would have eventually found out Tom used Horcruxes and noticed that Harry had one in his head. He also might have mistakenly thought there was no way to save Harry except to die. It is truly lucky that this conversation is happening. I never would have thought to ask the Hat about all of this. Harry spoke up after that. I will request to speak to my account manager over the Yule break. Hopefully he can arrange to get rid of whatever is in my head. For now, that is a secondary concern. We were planning on ousting Quirrell. Do we proceed? Dumbledore nodded. Yes, we shall, if you are willing. When Harry nodded, he carried on. Okay, let us get to the fine details of the plan then. A week later saw Harry in the Dada classroom as the rest of the students poured out. Professor Quirrell, could I have a moment of your time? He asked as the last student left. The professor whipped around to face him, not used to anyone hanging back. Oh, Mr. P.P. Potter. Of course you may. What can I help you with? The stuttering fool asked. Harry approached and kept his shields on full blast, in case the man could see his surface thoughts. Well sir, I had a question about zombies, specifically in Fury. I was wondering what type of magic was used in their creation, specifically if it was blood, soul, or just your run-of-the-mill dark magic. He asked as the professor seemed to back away from him a little. Harry set his book bag on a random desk and continued to advance, waiting for an answer. Why would you wish to know that, Mr. P. Potter? The man asked him nervously. The man seemed to gaze at the wall for a moment, lost in thought, and Harry took that time to make his move. He tripped, and reached for the professor's left hand as his right was up near his turban. When Harry made contact, a blinding pain shot through his scar, and he could hear screaming. He let go of Quirrell and used his occlumency to fight through the pain so he could pull his wand out. He was shocked at what he saw. The professor was gripping his left hand as it was disintegrating into ash. The man was wailing. Harry pointed his wand at him and watched as a voice hissed. You fool. I warned you not to let him touch you. The protection from his mudblood mother is still in effect. Kill him. Kill him. Harry didn't wait. He closed the distance and quickly shoved his hand into Quirrell's face as the door to the classroom banged open and the headmaster strolled in. Harry knew Professor Snape must be under his invisibility cloak, something the headmaster had admitted to having and was planning to return to him as a Christmas gift. The pain that erupted in Harry's head was torture, but he pushed through, delighted that he could hear Quirrell and what was probably Voldemort screaming in pain. He was forced to separate from the Dada teacher when Dumbledore waved his wand and sent Quirrell into a wall. Harry watched, fascinated as the man's face disintegrated, followed by the rest of his body, and then a black, ethereal mist fled from the room. Curse you, old man, and curse you, Potter. This will only be a delay to my return. I shall rise again, and you will suffer. It screeched, and Harry felt the shift of magic as the headmaster asked the wards to boot the spirit from the castle. Professor Snape revealed himself then, looking grim, and the headmaster turned to him as well. He found the situation rather funny. Well, gentlemen, how are you going to explain that the boy who lived just murdered a professor? He asked with a laugh before he passed out from the pain his scar was still causing him. Sweet darkness enveloped him, and he welcomed it. He woke up a few hours later in the hospital wing. He looked around, and wasn't surprised to see the headmaster, Professor Snape, and Sirius waiting for him to come to. He spotted a glass of water and drank from it before he addressed them. Judging by me being alive, and what I remember, I would say we were successful, correct? He asked the three. He got 3 grim nods. Yes, Mr. Potter, Dumbledore began. You were successful in destroying Quirrell's body, and therefore allowed us to ensure Voldemort's spirit left the castle. As far as the school is concerned, the professor had an accident while studying some magic and tried a spell that vaporized him when it drained High's magical core. Amelia Bones, the director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, has accepted this explanation rather hesitantly, so I will likely have to explain some things to her during the winter solstice meeting of the Wizengamot. Harry nodded at that, glad that there was a cover story. Does anyone know that I am involved or in the hospital wing? He asked. Professor Snape answered this one. No, they all think you are off doing your self-training at the moment. Currently, dinner has recently finished. No one but us and Madame Pomfrey know that you are here. Snape explained. Sirius chimed in. That was bloody reckless, Harry, but I'm proud of you for what you were able to do. You got the jump on him and didn't even have to cast a spell to finish the bastard. Well, I don't think I wish to end up in the hospital wing every time I deal with him either, but I'll take the small victories. Now that this is all over with, can we discuss what we began arranging in your office, sir? Harry directed that last part at the headmaster. Dumbledore sighed tiredly, before he began his tale. Well, Mr. Potter, at your request, I have already asked Professors McGonagall and Flitwick to provide you with extra training in charms, battle transfiguration, and dueling while you reside in this castle. They will start with you after the Yule break, as we have only a couple of weeks before you leave for your manor. Professor Snape has also agreed to, here the old man swallowed a lump in his throat, and Sirius scowled, to provide you tutelage into the dark arts, so that you may be prepared for whatever is to come. I hope you understand the amount of trust I am putting in you, to allow you to study such material while you are still at this school. The only reason I am allowing it is due to the prophecy that hangs over your head, and your need to advance rapidly in case Voldemort ever manages to return. Just remember during your studies with Professor Snape that what you learn with him, you can ever only use in self-defense, and you are not to abuse such magic. I think if you abide by those rules, you should not fall to the madness that is associated with the dark arts. Your occlumency will also help you there. As promised, I have turned over your father's invisibility cloak to Sirius, so he may place it safely at Potter Manor. I agree that it was foolish of me to provide a schoolboy with the means to sneak about the castle and likely abuse it to spy on girls in the future. He finished with a chuckle, trying to relieve the tension he felt, putting so much on a 12-year-old's shoulders. The man was not happy that he had to reveal the prophecy to young Harry at such an age, but the boy was exceedingly mature for his age. He had also pointed out that he had not gotten a chance to be a child while at the Dursleys, and that ruined any fight he had in his old heart to withhold information from the boy now. All he could do was provide him with the best tutors available, and hope it was enough to prepare him for the storm ahead. I'll be sure to be careful of what we delve into, Headmaster. Harry said quietly. I promise, I will only utilize the dark arts in extreme cases, and hopefully, they are never needed. I am glad you agreed to have me properly trained, sir. With that prophecy, if that bodiless bastard ever returns, I am going to need all the help I can get. I like to think I am rather good for my age, but he had decades of experience, and he's a certified madman. Language, Harry. Sirius pretended to chide. It got a chuckle out of all 4 males. Don't worry, when you aren't at the castle, I will begin teaching you the Black family magic, and I will ask your grandparents' portraits to tutor you in the Potter magic. We have time to prepare, pup, we will use it. He is correct, Mr. Potter, we will do all that we can to prepare you for your supposed destiny. Snape commented, assuring his young SKEs that he would be there to help guide him. He owed it to the boy's mother, after all. You make an old man's worries less, Mr. Potter. If I were a good judge of character, and I am, I would guess by your acts this year that we have nothing to worry about regarding you. You have put yourself in harm's way for the benefit of other students. That is something Lord Voldemort never did as a child, I am sure. Stick to your friends, and the dark shall not consume you. I believe we have bothered you enough, and you seem well enough. I think it best that you return to your dorm and try to act like nothing happened. I am sure Mr. Higgs will fill you in on what was announced at dinner," Dumbledore said as he got up and made to leave. Sirius and Snape did as well. Sirius gave him a hug and a pat on the back as he said goodbye. "I am proud of you, pup, and your parents would be too." He spoke. "I happen to agree with Black, Mr. Potter. Your mother would most definitely be proud, and I as one of your instructors are as well. You did well today, Mr. Potter, and I am sure you will do well in our extracurricular activities as well, if occlumency was anything to go by." His head of house chimed in. Sirius took that time to turn to the potions teacher. "You know, Professor Snape, I know we didn't get along as children, but I truly appreciate you looking out for Harry here at school. Could you forgive me for what sins a schoolboy me committed while we were at Hogwarts? I imagine we are going to have to work together and trust each other going forward." The professor seemed shocked at that admission and stared at Sirius for a bit. "I think that is a splendid idea, Lord Black. Please, call me Severus. I am sure this one will drive us to share several bottles of fire whiskey soon," he said while sticking out his hand and jerking his head towards Harry. "Oi," Harry said with a grin as Sirius accepted the hand. "Then it is Sirius to you. I'll be in touch, Severus, Harry." He nodded to them both, and with that he left the ward. Harry raised an eyebrow to his professor. "Going to explain what he meant, sir?" Snape sighed. "I imagine you can ask him his side of the stories first, and then I can answer that during one of our lessons next term. Come, Mr. Potter, I'll walk with you back to the dungeons." With that Harry got dressed back into his school robes and the two made their way down. Harry knew that everything had just changed once again, but not necessarily for the better. "I have to be ready," he thought to himself as he walked. His professor had similar thoughts. "I have to ensure he is ready, for her." The Yule break could not come soon enough. Harry blew through his pre-break exams and was sure he aced them all once again. It was unfortunate how easy classes were becoming to him with how much advanced material he covered with Dora or himself in his free time. He had to calm Hermione down extensively about her own exams, ensuring her that she would do splendidly. He continued his physical training with Terry in the mornings, even as snow blanketed the ground. They dressed a bit warmer with some Muggle cold weather exercising gear, and Harry would clear the snow with some flames from his wand to keep them dry on the first laps. Quidditch had been an excellent distraction to what had happened so far this year, and the news he had received from the headmaster. Flint did not let up on practices at all, still sticking to his 2-a-week minimum. The team was looking nicely for their next match, which would be on February 8 against Ravenclaw. Gryffindor would be playing Hufflepuff the following Saturday. Terry had informed him of the cover story for What Happened to Quirrell, as had Hermione and Dora, and also Neville, who took to joining them in the library occasionally. He was sad to have to omit the truth from his friends and cousin, but the headmaster, Professor Snape, and Sirius were all in agreement that they should keep matters of Voldemort tight to their chests for now. Sirius would only be informing Remus, and that was it, so he could help train Harry when he wasn't at school. After exams, Harry found himself sharing a compartment with Dora, Hermione, Terry, and Neville as they all headed home for the break. He enjoyed talking with them all and pretending that nothing was wrong with the world. They talked about how the headmaster had taken over the Dada professorship until an Auror could be loaned to him at the start of the new term. He had been informed that Kingsley Shacklebolt would be returning up until April. He was rather excited about that. Harry hadn't told anyone that he had enlisted the help of Fred and George to rein their youngest brother in. All anyone was aware of was that if Harry got word of Hermione being bullied by the Pratt, he ended up getting pranked by the resident mischief makers in the castle. He was glad they were understanding when he went to them. He hadn't really given them much choice. They either pranked their brother, or he would inflict pain on the little twit. To protect him, they took his punishments in hand. It helped that they were appalled at his behavior to Hermione. Harry had gotten rather vicious in his hexing and cursing of the twit, as well as with the Malfoy ponce. He kept it to first-year spells, and ensured he was never caught, but they would frequently get hit by the curse of the bogies whenever Hermione informed her about her days in class and the hallways. Harry said his hellos and goodbyes to the Tonks. At the station, he and Sirius planned on seeing them at the manor on Christmas Day, as well as Yule itself. Harry said goodbye to Terry, who would be flowing home as his parents were still working. He got to meet Augustus Longbottom, the Lady Dowager for the house at the station as well, and he could see why Neville grew up to be a rather timid boy. The lady invited him and Sirius to a Christmas ball at their estate, which they readily accepted. After that, Sirius and him escorted Hermione to her parents, who were waiting on the Muggle side of the platform, as they couldn't cross without a magical. He smiled as he saw her run into her parents' arms and hug them deeply. It hurt a bit to watch the display, and made him a tad jealous, but he squashed it quickly. He had come to terms with his parents' deaths, and it didn't do to dwell on what he could not have. He approached them at a slower pace with Sirius. "Drs. Granger, a pleasure to see you again," he said as he shook Hermione's father's hand once he was free, and said the knuckles of Mrs. Granger. Sirius did likewise. "Mr. Potter, so good to see you again. I know I said it in a letter, but thank you again for saving our Hermione from that troll. I hate to think of what could have happened had you not found her when you did," Mr. Granger told him sincerely. Harry nodded to the man, not sure what to say. "Hopefully she won't be in a situation where I will need to do what I did again, sir," he said neutrally. "Still, thank you, Harry, we feel better knowing you're in that castle with her," Mrs. Granger said gratefully. "That's my Harry, the dashing hero," Sirius teased as he ruffled Harry's hair. Harry swatted his hand away, annoyed, but grateful for the affection nonetheless. "We best get back to the other side so I can apparate Harry back to the manor. It was a pleasure seeing you all again. Happy holidays," Sirius said as he began walking back to the platform. "Happy holidays." The Grangers coursed before Hermione closed the distance between her and Harry and gave him a bone-crushing hug, which he returned. "I'll miss you, Harry. Have a good break. You'll write, won't you?" she asked him quietly. "Of course, happy holidays, Hermione," he said just as quietly into her hair. The elder Grangers watched the scene with warm smiles on their faces, glad to see that their little girl had made such a good friend. When she let go, she waved as they led her away, and Harry stepped back into the magical side to begin his holiday break. Not that it would be much of a break. Sirius had already informed him that his training would be advanced up, and he would be learning to duel him and Remus simultaneously. "Well, I never shied away from hard work before," he thought to himself resignedly, prepared to do what was necessary. He had a fate to fight. As Yule was a 12-day event, they started on the solstice, and would observe Christmas, Boxing Day, and New Year's as they came. On the solstice, he and his living family members, Remus included, all performed a small rite for magic, and it was truly a surreal experience for Harry. The manor seemed to be flowing with excess magic during those days. The day after the solstice, Harry and Sirius went to Gringotts to ask about his scar. They met in Rockjaw's office. "Good day to you, Heir Potter, Lord Black, I hope your gold flows freely." The goblin greeted them. "Hello, Rockjaw, I pray your enemies tremble in your presence," Harry responded. "Let us attack the matter at hand. You said in your missive that you were concerned about some latent magic in your scar, is that correct?" Rockjaw asked, not wanting to dally. Time was gold after all. Harry nodded. "Yes, tell me, are you familiar with the term Horcrux?" he asked, and Rockjaw positively hissed. "Those vile things. You don't mean to say?" the goblin asked, shocked. He had known that the boy had dark magic about him, but he hadn't thought it would be one of those. Harry nodded sadly. "I am afraid so. Sirius and I are here to see if Gringotts could offer services to remove the taint from me." Rockjaw nodded. "We can certainly cleanse you of its influence from you, but it will not get rid of it completely. We can destroy the magic that makes it a Horcrux, but then there comes the tricky part. That piece of soul, which I will only guess is a piece of the Dark Lord Voldemort, has been with you for over 11 years. We can remove its influence, and make it no longer a soul anchor, but you will have to absorb it." Harry and Sirius nodded at that. Sorting Hat had mentioned that this would be a possibility. "We expected as much," Sirius said. "What can we expect if Harry absorbs a piece of that monster?" Rockjaw thought for a moment. Well, it is likely that it has been siphoning his magic since a young age, so you would see a power boost in him from that, as all of his magic would no longer be fighting its influence on him. On top of that, he would absorb whatever magic the soul piece itself has, boosting his own core as they merged. He will also undergo a slight personality change, nothing drastic, however. The most concerning part will be the memories that come with it. He will likely slowly accumulate that man's memories slowly up until the point he defeated him that Halloween night. Sirius and Harry were a bit shocked at that, and worried. I'll have his memories. Harry nearly panicked in his head. Sirius was looking at him in horror, knowing what that would mean. Harry would have a first-person recount of all of the people Voldemort murdered, all the dark deeds he did, including up until the point he cast the killing curse at Harry. Harry swallowed a lump in his throat. And there is no way around that? He asked quietly. Rockjaw shook his head sadly. I am afraid not. The only thing that will help disassociate those memoirs is good occlumency. Do you know it? Harry nodded. Good, that will help you, and make the ritual we will use to get rid of it easier. It will help you not change so much once you merge, as you will be able to differentiate the memories. You will still likely change though, as the Dark Lord was a matured wizard, so you will likely lose some more of your childhood tendencies. Rockjaw explained. Losing more of his childhood wasn't a concern to Harry, and when he thought about it, this could be a good thing. Mark him as his equal, indeed. Voldemort may have unknowingly given Harry the tools to properly fight the man. I may learn what else he could have turned into a Horcrux if I am not the only one. He thought. Very well, when could the procedure be done? He asked. Sirius whipped his head at him, surprised he was still willing to go through with it, but kept quiet. It was Harry's decision after all. If you come back tomorrow, I can have the ritual be ready for 8 a.m. Is that all you wished to discuss today? Was Rockjaw's speedy reply. That works for me, and yes, that is all we wanted to know about, but how much will it cost? Harry asked. It will be 10,000 galleons. We can take it from your main family vault though, so no worries. No need for that, arrange with my account manager for it to come out of my vaults. Sirius declared, a fierce look in his eyes. I will not let my godson pay for what amounts to a life-threatening procedure on his own. He is still my responsibility. Rockjaw nodded to that and wrote a note down. Very well, Lord Black, if that is all, gentlemen, I hope your marching makes your enemies quake. And we hope your gold ever flows. Thank you, Rockjaw. Harry and Sirius bid goodbye and made to leave the bank. Always interesting, that Potter. Rockjaw thought to himself as he left. He had to go and inform Ragnarok. His king would be greatly interested in this development. After leaving the bank, Harry and Sirius went and got some ice creams, and then split up to do some last-minute Christmas shopping. Harry was deep in thought about what tomorrow would bring. The next day, when they returned to the bank, Harry was, of course, nervous. Rockjaw led them down into one of the lower levels of the bank, and into what could only be a ritual room. This is where we will do the deed, Mr. Potter. We will need you to strip down and change into this pair of boxer shorts here. There is a changing room over there. After that, you will need to provide some of your own blood so that our healers can draw some runes on you. Any questions so far? Harry shook his head and took the proffered boxers and left for the side room. He returned not long after. Rockjaw provided him with a silver dagger and a bowl made of gold to let his blood flow into. It will be best if you cut your wrist across. I will of course heal it once you have filled the bowl. Rockjaw explained. Harry once again nodded, a grim but determined look on his face. He caught eyes with Sirius, who looked decidedly worried, and Harry could not blame the man. It will be okay, he said to him, and Sirius nodded once, but stayed quiet. Harry sat down on the floor with the dagger and bowl, and promptly slit his wrist and held it over, letting the blood pour out. It hurt, but he squashed his pain. It did not take long to fill the bowl, and Rockjaw came through on his promise and healed the cut. That will do nicely, Mr. Potter. Now what needs to happen is I need you to go over to that circle over there with the bowl and lie flat on your back. The healers will be in shortly to draw the runes and perform the ritual. Lord Black and I will have to move to the observation room so that we do not taint the magic in here. Good luck, Harry. Sirius said as he pulled him onto a hug and left with the goblin. Harry did as he was told and took the bowl and lied in the center of the circle. He did not have to wait long. For the healers, there were 4 of them, and they quickly used brushes to begin drawing on him in a very efficient manner. "Be sure to remain still, Mr. Potter. We should be done shortly, but we are sure this can tickle a human," one of the goblins said to him. The drawing took only minutes, and he was glad for that. The anticipation was killing him. The next thing he knew, the goblin stopped, and took points at the cardinal directions around him, and then as one, they began to chant. And then, Harry went from laying half K.SD on a cold floor, feeling a fool, to being in immense amounts of pain. With one blood-curdling scream, he passed out. In the observation room Sirius was staring, horrified. He watched in both fascination and terror as his godson magically floated in midair, as swirls of golden light danced around him and the goblin healers. He wanted so bad to go in there and put a stop to it, but it was the words of Rockjaw that stopped him. "If you interfere now, you will only get the boy and the healers killed," he said quietly. "All we can do is wait." Sirius had to choke back a sob. Back with Harry, he was in his mind. He was in his darkness, and he felt safe. He could no longer feel the pain. But then, he wasn't in his darkness anymore, he was in a pure white room, and he wasn't alone. What he saw was what looked like a half-human, half-SKE-S abomination of a baby, and it had glowing red eyes, and appeared to be whimpering a distance from him. It was when it and he made eye contact that Harry felt pain again. It felt like eternity, but when he opened his eyes again after the pain abated, the thing that had been with him was no longer there. "What was I doing over there whimpering?" he thought to himself. But then he wondered where that thought came from. Why did he think of that thing he had seen as himself? "Well, that was a piece of your soul, you fool," he thought. But that wasn't right. That wasn't a piece of him. Or was it? He was a bit confused now, and he had to think of who he was. He was Harold James Potter. He was born on July 31, 1979. His parents were murdered by him on October 31, 1980. Wait, that isn't right either, he realized. Then he thought back to what Rockjaw had told him. He had undergone the ritual then. And he had merged with a piece of Lord Voldemort. That was why he was confused. He was mixing up the 2 memories. He started occluding as best he could. The memories were starting to flood his mind, and they were a bit overwhelming. He secluded them, as there were far too many for him to deal with. He went through this process for what felt like hours until he could confidently say that he knew himself to be who he was, and anything extra he remembered were memories of the monster who had shared his head and body. He got to a point where he did not think of himself as 2 separate people, and he was just himself. To test it, he opened the memories he had locked away. The first one that popped into his mind was the night his parents were killed. He watched it from the eyes of their murderer. It was horrible, but it helped him disassociate even more. After watching a bolt of green lightning leap from a white wand to his own baby self, he remembered extreme pain, and the next thing he knew, he was back in the ritual room, gasping for air. Christmas and Boxing Day had been a welcomed affair after what happened at Gringotts. Harry had received some new dress robes from Andy and Ted, a book full of jinxes from Dora, a book filled with pranking spells that his father, Sirius, and Remus had used when they were at Hogwarts from that duo. Terry had sent him a broom servicing kit, which was funny cause Harry had got the lad the same. From Neville, he had exchanged sweets with the boy. Harry getting him some birdie bots and licorice wands, and him getting chocolate frogs and peppermint imps in return. From Hermione, he got a rather amazing gift. It was a pretty realistic pencil drawing of the knight. He saved her from the troll. I didn't know she could draw that well. He had gotten her a copy of the second-year charms text, as he was aware it was her favorite subject, and that she would likely finish all of the first-year spells soon enough. He had exchanged a couple of letters with her and had sent Hedwig of that morning with a note wishing her a happy Christmas and letting her know that he looked forward to seeing her again on the train. After the ritual, he was glad that Remus and Sirius had given him a reprieve until Boxing Day. It helped him sort things out some more. He knew that they noticed the change in him and knew why. The rest of his family did not, and he felt terrible for that. He seemed more aloof, and a tad apathetic now. That was not truly the case, he still cared for them all deeply. He just did not truly know how to express that as much anymore. He didn't feel as happy as he once did. He still hugged and tried to joke with everyone, but it was different. He hoped that would change in time. At the moment, he did not want to dig into his other set of memories, fearing that they would change him further. He decided to wait until after second year to begin assimilating everything, and to focus on his extra training for now. That would keep him plenty busy enough, he was sure. He smiled at the thought. It seemed the opportunity to learn advanced magic was a similarity in both him and Voldemort, as it did make him a bit gleeful. It was disturbing, but he understood it. Voldemort had been terrible, yes, but great, just as Ollivander had said to him in the wand shop last year. The New Year's party turned out to be rather fun, in a socialite way. Harry and Sirius flew to Longbottom Estate, and they were dressed in their best. Sirius was wearing traditional black dress robes with silver trim and had trimmed his beard some more and cut his hair a bit shorter for the occasion. He wore the black family crest on his left breast. The grasped wand, and the 3 ravens underneath surrounded by gold wreaths topped with a gold skull cut an impressive figure. Harry wore emerald-colored robes trimmed with gold. He had also gotten a haircut, having the sides clipped and then fading in at the top, leaving several inches that were easier for him to style with some sleek easy hair potion. It was looking tamed for once. His Potter family crest worn proudly on his left breast as well. The scarlet and gold of the stags giving his robes a Christmas touch. They had been greeted by Neville and Lady Longbottom and were escorted to the ballroom by an elf. While in the ballroom they were approached by Amelia Bones, who was wearing a gold evening gown. Lord Black, Heir Potter. She greeted them with a curtsied. They responded with a K.S. to her knuckles. Madam Bones, lovely to see you again. Sirius said with a rakish grin on his face. Madam Bones, I hope your holidays have been well. Harry replied, giving his godfather a look. They have been most good, Heir Potter. It has been good having my niece home from Hogwarts. She is a Hufflepuff in her first year, do you know her? The Auburn Witch asked. Harry had to admit she looked much better out of her work clothes and without the monocle. Guess that is why Sirius is acting like a dog. I only know her in passing, Madam Bones. Being in different years and houses and all is a noticeable barrier. I barely can make time for my friend Hermione, Heir Longbottom, or my cousin Dora as it stands. Harry told her neutrally. Well, that is a shame, but no matter. She is here with me tonight. I understand she is friends with Heir Longbottom already. Don't tell her I said this, but I think she has a crush on the lad. I may be opening up talks with Augusta if that continues when they are older. Madam Bones said rather seriously. Harry felt better at hearing that. He thought the woman would try pawning the girl onto him. Phew, he did not need to be dealing with talks of betrothal any time soon. Not when he was preparing for a possible eventual war. I think Neville may have a crush as well, based off of some of my conversations with him in the library. Harry said with a faked grin on his face. That got a laugh out of the woman. Oh, good. I am glad to hear that. Would you mind terribly if I stole your godfather for a few dances, Heir Potter? This is a ball after all. Harry shook his head. Feel free, he's been eyeing you since you walked up to us. He joked. Oi, Sirius said indignantly as the witch led him away. Harry could actually chuckle at that. He did still find his godfather amusing at least. He made his way over to the buffet table and loaded a plate and found a corner table to sit alone at. He went relatively undisturbed except for a few of the other heirs he knew coming over to say hello. He shook many hands and said many knuckles as they brought their parents over to meet him. It was all very tiring. He just wanted to eat. Sirius and Remus had been throwing him through the ringer. Even with his now enlarged and unblocked core, they were working him to the bone, and he found his appetite insatiable. Neville eventually joined him, bring Susan Bones and Hannah Abbott with him. Hello Harry, how was Christmas? Thanks again for the sweets by the way. Neville said to him. I had a pleasant time with the family, and thanks to you as well. Good for you as well I assume. Neville nodded to his reply. Yes, thank you. I don't think you guys have been formally introduced, Harry. This here is heiress Susan Bones, of the most ancient and most noble house of Bones. he said, presenting the auburn-haired girl, who had the same striking features as her aunt. He stood up and said her knuckles. "A pleasure, Heiress Bones," he greeted before Neville continued. "And this here is Miss Hannah Abbott, of the ancient House of Abbott." The other girl was one he knew to be another Hufflepuff first year. She had sandy K's hair and pale gray eyes, and a rather small nose. He said her knuckles as well. "A pleasure as well, Miss Abbott," he said. He got 2 curtsies in return. The 3 left to grab plates of their own and soon joined Harry to eat. Harry was surprisingly, or not, on his 3rd helping already. Neville noticed this. "Blimey, Harry, where do you put it all?" he said, getting some giggle from the girls. Harry swallowed the chicken he had been chewing before responding. "Well, I run several miles daily, regardless of weather, and I do a fair bit of working out. Add on to that all of the magic I cast daily, and you have me needing to replenish my calories at a cyclic rate. I burn almost all that I eat, thank you." The 3 looked at him as if he was insane. "You mean you exercise often? I thought that was a muggle pastime." Susan asked him. "Well, Heiress Bones, not really. I am a chaser for Slytherin, and you need to be in good shape for that position. I also plan on being in the U13 dueling circuit here in Britain after we get let out of school for the year. Duelers need to be in excellent shape as well, or you would get too tired when throwing around spells. Here in Britain, we may duel on a narrow platform, but when I move to the internationals, they utilize a circular ring and free movement is allowed." Harry explained. All 3 made O's with their mouths, and did not press the issue further. Harry simply asked the girls how they liked Hogwarts so far, and what their favorite classes were. He knew Neville's was herbology, but Susan's was apparently potions, and Hannah's was history, very surprising. When he finished eating, he noticed that Neville kept looking back and forth between the dance floor and Susan, so he decided to give the little lion some courage. He stood up and offered Hannah his hand. "Miss Abbott, would you care to dance?" he asked. The girl gave him a shy smile and nodded as she took his hand. He led her to the floor, but not before making eye contact with Neville and jerking his head at Bones. He was glad to hear the boy ask the girl as he was walking Hannah to the floor. He could confidently say that though he didn't like social gatherings, he had a decent enough time. Harry was met by another bone-crushing hug when he met Hermione on the platform to return to school. He returned it and took in the feel of her. The girl hugged fiercely, and even with his new personality, he still had a soft spot for her. "You must still protect her, nothing has changed. You'll deal with Malfoy soon," he thought to himself. They said their goodbyes and Harry carried her luggage for her onto the train. Dora was going to stay in a compartment with her friend S for this ride, so they were only joined by Terry. Neville would be with Susan Bones and Hannah Abbott, and a few other first years. The ride went smoothly, with both Terry and Hermione going on about their breaks. It was good to be heading back. Being around these 2 made it a bit easier. He still felt different, but the same at the same time, if that made any sense at all. It took a lot of occluding to try and act as if everything was okay around the school children. He was glad that someone as perceptive as Hermione hadn't noticed so far that he was more quiet than normal. More watching. The return feast was excellent that night, and Harry put several pounds of food away. He knew that he would be having extra transfiguration tomorrow after classes let up before dinner. Considering it was a Monday, that meant he would be using a lot of magic. He was looking forward to it. His additional schedule added battle transfiguration to Mondays and Wednesdays, advanced charms for Tuesdays, dueling for Thursday, and the dark arts for Fridays. The Fridays would double as his occlumency testing day now that Quirrell was gone. He would still be able to make it to duel Dora on Mondays luckily. And it wouldn't affect his Quidditch practice, as Flint preferred mornings. Those days he just had to wake Terry up extra early to work out. He would still be able to meet up with Hermione in the library after dinners, so that was good. The rest of the year set to look extremely busy though. He was excited. The night back in the common room, Harry asked Katerina to get Malfoy to declare when their duel would be, as long as it would take place after dinner if it was not a class day, and not during when he should be at Quidditch practice on Saturdays. Slytherins. A moment of your time. Mr. Malfoy, have you decided on a date on which you and Mr. Potter will duel, the prefect announced. The blond Ponce looked up from his game of wizard's chess with a nonplussed look on his face. It seems he had forgotten that he had been challenged. The boy looked at Harry and sneered. I'll duel the worthless half-blood on February 7th. Harry raised his eyebrow at that as the remainder of the Quidditch team hissed in fury, angry at the K.S. That's the day before our match against Ravenclaw. Flint screamed at Malfoy. Do not worry, Captain, Harry said, getting the older boy's attention. I assure you, I'll be in peak condition for the match. I accept the date, Mr. Malfoy, and I'll be looking forward to it, Harry said coldly, before he left for his room, leaving a slightly shocked common room, and a K.S. idiot who swallowed a lump that formed in his throat. Now that Harry knew the only threats in the school was the Malfoy Ponce, Harry let some of his attention relax, and he focused more on his new academics, his Quidditch, and his friends. Hermione and Dora both seemed he was quitter than usual, but neither had said anything since the amount of time he spent with each barely changed. Terry also knew something was up, as he spent the most time with him, having all the same classes and always partnering up. Terry took it in stride as well, figuring if his friend had troubles, he would talk about it when he wished. He knew Harry well enough not to press him on issues, it never ended well. He was just glad they shared Quidditch, as Harry always seemed to relax a bit once he was in the air. Harry dove into his lessons with McGonagall, Flitwick, and Snape. In his first meetings with each, he specifically requested that they not go easy on him, and they weren't. Each was a K.S. taskmaster, and every second of it thrilled Harry. He was catching on to the more advanced material at an alarming rate, and he had a discussion with the headmaster and Professor Snape about that specifically. During that discussion, Harry had come clean with everything that had happened when the goblins took care of the soul shard. I occluded his memories as best I could, sir, but there was still a change in me. I feel a bit more detached, for one. And classwork seems even easier now than it did before the break. I still read ahead and try spells ahead of time, but it's just too easy. Half the time, it's like I'm rereading the material and relearning the wand movements and incantations. I almost never have to try a spell more than twice to get it at this point. Harry explained. It's true, Albus, he goes through potions with an expert ease, and in our first dark arts lesson he learned the Opungo and Revulsion jinxes almost instantly. He even got the knee reversal hex down quickly, and that one is severely more complicated than the toenail growing hex, which he already knew. Snape said, adding to the impact. At the rate Mr. Potter is growing, he could take his owls in potions and dada by the end of the year, I am afraid. Dumbledore sat listening behind his desk with his fingers laced under his chin. I am glad you came forward with this, Harry. Can I call you Harry? At the boy's nod, he continued. I am hesitant to move you up in years, as that would cause unneeded attention to our situation. At least not yet, at least. I'm fine with that, sir. I don't exactly want to go through school any quicker than I need to. I love being at the castle, and I do enjoy the challenges that come with the extra lessons you have arranged. While grasping the material is rather easy, using it in a fight is decidedly more challenging, and Professors McGonagall and Flitwick both put me through the ringer. Perhaps next year when I take my electives, they will make school more difficult. Harry said, looking a bit hopeful. That gave the old headmaster an idea. Which electives do you currently plan on taking, Harry? Ancient runes, arithmancy, and care of magical creatures, sir. I am sure those three will help to spread me a bit thinner. Harry responded, wondering where the man was going with his line of questioning. Dumbledore paused to think some more. It had been done in the past, and several of the more intelligent students had succeeded. Would you care to take all of the electives next year? Your schedule would give you less time in your core classes, but I don't think that would be an issue for you. Harry didn't answer. Immediately, thinking, how exactly would that work, headmaster? Well, as I said, we would have to cute out some of the time slots from your core classes, but as things are now, you go through them water from what you and your professors have described. If you took all of the electives, then to accommodate, you would be given weekly or monthly projects to complete based on the year's curriculum so that you could stay in pace with your peers. An example being Transfiguration. You have 2 double periods of it through the week this year, and an additional single period spread in. We would likely shrink that down to one double period next year with your classmates, the same for charms, and we could get rid of your single period blocks for history as well. It would put you in the realm of mostly self-study, with you going to classes just to ensure you are keeping up. Dumbledore explained. I think this might do you some good, Mr. Potter. It would also allow you to take all 12 normal owls in your 5th year. Headmaster, may I also suggest next year that we enlist Madame Pomfrey to have him intern in the hospital wing for a single period, so he could learn basic magical healing as well. It will likely be useful in the future. Professor Snape added his 2 nuts. That is a splendid idea, Severus. I am sure Poppy would agree if you would like to learn that as well, Harry. Dumbledore replied. Harry nodded. Then I think adding those 6 subjects would be good, gentlemen. It will be sure to spread me thinner. I assume I will lack free periods and study hall next year. Yes, that would be unfortunate, but you would gain more than you lost, and hopefully it will challenge you and help teach you more time management as well, something you are already rather good at with your current schedule. The headmaster said, letting a smile come to his face. I will give you another thing to look forward to. If you get outstandings on your transfiguration, and potions owls in your 5th year, I promise to tutor you in alchemy during your 6th year. Harry couldn't help but grin at that. Alchemy was one of the most difficult and esoteric arts in their world. I would like that very much, sir. Dumbledore smiled at that. He had always loved studious children. It reminded him of his younger years. Excellent, now that we have broached the concern of your ease of magic and rapid advancement, let us get back to the more concerning issue. You absorbed the piece of Voldemort that was in your scar, making it a piece of yourself. Through occlumency, it did not completely change who you were, but the memories, even though you have not been viewing them, have been showing through in your school and wand work. You say you feel a bit more detached to those around you. Do you think anyone has noticed? This got rid of Harry's grin. Yes, I believe they have, sir. My cousin Dora has noticed I am quieter these days, and she seems concerned that when her and I have dueling practice that I've begun to essentially wipe the floor with her. Don't get me wrong, she is talented, and a force to be reckoned with, and will grow when she joins the Auror Academy this summer, but she has noticed a change. I appear more vicious and relentless when we hash it out. He took a breath to pause. As far as my housemate Terry goes, he also knows I've drawn in a bit. He hasn't said anything or expressed any concerns, but I can tell he thinks something happened. He's still happy to just spend the same amount of time we usually do together though. It's Hermione that concerns me. I catch her watching me rather relentlessly while we study in the library. She has noticed that I have been grabbing some questionable material and seems concerned herself. Is there anything I could tell them that would help explain what is happening with me? Dumbledore was sad to see that the child, no young man, looked a bit vulnerable when saying this. He was glad though that Harry still cherished his connections and wanted to find a way to alleviate the strain the change in him was causing. Well, you could tell them a bit of the truth, I suppose. Not the whole truth, as we need to keep these things close to our chests. Madame Amelia Bones, who you have met a couple of times now, is aware of what happened here before the break, and is silently preparing the Auror force for the years ahead as necessary without tipping anyone off. I suppose you can come clean to them with what happened with Quirrell. It is a widespread rumor that Voldemort is not truly gone. You could tell them that Quirrell made an attempt on you when you were confronting him, and you were his downfall. It should be believable enough and could explain your change in attitude. I think that would alleviate some of the strain, sir. It could certainly explain my aloof behavior. Killing your professor in self-defense would certainly be a good reason to act as I do now. Harry said thoughtfully. Should I be overly concerned that I essentially became more like that monster though, sir? Harry asked after a moment. Professor Snape looked at the boy in deep thought for that, and Dumbledore steepled his hands one over the other on his desk and leaned towards Harry. I would not be too concerned, Harry. Your occlumency is impressive and has served you well. In fact, I believe what has transpired to be a gift at the same time, and I think you agree. This should help level the playing field between the two of you for any future confrontations. This, of course, must never get out between yourself, Sirius, Remus, Severus, and myself. The other professors who helped guard the stone know what happened with Quirrell and you, but nothing else. Professors McGonagall and Flitwick readily agreed to train you because they see it as an attempt on your life, and they are happy to do it as your father was Minerva's favorite student, and your mother was Phileas respectively. They also do not know of the prophecy, nor the soul shard that you dealt with. We must look on the brighter side of things, we have time to prepare you, and we have allies preparing in secret. If things devolve into a blood war again like last time, we will be more ready than we were then. Dumbledore explained, and he was glad to see the boy's shoulders drop slightly, in what he hoped was relief. I hope you are right, sir, said Harry. January flew by. Harry explained the abridged version of what had happened to Dora and his friends. He was elated that it seemed to settle their concern over him. Hermione and Dora had each crushed him in a hug and told him if he ever wanted to talk about it, that they were there. Terry acted his usual self and acted as that semi-silent support that Harry had been grateful to have since first year. The boy understood him to a great degree and was an excellent lad to do lad things with. All three were rather shocked about the fact that Voldemort did indeed still roam the magical world, and were even more shocked that he had been here in the castle, after the famed Philosopher's Stone. Hermione of course had done a boatload of research on it after that and served as a suitable distraction to the bookish girl. His training with his three professors was advancing rapidly, and their praise for him pleased him to no end. He had let go of the troubling facts for now, instead focusing on the things he could look forward to. Namely, that was his Quidditch match on February 8th, Easter break where he would start on the Black and Potter magic, the end-of-year exams, the coming summer with his dueling tournament, and his time in electives next year. He also had not forgotten about his little duel with the Malfoy git, and every time he thought of it he grinned viciously. He had done some more of his own spell research, and had advanced his shielding capabilities, and added 2 nasty surprises for the lout. One would prove rather shocking, and the other would be awe-inspiring to the audience of the SKE.'s pit. Recently, the Weasley twins had struck their younger brother again. Harry had relayed to them from Hermione that he had rudely bumped into her and had purposefully knocked her book bag to the floor. Their reaction was to turn his hair green for the entire week thereafter. Harry got endless amounts of amusement at watching the fool sputter and deal with him being called a secret Slytherin. It enraged the boy to no end. Soon, it was the 7th, and it was time for all Slytherins to get one simple message. Harold, James, Potter, was not a wizard to with, and neither were any of his friends. Harry stood opposite of Malfoy on a dueling platform that the prefects had conjured as a team effort. Katerina was acting as the proctor as she was the one who had announced it originally. Malfoy was glaring at him but seemed to have a smug look on his face that made Harry question if the boy's father had taught him anything over the break. It wouldn't help. Slytherins, we have all been waiting for this duel since nearly the beginning of the year. Katerina announced with an amplifying charm. Second-year Harry Potter has challenged first-year Draco Malfoy to a duel over proper decorum and etiquette, which Mr. Potter says Mr. Malfoy broke. As we all know, Mr. Potter is the heir currently to 2 most ancient and most noble houses. Mr. Malfoy has been rude to Mr. Potter numerous times throughout the year. They will settle their difference on the dueling platform. She then turned to the platform to address the 2 combatants. Gentlemen, dueling etiquette states that rules of a duel must be disclosed prior to a match. The rules are thus, no permanently disfiguring spells, none that could kill, and the use of the unforgivable curses is outlawed. Do we have an understanding on that? Malfoy only nodded with a sneer to the older girl, while Harry replied properly. Yes, Miss Couture, he said with a respectful nod in her direction. Now that that is covered, if one of you is disarmed, stunned, or rendered unconscious, I will call an end to the duel. Is that understood? She received additional nods. Very well, do either of you gentlemen wish to declare spoils of victory now? Malfoy jumped at the chance to speak first. I do. When I beat the disgusting half-blood, I wish for him to resign from his position as chaser on the Quidditch team, and for him to k.s my boots like the proper little mudblood he is. Many of the house hissed at that, even the reserve chaser. Pusey had remained an active part of the team, and all of the 4 chasers got on very well. He didn't like the prospect of not earning his place as a starting chaser. He was the prideful sort, in a good way. Flint looked murderous. How dare this first year try to ruin his team? Harry only stared back at the boy, his usual emerald eyes cooling rapidly, as he looked straight into his eyes. It unnerved the boy and made him squirm, and this made Harry smirk. "I find your terms acceptable, Mr. Malfoy," he said, getting surprised looks from his team, and many of the house. "If I should win though, and I will, I expect you to never utter the word mudblood from your disgraceful mouth again. It seems your father has taught you poorly. No worries, I will correct his misteachings." Malfoy looked appalled at the ultimatum and did not say anything until Katerina prompted him. "Mr. Malfoy, do you accept the terms?" she said pointedly. She wanted to get this over with. She had an essay to write. "I do. It's not if the uppity half-blood could beat me anyways." The boy tried to drawl in an imitation of their head of house which nearly caused Harry to snort. The boy looked a fool trying to imitate such a distinguished man. "Very well then, gentlemen. The other prefects and I will erect shields, so no stray spells hit other students. Now both of you bow." Harry did so, never taking his eyes off of the Ponce, and was a little mad when all the little shit did was nod his head in return. He would pay for that slight soon. "Now, on my count, you may begin. On 3, 1, 2, th." Malfoy had began casting in between the count of 2, hoping to get the upper hand and surprise Harry. "Expelliarmus!" the boy had shouted, and a bolt of red spell fire raced at Harry. Harry simply leaned out of the way and rose an eyebrow at the boy. He promptly put his left hand in his pocket, and stood, waiting for what was next. Malfoy snarled at the easy dodge, thinking for sure he would have won in one fell swoop. He brandished his wand again. Mucus ad nauseam. Harry lazily flicked the spell into the shield barrier and grinned viciously at the boy. Malfoy began throwing spells with reckless abandon at that, nothing topping the first few spells from the second-year curriculum, something the boy's father must have shown him over the break in preparation. Harry continued lazily flicking the spells this way and that. He was getting ever amused that while the boy knew some spells, his fire rate was slow, and his casting was weak. This went on for several minutes before the boy seemed to break. "That's it, you filthy bastard, let's see how you deal with this." The boy raised his wand again, panting, and casted a spell that impressed Harry. Serpensortia. A cobra launched from the boy's wand and landed in the middle of the platform. The K.S. grinned smugly at Harry, thinking this would scare him. Harry couldn't help the evil smirk that came to his face, and chuckled, unnerving all. Harry listened to the SKE.S. while watching for any movement from Malfoy. He flicked a few more spells away. "Who dares disturb my slumber? I was fast in hibernation." Harry smiled at Malfoy, and then looked at the SKE.S. and spoke. "It was the K.S. one across from me, little one." Every jaw in the common room dropped. Potter had just spoke Parseltongue. Malfoy looked like he was going to piss himself. The cobra looked at Harry. "A speaker." And it bowed its head to him. "Please return me to my nest, speaker." "Of course, little one." Vipera Evanesca, the cobra vanished, and Harry looked back to Malfoy viciously. "You look surprised, Mr. Malfoy," Harry drawled as he brandished his wand and fired a silent spell that Professor Snape had taught him. Levicorpus. Malfoy was promptly yanked to the air by his ankle and yelped. He maintained his wand and continued trying to cast at Harry, but he couldn't aim as well and most missed. The rest were shielded. Harry approached the little shit slowly. When he was right in front of him, he grabbed the boy's wand hand so that he could no longer cast. This allowed the duel to continue since his opponent was both armed and conscious. "Now, do you see, Malfoy, you act as if because I am a half-blood, that I cannot touch you. Well, I am touching you now." Harry continued slowly, staring into the boy's now frightened eyes. He brought his wand tip to the frozen boy's forehead. "Oh, I can most certainly touch you, and it won't be pleasant." Harry grinned as blue static began sparking from the tip of his wand. Harry then used a spell of Norwegian descent that he had found perfect for such an occasion. Shokus. Shocks of electricity raced through the idiot's body, causing him to convulse, and to scream in pain. Harry had let go of his wand hand just before he finished the incantation, and enjoyed the boy's cries a bit too much. All in the common room looked on in shock as the Malfoy boy screamed in agony and then let his bladder go. Once the boy wet himself, Harry ended the spell reluctantly, as the fool dropped his wand in his spasms. He promptly cancelled his dangling jinx, and let the idiot hit the floor, unconscious. Harry turned to Katerina with a pointed look. Her jaw was wide open, and a look of fear was on her face. He cleared his throat, snapping everyone's attention back to him, and away from the mess of the boy who was in a pile on the floor. "Are you going to call the match, or must I embarrass the idiot some more?" Harry asked slowly. Katerina shook herself and reapplied the amplifying charm. "Mr. Potter has won the duel, as Mr. Malfoy has been rendered unconscious," she shouted. She and the other prefects promptly cancelled the shield spells, and 2 7th years rushed to check Malfoy's health. One turned to Katerina. "The boy is fine, he will likely sleep through the night, and be twitchy for a few days, but Mr. Potter didn't do anything permanently damaging to him, except maybe his ego." Katerina nodded at that. All eyes returned to Harry at that news. Terry was the one who spoke the question everyone was thinking. "Bloody hell, Harry, you're a Parselmouth." The boy was looking at him in partial awe. He knew his best friend was a monster with a wand, but what he had just witnessed was epic, and a bit scary. Harry applied his own amplifying charm. "Yes, Terry, I am a Parselmouth. I have been since the day I was born. Had the fool not to summon a SKE, I would not have revealed that for some time yet, but I like the idea of scaring the little shit. I trust, Slytherins, that this news will not leave this common room," he said slowly, scanning the eyes of every house member. He saw fear, he saw awe, he saw respect. He got nods from most of the group. "If this leaves these walls, even to some of your parents, I will be most displeased. I would hate to have to duel another from this noble house just because someone had loose lips," Harry said, letting his now cold eyes meet everyone they could. At the many gulping nods he got, he thought the message got across clearly. "Very good, Terry, care for a game of wizard's chess?" He ended his charm when the other boy nodded and stepped off the platform so that the prefects could vanish it. Harry joined Terry and walked to their usual area. As he did so, he stopped by Malfoy's usual friends, who were all staring wide-eyed at him. "Be sure the idiot gets the same message I delivered to the house. I don't think he will be eager for a repeat of tonight," he said coldly in English, before switching to Parseltongue. "Or else." They all jolted away from him and nodded. Crabbe and Goyle rushed to drag their boss to his room, so he could sleep the duel off. When Harry sat down and began playing with Terry, he looked up at the other boy. The boy clearly had something on his mind. "Yes, Terry." Terry stared at him some more. "You're terrifying, Harry." "Brilliant, but terrifying," the boy said finally with a shake of his head and a laugh. "Glad you won't be forced off the team, and that you taught the little shit a lesson." His comments about our blood were starting to really annoy me. Harry smiled at his friend as one of his pawns was taken. "Yes, he is a rather annoying twit. Glad I could teach him a lesson. Just so you know, I only learned about being a Parseltongue just before the Christmas break, after all of that Quirrell business. Hope you don't mind that. I didn't tell you right away." Terry shook his head with a laugh. "Nope, that's fine, I probably would have kept that a secret too, but cat is out of the bag now. Did you see the looks everyone was giving you? They are going to think you are the heir of Slytherin." Harry nodded to that. "Yes, they are, and they would be right, in a sense," he said, shocking his friend some more. Harry looked around to ensure no one was listening in, but everyone was giving him a wide berth. "My mother's family was not as muggle as they seemed. She came from a branch-off family of Slytherins that descended into squibs. The magic re-emerged with my mother. She wasn't a SKE speaker herself, but when her DNA mixed with my father's, who had black blood in him, the gift re-emerged. The blacks were known to have the gift in the very distant past as well, so that explains me. I know that from Gringotts, I do not have enough shared blood to ever claim Slytherin's vaults, not that I need them. Same for the rumors that the Potters are descended from Gryffindor. Blood is too removed, the family is dead." Terry looked very surprised at that revelation. Well, still, you are likely going to be treated like the king of Slytherin house now. People will assume you are a dark wizard as well, unfortunately. Harry nodded at that. That is why I revealed the ability. I could not let Malfoy to build a power base in the house any longer. I had to defang him. This has cemented my position of respect with our housemates, and they all, even the blood purists, will look over the fact that I am a half-blood now. It was rather fortunate that Malfoy summoned that SKES. If he hadn't, I would have summoned several, as I also know the spell. Brilliant, yet terrifying. I assume Miss Granger and Dora are not to know? Terry asked. Harry simply nodded. Yes, no need to make them worry about me even more than they do. The match the next day with Ravenclaw was a great distraction, and Harry was glad for it. Hermione of course had wished Terry and him luck but had told them that she would be rooting for her own house of course. House spirit and all that jazz. They understood and thanked her for the well wishes all the same. Ravenclaw's chasers were simply not up to snuff against the Slytherin lineup. It was an annihilation. Terry had been instructed to keep the Ravenclaw seeker, an Asian girl named Cho Chong, from catching the snitch as long as possible, while Harry, Montague, and Flint ran up the score. The score was at 230 to 50 when Terry finally caught the blasted thing. With a point gap of 380 to 50 lead on Ravenclaw, Slytherin cemented their position of first place for the Quidditch Cup, which they would need. Hufflepuff had decent enough chasers compared to Ravenclaw, but the real worry was their seeker. If Terry could not catch the snitch against Cedric Diggory, the chaser line would have to ensure the points stayed close so that they wouldn't lose first and let Hufflepuff or Gryffindor usurp the trophy. Their last game against Hufflepuff was scheduled for June 30th, the weekend before final exam week. Quidditch training would keep up as usual, and the team just grew closer and closer. Harry was glad to count many of the older boys as semi-friends now. The camaraderie of being on the team was helping him keep sight of things since the winter break. As had his friendship with Terry, Hermione, and Dora. He spent as much time with them as he could manage outside of everything he was trying to do. He was glad that Hermione was doing better in her house, and she seemed less stressed out about fitting in. She had become good friends with Lisa Turpin finally, and that pleased Harry. For Valentine's, Harry had gotten a card for Hermione, Dora, and Hannah Abbott. Miss Abbott because he expected one from her after their dancing on New Year's. He had also gotten the 3 some chocolates. He had of course received cards from the 3 girls as well, and quite a few many more than he had last year. It seemed that while his yearmates and above generally treated him semi-normal now that they knew him, the new first years were a bit more starstruck than they had ever been. Dora had upped her game when it came to dueling again, and she was progressing rapidly in her skills, being able to beat Harry again. Harry didn't mind though if it meant his cousin would turn into an exceptional orer. It was worth it if a few of his losses resulted in her surviving the future possible war. Terry provided the usual distraction he always had, whether it be their exercising, Quidditch, or simple games. It was a small amount of leisure time that helped Harry unwind. His letters to Sirius, Remus, the elder Tonks, and Mr. Granger continued as well. Sirius and Remus received progress reports on how he was doing with his extra studies and were interested to learn of his offer for all of the electives next year from the headmaster. The two of them would occasionally send him some rather helpful texts in line with Dada and dueling, and he appreciated their thoughtfulness. He had also gotten word that Sirius and Madame Bones were now courting, and it looked like the Mutt may be setting up a betrothal contract with her soon. This pleased Harry, as that would mean Sirius would be happy, and could finally start a family of his own. This would mean that Harry would lose his heirship to the House of Black, but that did not bother him. He could still learn the magic of the family, since he was still the Lord's godson, and he was a blood relative to boot. The elder Tonks simply tried to keep up with him and made sure that he and Dora were doing okay. They knew Harry was an exceptional student and did not worry about his grades. They did love tales of his Quidditch matches though. Mr. Granger also liked to hear about Quidditch. The man was fascinated by the sport and would love to see it firsthand. Harry let him know that during the summer of '94 that England would be hosting the World Cup, and that he would have Sirius arrange for tickets so that the man and his family could attend with them. Obviously, that was a while away, but the man was looking forward to it nonetheless. He was also happy his daughter had reached out and finally made some other friendships. Soon the Easter holidays came and went. Harry had enjoyed his break from school, even if it meant learning more about the Potters, Blacks, and their magics. Sirius and Remus continued dueling him 1v2, and he would occasionally best them both. The Potter family had specialized in transfiguration and warding specifically. Since Harry did not yet know enough about runes, they were holding off on the latter. He instead learned some transformations that his family had come up with and were considered rather advanced. It took him a while, as the family magic called for these to be done silently, to prevent people learning them too easily. Anyone could technically learn it, and this was the only defense to protect the spells outside of them only being in the Potter family grimoire. What Sirius taught as far as the Blacks were concerned, were curses, and lots of them. Sirius didn't like the spells, but he had used them to save his life and his friends during the war and was willing to show Harry. There were variations of the blood-boiling curse, the skinning curse, and the madness curse that the family had invented, with specific counter-curses. It was scary what magic could be used for, in Harry's mind, but he also took some glee in learning these things. Magic was magic, after all. The break was too short, and he returned to the castle with his friends to continue on as they were. The year simply flew by after that. Terry had worried over what electives to pick, but had settled on ancient runes and arithmancy, deciding he might like to be either a warder or a spellcrafter when he left school, and those were the two best for him. Well, the boy also wanted to be a professional seeker, but he needed options. Harry had taken to helping tutor Neville, and by extension Susan Bones, Hannah Abbott, and Lisa Turpin with the help of Hermione. She had formed the little study group that would join he and her in the library occasionally for revision. Harry was curious why Neville seemed to have difficulty with spell casting, as he usually had the correct incantation and wand movements, and took Harry's advice for each spell willingly, but it still took him longer than most to get a spell down. It was strange. He didn't mind the extra people being around now, as they were friendly enough. He got to make sure that Miss Turpin wasn't using Hermione, as the girl was rather intelligent on her own, and that pleased him. He had very many discussions about spells with the two Ravenclaws that he had enjoyed a good bit. It was always good to speak to other intellectuals. Susan Bones and Hannah Abbott were generally quiet around him. Susan did seem to have a crush on Neville though, and would look at him more than she would ever look at Harry, a small blessing. It did seem though that their night of dancing had created a small crush with Miss Abbott. She seemed fine with just doing studying in his presence occasionally, and he put it out of his mind. He didn't need the extra unwanted attention from girls. He had gotten enough well wishes on Valentine's Day. Hannah had been one to send him a card, and he had reciprocated, since he had expected it. In his extra classes, his 3 professors were pushing him to learn more and more spells silently now they knew he could do even some. This had set him back a bit, as they made him go through everything he had learned thus far until he could do so with all of his spells. It was a pleasant challenge though, and it helped slow him down some. All new spells were taught to be done silently as well, so it stunted him perfectly. Dora wasn't happy when he started throwing silent spells around though. After he got her a few times, she returned in kind, and she started winning more often again. Getting silent spells thrown at him did make it more fun though. With Flitwick and McGonagall, nor Snape, he could never get the jump on them. They were simply masters of their crafts. Even on his dueling nights, when he was allowed to use all that, he knew excluding the darker curses, he couldn't even touch the tiniest professor in the castle. The man had inhuman speed. Granted, he was half human and half goblin, and a world-renowned dueling champion, but still. Soon the Hufflepuff match came and went. It had been rather anticlimactic, as they had overtrained and overestimated the opposing chasers. They had steamrolled them, getting a 200-point lead when Cedric Diggory had finally caught the snitch after a good seeker duel with Terry. He couldn't prevent Terry from catching it and ending the game any other way, and Harry, Montague, and Flint had been relentless all match. That common room party had been a good one. Someone had gotten loads of butterbeer, which Harry enjoyed immensely. The older years had even snuck in some elven wine and a rare fire whiskey. Harry partook in the wine a bit but shied away from the stronger stuff. It would not do well to get too relaxed. He was sure Malfoy would have taken it as an opportunity for revenge for their duel. Speaking of the Ponce, he and his merry band of misfits had stuck to themselves for the remainder of the year. He was glad the Ponce had behaved himself and seemed to avoid him at all costs. The Weasley twit had been appropriately brought to heel by his brothers. The boy had finally correlated that if he was mean to Hermione, bad things happened to him, and had backed off. All was well. Exams came around and went. Harry had once again had to calm down Hermione from her studying overload. It had amused him rather well though when he had all but snagged all of her books and dragged her outside by the lake for an entire Saturday afternoon. She had argued at first but had relented when she saw how nice of a day it was and how good it was to feel the sun on her skin. She had been getting a little too pale for Harry's liking. The exams were even easier than the last year for Harry if that was even remotely possible. He was sure he did fine. As his tournament was to take place a week before he was to return to Potter Manor, Dumbledore had given him permission to flow home on the morning of the 19th so he could make it. He would return for his last week of school after that, which would just be getting introductions for what all of his classes next year would be signing as pre-reading and homework. It would be a light week as no work was expected to be due. Hermione, Terry, and Dora had all seen him off after breakfast and had wished him luck before he went to the headmaster's office. In front of the stone gargoyle, he gave the password, "Ice Mice," and made his way up. The door was already open for him. The headmaster looked up at him and smiled. "Harry, good to see you again. How are you feeling about the tournament?" he asked. Harry grinned. "Honestly, sir, I felt a little overprepared," he admitted. "Do you think I should hold back?" The man shook his head. "No, Harry, as long as you abide by the rules, I think you should perform at your very best that you are capable of. My reasoning is this. Should war come, we need the public to be confident in you. You will be a beacon of hope. Your grades here are a matter of public record, so not many would be surprised to see you do well on the circuit. Most on the circuit are home-taught, and do not attend Hogwarts, but you should see a familiar face or two, but they will be from the U15 and U17 bracket respectively." Harry nodded to that. It made sense, and it made sense that he wasn't the only student into dueling. It was one of the few sports in their world. He wondered who would be attending as well. "Well, sir, Sirius is surely waiting for me. I think I will step through now." The headmaster waved a hand to his fireplace. "By all means, Harry, I will see you Sunday afternoon when you return." Then, he was back at the manor, and immediately after went to London to get him checked in. The duel would be held at an arena that was in Diagon Alley. Sirius, Remus, and the elder Tonks walked with him, as they would be observing his matches. They saw where things were taking place eventually and walked to the check-in stand. A young, haired witch with glasses was running it, and she didn't even look up as she asked, "Name, please." She was sorting through paperwork from the last competitor. "Harold James Potter," Harry said simply. The girl froze, and slowly looked up at him in shock. She shook her head and immediately looked for his name on the roster. She looked back up when she found his name and tapped it with her wand, which made a check mark appear. "You're checked in, Mr. Potter. Please wait by platform 2 for your first match. Over today, Saturday, and Sunday, you will have 2 matches a day. Everything is sudden elimination, no permanently disfiguring curses and no unforgivable are permitted at the tournament, everything else is fair game. Any questions?" Harry shook his head. "Very well, you are contestant number 7, here's your badge." Harry took the proffered badge and was amused that it was the same number as his Quidditch jersey. Odd, that. Harry went to his platform with his family and waited for things to get rolling. Eventually a pudgy man wearing yellow and black striped Quidditch robes came up onto the platform. Harry saw him tack out his wand and use the amplifying charm. "Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Ludo Bagman, from the Department of Magical Games and Sports. Today we will be observing the British U13, U15, and U17 dueling tournaments. This year, there are 64 contestants for the U13 branch, so they will have 6 rounds total, 2 each day of this weekend. The U15 and U17 each have 16 contestants, and they will be having a single round today, tomorrow, and both their semifinal and final rounds on Sunday. Since there are many more rounds to do for the U13 block, they will be utilizing Platform 2, which I am standing on, and Platform 3. The U15 and U17 blocks will be completed on Platform 1. Now, I will call out the first matches, one from the U15, and two from the U13 blocks. The man said to open the tournament up. The man called contestants out by their numbers, it appeared, and he wouldn't have to wait too long. He and the adults decided to just hang at Platform 2 and wait for his number to be called. He looked back to Platform 1 and saw to his surprise that Cedric Diggory was in the U15 tournament. That answered the other student from that block. He wondered who was in the U17 one. He noticed Diggory had done rather well and had beaten his opponent in a couple of minutes of trading spells. Harry clapped for him, glad the fellow Quidditch player managed a win. He turned his attention back to his platform. The two boys who had originally been called up were still going at it, but he noticed they were rather sloppy. This may take a while, he thought dejectedly, and it did. It wasn't for another 15 minutes that his own first match was called up. Considering he was in number 4, and there was another round to go after the remaining 12 matches, it would be a long day. He made his way onto the platform after getting a kiss on the cheek from Andy and pats on the back from all the men. He wished Dora could have come too, but she had newts to finish today still. She would be here tomorrow though. When he got to his spot, the crowd noticed who he was, as they gasped, and he was a little annoyed to hear Ludo Bagman announce it. Great Scott, ladies and gentlemen. It's the boy who lived. Harry Potter. I think we are in for a treat today. Harry sighed before shouted over to the man. I'm just contestant number 7 today, sir. Can we get this ball rolling? Of course, number 7. Quite right. Our next match is between contestant 7 and 8 as I announced. Now, you gentlemen know the rules. Please bow to each other. Harry did bow to the other boy. He was a little bit shorter than himself, and had neatly cropped red hair and brown eyes, and his face was littered with freckles. The boy could pass for a Weasley. The boy looked nervous after hearing who his opponent was. Now gentlemen, on my count, 1, 2, 3. Bagman called. The other boy immediately launched a disarming spell at him, which Harry deflected. He shot off a quick stupefy which hit true, ending his opponent. The crowd was silent. That match had been over instantaneously. They erupted into cheers as Harry revived his opponent and helped him up. You all right? He asked the kid. The kid stared at him. You moved so fast. The boy simply stated. Harry shrugged. I duel a lot and I play Quidditch too. Need the reflexes. Good match, name's Harold Potter, and you? He said, sticking out his hand. The boy seemed to remember himself after that and grinned. Dominic McTavish. I'm disappointed I lost in the first round of course, but yeah, good duel. Maybe we will cross wands again at the U15 circuit next year. Harry gave him a small smile. I hope so. Nice meeting you. With that, they both left the platform, the crowd still going crazy. Bagman was still at it and hadn't called the next contestants up yet. Ladies and gentlemen, that was the fastest match so far today, over in 2 spells. Marvelous, well done number 7. Bagman had winked at him, and Harry couldn't help but chuckle at the man's antics as he reached his family. All of whom promptly congratulated him on a job well done. The day proceeded, and it wasn't until around 2 in the afternoon that his second duel popped up. He had to trade a couple more spells with the witch he fought, who tried to overwhelm him by firing a spell chain at him. He had been impressed, but she couldn't batter his shield and winded herself in that first volley. He promptly stunned her as well. After that, they were told to be back at 10 the next day if they did not wish to watch the rest of the matches. The U15 and U17 blocks had already finished for the day, so Harry wasn't interested to keep watching. They all ate a late lunch at the Leaky Cauldron and talked about the day. Harry had been a little disappointed with the level of challenge his first 2 competitors gave him, but he squashed it. He had been receiving rather advanced training, and he had the memories of a murdering megalomaniac that made him learning magic almost a cheat code. He shouldn't expect normal children to be able to stand up to him, it wasn't fair. I wonder if I will even bother with the U15 circuit next year. He had thought to himself. Harry returned to the castle Sunday afternoon victorious. Diggory had been the runner-up for the U15 block, and it turns out that Oliver Wood had made it to the semi-finals for the U17 block. He had run into them both in between the Saturday duels. Harry had not had difficulty with his following opponents. It had been a clean sweep. No one had touched him or even come close. He didn't think he would join the circuit again next year. He would wait until his opponents were in the U17 block perhaps. He had been assailed by Hermione and Terry almost immediately upon his return, and he retold his happenings for the weekend. They were very happy he had won, and Terry had teased him that he would only be more famous now. Harry had promptly told him to stuff it. The remaining week of school flew by, and it was time to leave the castle for good. Well, for the summer at least. Flint had given Harry and Terry a heads up before they left the castle though. Apparently, Malfoy was trying to have his daddy buy his way onto the Slytherin Quidditch team. The man had offered to Professor Snape to buy a full set of Nimbus 2001s with the sole condition that Harry and Terry be kicked off the team. I have already talked to the professor about this in length and we are in agreement. This would only give the house a bad name, and it would be obvious what happened to everyone else. You two are good players, and you helped us with the Bloody Cup this year. I won't have that Ponce ruining our dynamic. I asked the professor to refuse, and he has agreed. Slytherin prestige is better earned, not bought. Flint had ranted to them rather passionately, and they were glad to hear that their captain thought that way. Harry would have been pissed if he had been kicked off of the team for new brooms, which he was sure he could ask Sirius to donate a set to every Quidditch team in the school and he would probably do. Malfoy really was pathetic if he thought that little ploy would work. The train ride home had gone smoothly. Harry ensured Dora sat with them, as it would be her last time, as she had just graduated. He would miss his cousin dearly next year, as well as their dueling practice. Having the metamorph around had been one way to liven the mood whenever she wanted to get silly. Terry was going to the States for the summer, Florida specifically. His parents wanted him to experience the tropical climate and have a chance to go to Disney World. Hermione had gushed to that, saying she had been to the park in Paris, and it had been a great time. Hermione and her parents would actually be going to southern France for the first 2 weeks of vacation as well, so she would not be around. Dora was off to the Auror Academy next week, so she wouldn't be available to be a distraction from his training either. He was glad to hear that Neville had no lasting plans and invited his godbrother to the manor whenever he wished, as long as he wrote or called over first. The boy happily agreed but admitted that he would be rather busy in his greenhouses this summer, as his grandmother had gotten a fresh shipment of seeds for a variety of plants. Susan Bones had stopped in his carriage to warn him that with his godfather courting her aunt, she would likely be at the manor frequently. That was something he already knew, as Sirius had to ask him permission as it was his house. He wasn't bothered by it, he liked the girl enough as a friend, and she would soon be a pseudo-sister if Sirius ever popped the question to Madame Bones. Eventually the ride finished, Harry said his goodbyes, he got his typical hug from Hermione, a man-hug with Terry, a handshake with Neville, a wave to Susan and Hannah each. Then he, Sirius Remus, and the Tonks, apparated to the manor for a welcome-home dinner. Tipsy outdid herself with the feast she prepared. She looked rather tired though, and Harry remembered that he should look into getting another elf soon. They are trying to kill me. Harry had decided a week into being back home. Remus and Sirius were destroying him every bloody day. Mornings were for his torture. Sirius had gotten too fit with Harry not around. The bastard had fitted the manor with an entire Muggle gym and made him utilize it after every morning run. At this rate, Harry would be more fit for a beater than a chaser. He wasn't opposed, but he preferred scoring as opposed to playing the defense. After he finished working out, and he had breakfast to recharge, they had the nerve to place him at the library desk and begin to lecture him about all manner of things. After lunch, they would either practice new spells, or duel. For the entire afternoon. Don't get him wrong, he loved to be pushed, but this was insane. When he asked them about it, they had replied in unison. We already lost your parents, Harry. We can't lose you too. That had sobered him and shut him right up. They were doing everything they could to help prepare and advance him. They did not really treat him as a child anymore, as he didn't really feel like it ever since last Christmas. He was grateful for that. Sirius covered down on transfiguration and the dark arts, as well as the family magics, now that he was home, and Remus covered charms and Dada. They both taught him the dueling aspect. Just because you are the British U13 champion doesn't mean you get to slack off. Battle is nothing like dueling. We won't teach you dueling, you're going to fight us. Had been what Sirius had told him the day after he got back. And fight they had. Every day left him battered and bruised. He got no days off whatsoever, not even the weekends. They were always hounding him. He was theirs. From 5 in the morning, until 4 in the afternoon. It did him good though, he saw improvement in all areas, and they continued piling on new material. He had asked to go over his elective subjects as well but shot him down. They were prepping him for offense and defense, and nothing else. He could learn the rest at school. Harry had been a little grouchy at that, as that meant he only could look up things like runes and arithmancy in the little downtime he had between dinner, and his mandatory 9 p.m. bedtime. They were also forcing him to take a daily nutrient potion again just so his body could function with everything they were putting him through. As far as a second house elf, when Harry had brought it up to Sirius, he had smacked his head for being forgetful. The man had promptly summoned his family's elf, Creature. Creature was a rather old elf from the Black family who Sirius had put to work full-time getting Grimwald Place cleaned up ever since he got out of prison. He ordered the elf to split his time between the Black House and helping at Potter Manor. The elf had done so, but not before calling Sirius various vulgar names which had Harry raising his eyebrows. He had never seen an elf act that way to its master. "He's got some issues," Sirius had said as if that explained everything. With summer well underway, and his birthday a few weeks away, Harry was beginning to get concerned about one thing, though. He had received some letters from his friends at the start of summer and he had sent replies, but nothing had come after that. It brought him endless confusion as to why they all would break communication at the same time. It was especially odd because Neville had popped his head through the floor one day to ask Harry why he hadn't returned his letter. Upon hearing that he had, they were equal parts confused. Sirius and Remus weren't sure what was happening with his mail either, as they had received correspondence without issue. Harry asked Tipsy to keep an eye on Hedwig the next time he attempted a letter to Hermione or Terry, and the elf readily agreed. Hedwig had also seemed out of sorts and seemed frustrated that she could not deliver her human's mail. Susan had also confirmed that she had sent him a letter and that she had not gotten his return when her and Madame Bones came for their first dinner visit. This was frustrating Harry to no end, and he hoped he could find out what was going on and soon. Madame Bones had obviously been interested that something was going on with Harry's mail. Intercepting someone else's correspondence was a misdemeanor, and she couldn't have that. She asked to be informed if it continued, and she would get someone on the case. Harry didn't need to wait very long though. He had attempted another letter to Hermione, when Tipsy had popped into his room, dragging another elf by the ear to her master. "I's finding out who be stealing your mails, Master Harry," she had told him proudly. Harry stared at the other elf with confusion in his eyes. This elf wore absolute rags. It was as if he was feral, but he didn't look unhealthy enough to be so. Feral elves do not survive long. "Thank you, Tipsy, and who, my friend, are you?" Harry asked it. It looked at him with large, green eyes. Eyes that were rather watery. "The great Harry Potter be calling Dobby his friend," it said and began to wail. Harry and Tipsy both reeled in shock at that. Harry shook himself and focused. "Why don't you calm down, Dobby, and tell me why you have been stealing my mail?" The elf looked abashed and pulled out a stack of letters from what appeared the pillowcase he wore. He handed them back to Harry, and he saw it was his letters back out to his friends, as well as some additional ones. Trying to get in contact with him again. Harry looked through them quickly and decided he would have Tipsy his letters personally and immediately while he talked with this strange elf. "Tipsy, please deliver my replies to my friends at once, ensure that none of them are not around muggles who do not know of magic when you do so. Stay to explain that I have had mail issues if you can, it is fine if there is no way." Tipsy had immediately popped away. I asked you a question, Dobby, why were you interfering with my mail? He asked again. The elf gulped. Because, Mr. Harry Potter, sir, terrible things are going to happen at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry this year. Harry blinked at that. Such as, he said while raising his brow. Dobby mustn't say, sir, he is forbidden. Dobby can only try to warn Harry Potter not to return to school this coming year. There is a plot. Dobby, I must return to Hogwarts this year if there is a plot. Do you know why? Harry asked the elf quietly. The elf shook his head. No, sir. If there is a plot and if any of my friends are in danger, then I will need to be there to see that it fails. Harry said slowly. I will not allow them to be in danger without being in the thick of it with them. Do you understand that? Even if I had not received any mail the entire summer, I would have still gone back. I can reach half of my friends by flow alone, Dobby. You cannot stop me from talking to them, and you cannot prevent me from going to school. Now, you have warned me that something will be going on this year. Can you tell me what, so I can prepare the headmaster? Dobby cannot say what will happen, sir. He has been forbidden by his master. He can only try and warn Mr. Harry Potter, sir. The elf wailed dejectedly. And you have warned me, Dobby. I will be cautious this year, I assure you. But you must not interfere with my life anymore, do you understand? If you do, I will set Tipsy upon you, and she is rather fierce in protecting me. Harry warned the thing. Dobby does not like it, sir, but he will leaves you alones. Be careful this year, Mr. Harry Potter, sir. The elf agreed, but it didn't look like it wanted to. Thank you, Dobby, for the warning. I will ensure your master's plans fail. Harry said as he stood. I think you should leave now. Mr. Harry Potter, sir, has thanked Dobby, so noble, so great. Goodbye, Mr. Harry Potter. The elf then apparated away. Harry let out a breath. What in the bloody is going to happen now? He asked no one. To be continue. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.